What if Harry Potter was neglected son of Veldora from Tempest? Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was neglected? Veldora became his father. All witches owed debt. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Dragon in the Cupboard. Vernon Dursley had forgotten about the boy 3 days ago. Not forgotten in the way people forget appointments or grocery items. No, this was the deliberate kind of forgetting, the kind where you shove something so far down that it stops existing in your daily thoughts. Petunia had taken Dudley to visit Marge for the week. Vernon had work, then the pub, then sleep, then work again. The cupboard under the stairs simply stopped mattering. Inside that cupboard, Harry Potter was dying. He'd stopped crying on day 2. Stopped banging on the door around hour 30. Now he just lay there on his thin mattress, 7 years old and weighing maybe 30 pounds, soaked, his breathing shallow and his heartbeat doing something weird that even he knew wasn't right. The darkness didn't bother him anymore. Nothing really bothered him anymore. He was floating somewhere between awake and not, and honestly, the not awake parts were nicer. His magic, though, his magic was screaming. It had been building for years, that power stuffed inside a body too small and too starved to contain it. Every time he'd done something freaky, the Dursleys had punished him harder, and every punishment just compressed that power tighter and tighter until it was a white-hot coal in his chest. Now, with his body giving up, that coal had nothing left to burn except reality itself. Harry's hand twitched. His cracked lips moved, forming words he didn't consciously choose. Help, someone, anyone. The air in the cupboard rippled. Veldora Tempest, the storm dragon, one of the 4 true dragons, sealed for 300 years by that insufferable hero and finally, free thanks to his new best friend Rimuru, was having the time of his life. He'd been dimension hopping for fun. Just poking around the edges of reality, seeing what was out there, enjoying the novel sensation of going wherever he wanted whenever he wanted. 3 centuries in a cave gave a dragon perspective, you know. Made him appreciate the little things. Like movement. And not being bored enough to count the cracks in the ceiling for the 800th time. He was in his compact humanoid form, tall, wild blue hair, golden eyes, the coat that billowed dramatically even when there was no wind because he made his own wind, thank you very much, when he felt it. A tear. A tiny, ragged hole in the dimensional fabric, pulsing with desperate energy. Oh ho. Veldora grinned, showing too many teeth. What's this? He poked at it. The tear widened. Something on the other side was pulling, some force that tasted like magic but rawer, wilder, more like a wounded animal than a spell. Veldora could have ignored it. Should have, probably. Rimuru would have told him to be careful, to think things through, to not just barrel into unknown dimensions without a plan. Rimuru wasn't here. Kahaha. Adventure awaits. He dove through. The cupboard exploded. Not outward, inward. The walls, the door, the ceiling, all of it suddenly wasn't, replaced by a howling void of blue lightning and something that looked like the northern lights having a seizure. Harry's body lifted off the mattress, suspended in the chaos his magic had created, and standing in the middle of all of it was a man who absolutely should not have fit in a cupboard. Veldora took one look at the floating child and the smile dropped off his face. He'd seen a lot of things in his 4,000 years of existence. Battles that shook continents. Magic that rewrote the laws of physics. Monsters that made lesser beings go insane just by existing. None of that prepared him for this, a human child, barely more than a skeleton with skin stretched over it, radiating enough raw magical power to tear a hole between dimensions while literally dying from neglect. What, Veldora said quietly, and the word carried more weight than any shout, is this? Harry's eyes fluttered open. They were green, bright green, and completely unfocused. Are you, Death? Do I look like death to you? Dunno. Never met death. Harry's voice was barely a whisper, but something in it, some spark of personality not yet extinguished, made Veldora's chest do something uncomfortable. Hoped death might be nice. Everyone else isn't. The dragon crouched down, reducing his height until he was eye level with the floating boy. Around them, the dimensional rift continued to crackle and howl, but Veldora paid it no attention. His focus was entirely on this child. I'm not death. I'm Veldora Tempest, the storm dragon. He paused, waiting for the usual reaction, fear, awe, worship, something. Harry just blinked at him. That's a cool name. I'm Harry. Just Harry. Just Harry, huh? Veldora tilted his head. And where are your parents, just Harry? Dead. The word came out flat, practiced. Car crash. I live with my aunt and uncle. They probably forgot about me again. Again. Veldora's golden eyes flickered. He'd been called many things over the millennia: arrogant, reckless, annoying, catastrophically irresponsible. He'd never been called cruel. The idea of a child, any child, being left to starve in a dark hole while the people responsible for his care simply forgot. Hey, kid. Veldora's voice was softer now, stripped of its usual bombast. You did something pretty incredible just now, you know that? Ripped a hole between worlds. That's not easy. That's not even supposed to be possible for humans. Harry's brow furrowed weakly. I did. Freaky stuff. They hate when I do freaky stuff. Freaky. The dragon tasted the word and found it bitter. That freaky stuff just summoned a true dragon across dimensional boundaries. That's not freaky, kid. That's magnificent. For a moment, something flickered in Harry's eyes. Hope, maybe. Or just confusion. You're not scared of me? Veldora laughed, his real laugh, the one that made storms brew in clear skies. Kahaha. Scared? Of you? Kid, I'm the storm dragon. I've fought gods and demons and one very annoying hero with impulse control issues. He stopped. Harry was smiling. It was tiny, barely a twitch of cracked lips, but it was there. The first smile the boy had managed in longer than Veldora wanted to think about. You're loud, Harry whispered. I like loud. Loud means you're not pretending I don't exist. Something in Veldora's chest cracked. 4,000 years old. Countless battles. Centuries of isolation. And this half-dead human child had just broken through every defense the storm dragon had without even trying. Okay. Veldora made a decision, the way he made all decisions, instantly and without regret. Okay, here's what's going to happen. You're coming with me. I'm going to fix whatever's wrong with your body, and then I'm going to teach you how to use that power properly, and if anyone, tries to shove you in another cupboard, I will eat them. Sound good? Harry stared at him. You want me? Did I stutter? I just said, nobody wants me. The words hit like a physical blow. Veldora saw, in that moment, every bruise the boy had accumulated. Every missed meal. Every locked door and raised hand and casual cruelty dressed up as normal family life. He saw a child who had learned, at 7 years old, that he was fundamentally unlovable. Veldora grabbed Harry's face with both hands, gentle despite the barely contained fury radiating through his body. Listen to me, small human. I am Veldora Tempest. I am one of the 4 true dragons. My existence is a fundamental truth of reality itself. And I am telling you, right now, that I want you. That I choose you. Not because of your power. Not because of what you can do. Because you summoned a dragon when you were dying, and your first question was whether death might finally be nice to you. That's. He struggled for words, something he'd never had to do before. That's the saddest and bravest thing I've ever heard. And I'm not leaving you here. Harry's eyes filled with tears. He didn't sob, he was too weak for that, too dehydrated, but the tears came anyway, carving clean tracks down his grimy cheeks. Promise? I swear it on my name. On my soul. On the storm itself. Okay. Harry's voice cracked. Okay. I'll come with you. Veldora grinned, all teeth and triumph and something suspiciously soft underneath. Good. Now let's see about fixing you up, and then, the front door of number 4, Privet Drive, burst open. Vernon Dursley stood in the entrance, home early from work, staring at the impossible void where his cupboard used to be. His face went through several colors, white, then red, then a purple that suggested imminent cardiac events. What the bloody hell is going on in my house? Veldora turned slowly. He rose to his full height, which in his humanoid form was about 6'5" but somehow looked much, much larger, and his golden eyes began to glow. Ah! You must be the uncle. Vernon's survival instincts, long buried under layers of mundane English entitlement, screamed at him to run. He ignored them, because Vernon Dursley had never been a smart man. I don't know what kind of freak show this is, but you're going to put my house back together right now, and then you're going to tell me something, Veldora interrupted pleasantly. How long has it been since you fed the boy? Vernon's eye twitched. That's none of your, the boy eats what he earns, he has to learn his place, his place. The storm dragon took a step forward. The air pressure in the room doubled. And what place is that? A cupboard under your stairs? Half-starved? Dying? If the little freak would just be normal, Veldora moved. One moment he was by Harry's side. The next, he had Vernon Dursley pinned against the wall by his throat, 3 feet off the ground, without any visible effort. I was going to let you live, Veldora said conversationally. Humans have their own justice systems, don't they? Courts and prisons and the like. Very civilized. I respect that. But you just called him a freak again, and I think I've decided I don't like that word. Vernon's face was turning blue. His feet kicked uselessly against the wall. Veldora. Harry's voice, weak but firm. Don't. The dragon paused. Looked back at the boy still floating in the remnants of the dimensional rift, barely conscious, somehow finding the energy to give orders to a being that could level cities. Don't kill him. Don't be like him. Please. Veldora stared at Harry for a long moment. Then he laughed, softer this time, almost wondering. Kahahaha, you're giving me moral guidance. You're 7 and dying and you're worried about my soul. He dropped Vernon, who crumpled to the floor gasping. Fine. He lives. But not because he deserves it. He turned back to Harry and lifted the boy carefully, cradling him against his chest like something precious. The dimensional rift was starting to close, reality reasserting itself, but Veldora's presence kept a passage open. We're leaving now, small human. Any last words for your relatives? Harry looked at Vernon, still wheezing on the floor. At the house that had been his prison. At the cupboard door, blown off its hinges now, that had been his world. No, he said quietly. There's nothing here for me. There never was. Veldora nodded once, turned, and walked through the rift. Behind them, the tear in reality sealed itself with a thunderclap that shattered every window on Privet Drive. Vernon Dursley lay on his floor for 20 minutes before he could move. When Petunia came home 3 days later, she found him still staring at the space where the cupboard used to be, muttering about dragons and golden eyes. They never spoke about Harry again. The place between dimensions wasn't really a place. It was more like potential. Raw, unformed existence waiting to become something. Veldora navigated it instinctively, having traversed such spaces many times before, but he moved carefully now. His passenger was fragile. Stay awake, small human. He jostled Harry gently. Talk to me. How long since you ate? Dunno. Before Aunt Petunia left. 4 days. 5. And before that? Were you eating regularly? Harry's laugh was more of a wheeze. Regular means something different at the Dursleys. Dudley got 3 helpings. I got whatever didn't fit in the bin. Veldora's grip tightened. I'm going to need you to be more specific. For medical purposes. Sometimes every day. Sometimes every few days. Depends on if I made them angry. 4,000 years. Countless battles. One small child managing to make the storm dragon feel something he'd never truly experienced before, the desire to watch a world burn and not lift a finger to stop it. But Harry had asked him not to be like them. So Veldora breathed deep, let the dimensional currents carry them forward, and focused on the immediate problem. Okay. First things first, I need to stabilize you. You're dying, in case you hadn't noticed. Your body's shutting down, and that massive burst of magic probably didn't help matters. Normally I'd just pump you full of magicules and let your body sort it out, but humans are delicate. What's a magicule? Ah, right. Different world, different rules. Magicules are, actually, you know what? Not important right now. What's important is that I have an idea, and it might be a little unorthodox. Harry cracked one green eye open. More unorthodox than a dragon in my cupboard. Kahaha. I like you, kid. Yes. More unorthodox than that. I want to share a piece of my soul with you. Silence. Then, your soul. Not all of it. I need most of it. But a fragment, enough to anchor you to existence, to help your body heal, to give you access to my magicules so you don't burn yourself out every time you use magic. It's called a soul corridor. I've done it before. With who? My best friend, Rimuru. He's a slime. A slime. Long story. Very long. Involves a lot of stabbing and reincarnation and eating things. Anyway, the point is, if we share a soul corridor, you'll be connected to me permanently. I'll always know if you're in danger. You'll be able to draw on my power if you need to. And most importantly, right now, it'll keep you alive long enough for your body to recover. Harry was quiet for a moment. In the swirling chaos of the dimensional space, his small form seemed even smaller, dwarfed by forces he couldn't possibly understand. Why? He finally asked. Why what? Why do you want to connect your soul to mine? You just met me. I'm nobody. You are not nobody. Veldora stopped walking. The dimensional currents swirled around them, but he stood firm, looking down at the boy in his arms with an intensity that made Harry's breath catch. You are a child who was hurt by people who should have protected you. You are a human with enough magical potential to summon a true dragon. And in about 30 seconds, you're going to be my kid. Got it? Harry's eyes went wide. Your kid. If you share a soul corridor with a dragon, you're basically family. That's just how it works. So yes. My kid. My son, if you want to get technical about it. Unless you'd rather I drop you off at an orphanage or something, but honestly, human orphanages seem depressing, and I refuse to be associated with anything depressing. I've never. Harry swallowed hard. I've never had a dad before. Well, now you do. He's a dragon. He's very handsome and extremely powerful and possibly a little insane by human standards, but he's also never going to lock you in a cupboard or forget to feed you or call you a freak. That's a guarantee. A dragon's promise. We don't break those. Tears were streaming down Harry's face again. He didn't seem to notice. Okay, he whispered. Okay. I'll be your kid. Yes. Please. Veldora smiled, not his usual manic grin, but something gentler, something that looked almost paternal. This might feel weird. Actually, it's definitely going to feel weird. Just don't fight it, okay? Let my energy in. He pressed his forehead against Harry's. Light exploded between them. If you'd asked Harry Potter what having a dragon's soul touch his felt like, he would have struggled to explain it. It was like being struck by lightning, except the lightning was alive and laughing and warm. It was like drowning in a thunderstorm, but the storm was trying to save him, wrap around him, fill all the empty spaces inside him that neglect and cruelty had carved out over 7 years. He saw flashes, memories that weren't his. A cave, endless darkness, counting cracks in a ceiling. A woman with silver hair and a terrifying smile. A small blue blob bouncing happily. Battles that shook mountains. Loneliness so profound it had its own weight. And then, cutting through all of it, acceptance. Veldora wasn't looking at Harry's potential. Wasn't calculating what Harry could do for him. The dragon had simply decided, in that impulsive, absolute way of his, that this child was worth saving. Worth keeping. Worth loving. Nobody had ever thought Harry was worth loving before. The soul corridor snapped into place. Harry gasped, his eyes flying open. The first thing he noticed was that he wasn't in pain anymore. The constant ache of hunger, the weakness in his limbs, the fog in his brain, all of it was fading, replaced by a warmth that radiated from his core and spread outward through his entire body. The second thing he noticed was that he could feel Veldora. Not just physically, the dragon was still holding him, but somewhere deeper. A presence in the back of his mind, vast and ancient and crackling with electric power, but also, proud. Happy. There we go, Veldora said, pulling back with a satisfied nod. Soul corridor established. You should start feeling better pretty quickly now, my magicules will handle most of the healing, and your body will adapt to accommodate them. You might even, he stopped. Harry was glowing. Not dramatically, not like a light bulb, but there was definitely a soft blue-white luminescence emanating from his skin, brightest around his scar, and his eyes, those green eyes that had been dull with approaching death a few minutes ago, were now almost incandescent. Veldora said. That's new. Is it bad? No, I don't think, hold on. The dragon squinted, extended his senses, and then burst out laughing. Kahaha. Oh, this is beautiful. This is fantastic. Your magical core is resonating with my magicules and amplifying. I've never seen anything like this before. Is that good? Good. Kid, you're not just healing, you're evolving. Your body's integrating dragon essence at a rate that should be impossible. By the time this process finishes, you're going to be something entirely new. Part wizard, part dragon, all awesome. Harry looked down at his glowing hands. They were filling out, no longer skeletal. He watched in real time as his body repaired itself, as muscles and fat and healthy tissue replaced the damage done by years of malnutrition. This is weird, he said. Yeah, probably. Weird good though, right? Harry considered. He was glowing. He had a dragon dad. He could feel an ancient storm being's presence in the back of his mind like a constant reassurance that he wasn't alone. Weird good, he agreed. They emerged from the dimensional space somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. Veldora had picked the location somewhat randomly. He'd sensed a concentration of magical energy in this direction and figured it would be easier to operate in a world where magic already existed. Also, the landscape reminded him of home. Mountains, forests, plenty of space to stretch his wings without humans screaming about monsters. Harry took his first breath of fresh air as a free person and immediately started coughing. Too much oxygen, Veldora observed clinically. Your lungs aren't used to air that isn't stale covered atmosphere. Give it a minute. Your, cough, very casual, cough cough, about all this. I've been alive for 4,000 years. Very little surprises me anymore. Although, he added, setting Harry down on a boulder, the boy's legs still weren't strong enough to stand, you're full of surprises. That scar on your forehead, there's something inside it. Something that isn't you. Harry's hand went automatically to his scar. The car crash. That's what they said gave me the scar. Wasn't a car crash. Veldora's eyes had gone serious, golden and sharp. There's a soul fragment in there. Parasitic. It's been feeding on your magic, probably since the scar was made. My magicules are isolating it now, keeping it from spreading, but I'll need to figure out how to remove it properly. A soul fragment? Like, a piece of someone else's soul. Exactly like that. Someone very dark, very twisted. The fragment reeks of death magic and corrupted ambition. Whoever put it in you was either trying to kill you or possess you, possibly both. Harry should have been terrified. A piece of someone's evil soul had been living in his forehead his whole life. That was nightmare fuel by any reasonable standard. Instead, he felt angry. They put something in me. Without asking. Seems like it. And it's been eating my magic. Your magic, your energy, probably your potential. Soul fragments are parasitic by nature. This one's been living off you like a leech for years. Get it out. Veldora raised an eyebrow at the boy's tone. Gone was the beaten-down child from the cupboard. Something in Harry had shifted, whether from the soul corridor, the dragon essence now flowing through him, or just the simple fact that he finally had someone on his side, and this Harry had steel in his voice. I will. But it needs to be done carefully. Ripping out a soul fragment could damage your own soul if we're not precise. Give me a few weeks to study it, figure out the safest method. He grinned. In the meantime, we have other things to deal with. Like what? Like finding somewhere to live. Teaching you how to use your powers properly. Getting you actual food, you need to eat about 10,000 calories a day for the next month to finish recovering. Oh, and figuring out why this world's magic feels so weird. Harry tilted his head. Weird how? It's structured. Ordered. Like someone took wild magic and forced it into boxes. Veldora waved a hand vaguely. In most worlds, magic is like a storm, chaotic, powerful, free. Here it feels like plumbing. Channels and valves and rules. Unnatural. Is that bad? Not bad, just wrong. Magic shouldn't be tamed. It should be wild, creative, alive. This world's magic feels like it's been domesticated. Broken in. The dragon shrugged. Not our problem for now. Let's focus on keeping you alive and healthy first. Harry nodded slowly. Then, without warning, his stomach let out a growl loud enough to echo off the surrounding mountains. Veldora laughed. Kahaha. Seems your body agrees. Come on, small human, let's go find you something to eat. My name's Harry. I know. I like small human, though. It's accurate. I'm not going to be small forever. We'll see about that. Dragon kids grow fast, but you're half human, so who knows? Maybe you'll be small forever. Maybe you'll be enormous. Either way, you're mine now, and mine means fed. He scooped Harry up again, the boy protested weakly but didn't really fight it, and started walking toward the distant lights of what looked like a village. Hey, Veldora. What? Thanks. For everything. I know you didn't have to, stop. The dragon's voice was firm but not unkind. No thanking me for basic decency. You deserve to be saved. You deserve to be wanted. The fact that no one else figured that out before me just means everyone else was stupid. Got it? Harry buried his face in Veldora's coat to hide the tears that were threatening again. Got it. Good. Now, important question. What's your favorite food? I don't know. I've never had favorites. I just ate whatever they gave me. Something in Veldora's expression tightened, but his voice stayed light. Then we're going to find out. We're going to try everything, every food in this world and every world I can take you to, until we find something that makes your face light up. That's our first mission. Operation, make Harry fat and happy. I'm very committed to this mission. Despite everything, Harry laughed. It was a rusty, unpracticed sound. He hadn't laughed in months, maybe longer. But it felt good. It felt like a door opening somewhere inside him, letting light into rooms that had been dark for his entire life. You're insane, Harry said. Absolutely, Veldora agreed cheerfully. But I'm your insane dragon dad now, so you're stuck with me. Forever. No take-backs. It's in the Soul Corridor contract. There's a contract? No, I just made that up. But it sounded official, right? Harry laughed again, harder this time. And somewhere in the back of his mind, through their newly formed Soul Corridor, he felt Veldora's happiness echo his own, two broken creatures who'd found each other across dimensions, each filling a void the other hadn't known they had. Family, Harry thought. This is what family feels like. They found a village, a small Scottish hamlet called Dunwich-on-Moor, and Veldora immediately caused a scene by walking into the only pub and demanding, all of your food. The bartender, a weathered man named Angus who had seen many strange things in his 60 years but nothing quite like the wild-haired madman carrying a glowing child, opened his mouth to object. Veldora dropped a gold coin on the counter. Angus closed his mouth. I don't know where you got that, he said slowly, examining the coin, but it looks real enough. What exactly do you mean by, all of the food? Exactly what I said. Everything you have. Meat, bread, vegetables, desserts, whatever humans eat. My son is hungry. Harry, still cradled in Veldora's arms, waved weakly at Angus. The glow had faded somewhat, but there was still an otherworldly quality to the boy's green eyes that made the bartender distinctly uncomfortable. Your son, Angus repeated flatly. Yes. Who is glowing? He's recovering from a near-death experience. The glow is normal. Probably. Right. Angus had lived in the Scottish Highlands his whole life. He'd heard stories, old stories, the kind his grandmother used to tell, about creatures that walked between worlds, about magic and monsters and things that ordinary folk were better off not questioning. This stranger had the feel of those stories. I'll see what we have in the kitchen. 20 minutes later, Harry was sitting in a booth surrounded by more food than he'd seen in his entire life. Shepherd's pie, still steaming. Roast chicken, golden brown. Fresh bread with butter. Vegetable soup thick with potatoes and carrots. A plate of fish and chips. A whole roasted ham that Angus had been saving for the weekend. Pies, meat pies, apple pies, something called a clootie dumpling that Harry didn't recognize but smelled incredible. Eat, Veldora commanded, sitting across from him with a pint of ale that Angus had provided on the house, probably to get the strange man to stop staring at his other customers. Your body needs fuel to finish healing. Harry picked up a fork with trembling hands. He'd been punished before for eating without permission, for eating too fast, for eating at all. The old fear tried to rise up, tried to tell him this was a trick, that someone would hit him if he touched the food. You're safe, Veldora's voice said in his mind through the Soul Corridor. Nobody's going to hurt you for eating. Ever again. Harry took a bite of shepherd's pie. Flavor exploded across his tongue. Rich meat, creamy potatoes, herbs and spices that his neglected taste buds had never experienced before. He made a sound that was half moan, half sob. Good? Veldora asked, grinning. Harry didn't answer. He just kept eating. He demolished the shepherd's pie in minutes. Moved on to the chicken. Then the bread. Then the soup. His body, supercharged by dragon magicules, was burning through food faster than should have been possible, converting it immediately into the building blocks of healthy tissue. Veldora watched with satisfaction as color returned to Harry's cheeks, as the dark circles under his eyes began to fade, as the boy who had been dying 2 hours ago began to look merely exhausted rather than corpse-like. "More," Harry said when he'd cleared everything on the table. "More!" Veldora shouted toward the bar, slamming his palm down. "Angus! More food!" The other patrons in the pub had long since given up pretending not to stare. A small child eating enough food to feed a rugby team was not normal, even by Scottish Highland standards. "Where is he putting it all?" one man whispered to his companion. "Don't ask questions," the companion replied. "Just don't ask questions." Harry ate through 3 more rounds of food before finally slowing down. His belly, which had been concave just hours ago, was now merely flat. His arms, which had been stick-thin, had gained visible muscle. His skin, which had been gray and papery, now had actual color. "Better?" Veldora asked. "Better." Harry slumped back in the booth, exhausted in a different way now, the exhaustion of a body working overtime to heal, demanding rest. "I didn't know food could taste like that." "Like what?" Like it wanted to be eaten. Like someone made it hoping someone else would enjoy it." Harry frowned, searching for words. At the Dursleys, food was just fuel. Something to keep me alive so I could do chores. But this tasted like someone cared. Veldora was quiet for a moment. "Then, you're going to eat like this every day from now on. Multiple times a day. And someone will always care. That's non-negotiable. I don't think I can eat this much every day." "You won't need to, once you're fully healed. But you'll never go hungry again. That's a promise." Harry nodded slowly, his eyelids drooping. The combination of food, healing, and emotional upheaval was catching up to him fast. "Tired," he mumbled. "Sleep," Veldora said. "I'll find us somewhere to stay for the night. Tomorrow we start planning." "Planning what?" "Everything." The dragon's grin was sharp with anticipation. "This world has magic, which means it probably has magical problems. And where there are problems, there's entertainment. But first, you need rest. You've had a very big day." "Biggest day ever," Harry agreed, his words slurring as consciousness slipped away. "Got rescued by a dragon, got a dad, ate so much food." He was asleep before he finished the sentence. Veldora sat in the booth for a long time after that, watching over his son, the word felt strange and perfect at the same time, while the pub slowly emptied around them. He thought about the soul fragment in Harry's scar. About the structured magic that permeated this world. About the fact that someone, somewhere, had put a piece of their corrupted soul into a baby and left him with monsters who'd nearly killed him through sheer neglect. Someone was going to answer for that. Veldora wasn't sure who yet, wasn't sure how this world's magical society worked or who held power or what enemies awaited them. But he was the storm dragon, and storms did not forgive. "Sleep well, small human," he murmured, brushing a strand of hair from Harry's forehead. The scar pulsed weakly under his touch, the soul fragment inside writhing away from his draconic energy. "When you wake up, we start building you a life worth living." Outside, thunder rolled across the Scottish sky. The storm dragon had arrived. And nothing would ever be the same. The next 4 years were the happiest of Harry Potter's life. He had no way to compare them to anything, of course, his only frame of reference was the Dursleys, and comparing anything to the Dursleys was like comparing a warm bed to a pit of vipers. But even by objective standards, the life Veldora built for them was something special. They traveled. Constantly, relentlessly, joyously. First they explored the Scottish Highlands, because Veldora liked the weather, storms. Real storms. "This world does storms almost as well as my home." They lived in a cave for 3 months while Harry recovered his strength, and Veldora turned the cave into something cozy through sheer magical bullying of the laws of physics. Carpets that had no business existing in caves. Furniture that appeared from nowhere. A fireplace that drew no attention from the outside but kept the interior warm and bright. Harry learned to walk without exhaustion. Learned to run. Learned to laugh at stupid jokes and complain about his dragon dad's inability to cook anything without setting it on fire and argue about bedtimes, which Veldora set surprisingly strictly, citing optimal growth patterns, like he'd read a parenting book, which he absolutely had not. Then, once Harry was healthy, the real training began. Magic, Veldora declared on Harry's 8th birthday, a date they'd chosen arbitrarily, since neither of them knew when Harry's actual birthday was and the Dursleys had never celebrated it, is not about waving a stick and saying words. It's not. No. That's the most idiotic thing I've ever heard. The dragon was pacing around their current home, a cottage in Ireland they'd acquired through means Harry had learned not to question, gesturing wildly. Magic is will. Magic is intent. Magic is reaching into the fabric of reality and saying, I want this to be different, and having enough power and conviction to make it happen. The words, the gestures, the objects, those are just training wheels. They help focus the mind. But they're not magic itself. So I don't need a wand. Wands are tools. Useful tools, maybe. But you're not a human who uses magic anymore, you're a hybrid, part wizard, part dragon, with a soul corridor connecting you directly to me. Your magic responds to your will because dragon magic is will. We don't use spells. We simply decide what we want and make it happen. Harry frowned. That sounds easier. And harder. At the same time. It is. Easier because there are no rules, harder because there are no rules. Without rules, you have to know yourself. Know what you want. Be absolutely certain, absolutely committed. Doubt is the enemy of will-based magic. And if I'm not certain? Veldora's grin was pure predator. Then we train until you are. The training was brutal. Not physically, Veldora was surprisingly careful about Harry's recovering body, never pushing him past safe limits. But mentally, emotionally, spiritually, the dragon was relentless. He started with mad ion. Hours of it. Harry had to learn to feel his own magical core, to sense the flow of energy through his body, to distinguish between his native wizard magic and the dragon magicules that now supplemented it. They're not separate, Veldora explained during one session. Not anymore. Your wizard magic and my magicules have fused, become something new. Feel it. It's not two rivers, it's one river with two sources. Then came willpower exercises. Veldora would present Harry with impossible situations, illusions, mostly, but convincing ones, and demand that he find solutions through sheer force of desire. A wall in his path. Want it gone hard enough, and it would crumble. A fire threatening to consume him. Decide, with absolute certainty, that the fire would not burn him, and it wouldn't. An enemy attacking? Will your body to be faster, stronger, more durable, and reality would reshape itself to accommodate your conviction. This is insane, Harry gasped after one session where he'd managed to stop time for 3 seconds through sheer panic determination. Normal wizards can't do this. Normal wizards are limited by their belief in limits. You don't have that problem. Veldora ruffled Harry's hair. Besides, you're not a normal wizard. You're my son. My standards are different. Harry learned combat, too. Not formal dueling, Veldora called dueling, standing still while your enemy prepares to attack, which is stupid. Instead, Harry learned to fight dirty. To use his magic to enhance his speed and strength. To throw attacks from unexpected angles. To never, ever fight fair if he could help it. The goal of combat is to end combat, Veldora taught him. Quickly, decisively, with minimal damage to yourself. Honor is for people who've already won. Until then, do whatever it takes to survive. Harry absorbed these lessons with an eagerness that surprised even Veldora. The boy had spent 7 years powerless, at the mercy of people who hated him. Now he had power, and he was determined never to be that helpless again. The soul fragment came out on Harry's 9th birthday. Veldora had spent 18 months studying it, probing it, learning its structure and its weaknesses. The fragment was connected to a larger soul somewhere. The dragon could feel the connection, thin and dark, stretching off toward the south, but it was also vulnerable, weakened by years of exposure to dragon magicules that it couldn't feed on the way it fed on normal magic. "This is going to hurt," Veldora warned Harry as they sat in a ritual circle he'd spent 3 days preparing. "The fragment is embedded deep. Pulling it out means pulling it through your soul, which means you're going to feel every inch of its corruption as it exits." "I don't care." Harry's voice was steady. "I want it out. It's not me. It doesn't belong in me. That's my boy." The extraction took 6 hours. Harry screamed for the first 2. The fragment fought, clawing at his soul, trying to burrow deeper, and every movement was agony beyond anything he'd experienced in the cupboard. He felt the dark soul's memories leaking into him, a man with red eyes, an obsession with immortality, a cold ambition that saw other humans as tools or obstacles, and he rejected them with every fiber of his being. "This is not me. This will never be me. Get out." Veldora pulled, his draconic power wrapping around the fragment and ripping. Harry felt something tear loose from his scar, felt a cold absence where the parasite had lived for nearly a decade. And then it was over. Harry lay in the center of the circle, panting, tears streaming down his face, and the soul fragment, a writhing wisp of black smoke and malevolent energy, hovered in the air above him. Veldora examined it with clinical distaste. "Horcrux. That's what this is. A piece of soul deliberately severed to avoid death. Whoever made this was either a genius or an idiot. Probably both." "Destroy it," Harry rasped. "Oh, I intend to." The dragon grinned his most terrifying grin. "But first, let me trace that connection back to its source. I want to know exactly who put this thing in my son." He concentrated. The fragment shrieked silently as draconic power flooded through its connection to its creator. For a moment, somewhere far away in Albania, a wraith that had once been Tom Marvolo Riddle felt something impossible, a presence in his fragmented soul, something ancient and vast and angry, looking back at him through his own dark magic. "Found you," the presence seemed to say. "And when my son is ready, we're going to have a conversation about what you did to him." Then the connection severed as Veldora crushed the fragment out of existence. "He's still alive," Veldora said thoughtfully. "The original. Barely, but alive. A spirit without a body, hiding somewhere, connected to other fragments like this one. He made more than one. He made more." Harry's voice cracked. "There are more pieces of that thing out there. Several, I think. And when we're ready, we're going to find them all and destroy them. But that's a problem for later." Veldora knelt beside Harry, his expression softening. "How do you feel?" Harry took stock. His head felt empty. Not in a bad way, in a clean way. Like a room that had been cluttered with garbage for years had finally been swept out. His magic felt different too, flowing more freely, no longer partially siphoned off by a parasitic presence. "Free," he said finally. "I feel free." "Good." Veldora pulled him into a rough hug. "Happy birthday, small human. Your gift is not having an evil wizard's soul living in your forehead anymore." Harry laughed, still weak, still recovering, but genuine. Best gift ever. By the time Harry was 11, he was no longer the starved, broken boy who had summoned a dragon with his dying breath. He was healthy, properly healthy, with color in his cheeks and strength in his limbs and a body that had finally reached the size it should have been all along. He was powerful, his magic responded to his will with barely a thought, and his dragon heritage gave him strength, speed, and durability far beyond human norms. He was confident, not arrogant, exactly, but secure in himself in a way that came from having a parent who loved him unconditionally. He was also, he'd learned recently, famous. Harry Potter, Veldora read from a book they'd found in a magical village called Hogsmeade. The boy who lived. Defeated the Dark Lord you-know-who at the age of 1, supposedly through love magic triggered by his mother's sacrifice. Currently missing, location unknown, presumed endangered or controlled by dark forces. They think I'm evil now. They don't know what to think. You vanished from your relative's house 4 years ago and no one's seen you since. The Ministry of Magic apparently searched for you for 2 years before giving up. Veldora tossed the book aside. Also, you're supposed to start at a school called Hogwarts this year. We've been getting letters. I know. I've been burning them. I noticed. But here's the thing, Veldora's grin turned mischievous. I think you should go. Harry stared at his father. You want me to attend wizard school? With a bunch of normal wizards. Who think I'm either dead or possessed. Think about it. It'll be hilarious. They've built up this whole legend around you, the tragic orphan, the symbol of hope, the destined hero, and instead they're going to get you. A dragon's son who doesn't follow their rules, doesn't need their magic, and definitely doesn't match their expectations. Veldora cackled. The chaos will be beautiful. You want me to go to school because it'll be funny. I want you to go to school because you deserve to meet other magical kids your age. You've spent 4 years with just me for company, which is obviously excellent, but you should have friends. Peers. People who challenge you intellectually rather than just magically. He paused. Also, yes, the chaos will be funny. Harry considered. On one hand, the idea of going to a school where everyone expected him to be someone he wasn't sounded exhausting. On the other hand, Veldora had a point, he was curious about other magical people his age. And the letters had been getting increasingly desperate. The most recent one had been hand-delivered by an owl that had literally died of exhaustion on their doorstep. If I go, Harry said slowly, you're coming with me. Obviously. And we're not pretending I'm a normal wizard. Why would we do that? Normal is boring. And if anyone tries to control me or manipulate me or shove me into some prophetic hero role, we leave. Or we burn the school down. Whichever seems more appropriate at the time. Veldora shrugged. Though let's try leaving first. I'm told property damage creates paperwork. Harry laughed despite himself. Fine. I'll go to Hogwarts. But I'm doing it my way. That's my son. Veldora clapped him on the shoulder. Now, let's go buy you some wizard supplies. I want to see how the magical shopping district reacts to the boy who lived casually walking in after 4 years of mysterious absence. You just want to watch people's heads explode. Yes. That's exactly what I want. Is that wrong? Harry grinned, the expression sharp and confident in a way it never would have been 4 years ago. No. Let's go cause some chaos. Diagon Alley was not prepared for Harry Potter. Or, more specifically, Diagon Alley was not prepared for the tall, wild-haired man in the dramatic coat walking through its cobblestone streets with an 11-year-old boy who radiated calm confidence and barely concealed power. People stared. People whispered. People pulled out copies of the book that had been written about Harry, unauthorized, Veldora noted with irritation, and compared the photographed baby to the child in front of them. That's him. It can't be, he disappeared, the scar. Look at the scar. Who's that man with him? Is that his captor? Harry ignored them all. Veldora waved cheerfully. First stop, Harry said, consulting the supply list that had come with their most recent letter, robes. Then books. Then a wand, I guess, even though I don't really need one. Get the wand anyway. It'll help you blend in. You just said you didn't want me to blend in. I want you to have the option of blending in. Different things. Strategic flexibility, Harry. Always maintain strategic flexibility. They were halfway to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions when someone stepped directly into their path. A tall man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles, wearing robes that were frankly too colorful for any reasonable person. His expression was kindly, grandfatherly, but his eyes were sharp, calculating, assessing every detail of the pair in front of him. "Harry," Albus Dumbledore said warmly. "It's so good to finally see you again. We've been very worried about you." Harry stopped walking. Veldora stopped beside him, his easy demeanor shifting subtly into something more watchful. "I don't know you," Harry said flatly. "Ah, of course. My apologies. I'm Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I was a friend of your parents, and I was the one who placed you with your relatives after their tragic deaths." The old wizard's smile never wavered. "I must say, your disappearance was most concerning. Where have you been all these years?" "Away." "Yes, but away where? And with whom?" Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Veldora. "I don't believe we've met, sir." "Veldora Tempest," the dragon said pleasantly. "Harry's father." Dumbledore blinked. For just a moment, his kindly mask slipped, revealing genuine surprise underneath. "His father? James Potter died 11 years ago, and I assure you, not his biological father. His actual father. The one who raised him, trained him, fed him, and didn't abandon him to abusive relatives who nearly killed him through neglect." Veldora's smile showed too many teeth. "You know. Normal parenting things." The temperature in the street seemed to drop. "I see." Dumbledore's voice remained calm, but something shifted in his posture. "And you are, human?" "No. I thought not. Your magical signature is quite unusual. Might I ask what you are, exactly?" "You can ask." Veldora's grin widened. "I won't answer." Harry stepped forward before the tension could escalate further. "Professor Dumbledore. I'm going to be attending Hogwarts this year. I expect you have questions, and I might have some answers, but not here. Not in the middle of the street with everyone watching." He gestured at the crowd that had gathered, whispering and staring and pulling out cameras. "Can this wait until the school year starts?" Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Harry met his gaze steadily, feeling the old wizard's attempt at passive legitimacy brush against his mental shields that Veldora had spent 3 years helping him build, and slide off harmlessly. "Very well," Dumbledore said finally. "I look forward to our conversation at Hogwarts. Welcome back to the wizarding world, Harry. And Mr. Tempest." He nodded to both of them, then swept away through the crowd with the ease of long practice. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "He tried to read my mind. I noticed." "Rude." Veldora's eyes tracked Dumbledore's retreating form. "He's powerful. Old. And he thinks of you as a piece on his chessboard. Did you feel it? The way he looked at you. Like I was a problem to be solved. A resource to be reclaimed." "Exactly." Veldora clapped Harry on the shoulder. "This is going to be even more interesting than I thought. Come on, let's go buy your school supplies before anyone else tries to adopt you." They spent the rest of the day shopping with only minor incidents. The goblins at Gringotts reacted to Veldora's presence with barely concealed terror, recognizing something draconic in his aura even if they couldn't identify it specifically. Ollivander spent 20 minutes waving increasingly exotic wands at Harry before Veldora got bored and told the old man to just give Harry the holly and phoenix feather one because, that's clearly the one that wants him. Stop stalling. By the time they left Diagon Alley, Harry had everything he needed for school, a clearer picture of how Wizarding Britain viewed him, and a growing certainty that his time at Hogwarts was going to be complicated. Having second thoughts. Veldora asked as they walked through the leaky cauldron toward the mundane world beyond. No. Harry's jaw was set, his green eyes determined. They think they know who I am. They think they can control me. I'm going to show them exactly how wrong they are. Veldora laughed, loud and proud and full of joy. That's my son. Hogwarts won't know what hit it. And somewhere in the castle in Scotland, the ancient wards that had protected the school for 1,000 years shivered in anticipation. Something was coming. Something that hadn't existed in this world before. Something that would change everything. Chapter 2, Debts Come Due. The Hogwarts Express was already billowing steam when Harry and Veldora arrived at platform 9 3/4. They'd cut it close on purpose. Veldora's theory was that arriving early meant more time for awkward conversations with curious strangers, while arriving at the last minute meant everyone would already be seated and Harry could find an empty compartment in peace. Solid logic, Harry had to admit. What Veldora hadn't accounted for was the wall of photographers waiting at the platform entrance. There he is. Harry Potter. Mr. Potter, where have you been? Who is that man with you? Is it true you were raised by dark wizards? Harry. Harry. Over here. Flashbulbs exploded. People shoved forward. A woman with a quill that was writing by itself tried to grab Harry's arm. Veldora moved. One moment the crowd was pressing in. The next, there was a circle of empty space around Harry and his father, and everyone who had been too close was now on the ground, looking dazed, with no clear memory of how they'd gotten there. Personal space, Veldora said mildly to the stunned crowd. Learn about it. Harry stepped over a groaning photographer and headed for the train. Thanks. Anytime. Those people were annoying. They found an empty compartment near the back of the train. Veldora inspected it with exaggerated thoroughness, checking under the seats, tapping the walls, squinting at the luggage rack, before declaring it acceptable for temporary habitation. You're being dramatic, Harry said, settling into a seat by the window. I'm always dramatic. It's part of my charm. Veldora sprawled across the opposite seat, taking up far more space than should have been physically possible. So. 7-hour train ride. What's the plan? Observe. Learn. Figure out who's worth talking to and who's going to be a problem. Boring but practical. I approve. The dragon yawned, showing teeth that were slightly too sharp for his human form. Wake me if anything interesting happens. You're going to sleep. I'm going to pretend to sleep while actually monitoring everything within 100 meters through magical senses. But it'll look like sleeping, which means people might underestimate me. Veldora closed his eyes. Strategy, Harry. Always strategy. Harry shook his head but couldn't suppress a smile. For years with Veldora had taught him that the dragon's apparent laziness was usually cover for something else. He'd learned more about combat, magic, and survival from watching Veldora nap than from any formal lesson. The train lurched into motion. Harry watched platform 9 3/4 slide away, replaced by the industrial sprawl of London, then suburbs, then countryside. Other students passed by the compartment, glancing through the glass, but something about Veldora's sprawled form, or maybe the faint pressure of draconic aura leaking from him, kept them moving. 20 minutes into the journey, that changed. The compartment door slid open. A girl with bushy brown hair and slightly oversized front teeth stood in the entrance, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. Her eyes swept the compartment with sharp intelligence, cataloging details faster than most adults could manage. Have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No toads here, Harry said. Sorry. The girl didn't leave. Her gaze had fixed on Veldora's sleeping form, then moved to Harry, then back to Veldora. Harry could almost see the wheels turning in her head. You're Harry Potter. I am. I've read about you. Several books, actually. Though they all seem to contradict each other on the details, and none of them explain where you've been for the last 4 years. She stepped into the compartment uninvited, closing the door behind her. I'm Hermione Granger. First year, like you. I grew up in the Muggle world. My parents are dentists, so everything about magic is new to me, but I've been studying extensively since I got my letter. I've already memorized all our textbooks. All of them. All of them. She said it without arrogance, just stating a fact. Is that man your father? He doesn't look like the descriptions of James Potter in the history books. He's not my biological father. He adopted me. When you were 7. That's when you disappeared from your relative's house. Hermione frowned. The books say there was an investigation. The Muggles, your aunt and uncle, claimed you were kidnapped by a man with golden eyes who appeared out of thin air and threatened to eat them. That's mostly accurate. Mostly. He didn't threaten to eat them. He threatened to destroy them utterly. There's a difference. Harry shrugged at Hermione's expression. They deserved it. Trust me. I wasn't going to argue. The investigative reports I found mentioned signs of severe neglect and possible abuse in that house. The ministry apparently chose not to pursue the matter once you disappeared. Her eyes narrowed. Which is suspicious, isn't it? A famous child vanishes, there's evidence of mistreatment, and the government just stops looking. Harry leaned back in his seat, studying this girl with new interest. She was smart, obviously, irritatingly smart, but more than that, she was observant. She'd researched him, found inconsistencies in the official story, and was now probing for more information with the subtlety of a hammer. He liked her. You're asking a lot of questions, he said. You're the most interesting thing on this train. Of course I have questions. Hermione sat down across from him, apparently unbothered by Veldora's sleeping presence. You don't have to answer them. But I'd like it if you did. Why should I? Because I'm going to figure it out eventually anyway, and it would be faster if you just told me. She paused. Also, I don't have any friends yet, and you seem less tedious than the other students I've met so far. Harry laughed, a genuine, surprised laugh. Did you just call everyone else tedious? Most of them. The pure-blood children keep making comments about my Muggle heritage, like it's a disease, and the other Muggleborns are so overwhelmed by magic that they can barely hold a conversation. You're neither. You're also sitting calmly in a compartment with a man who feels like a thunderstorm given human shape, which suggests you're either very brave or very unusual. She tilted her head. Which is it? Both, probably. Good answer. Hermione pulled out a book from her bag, not a textbook, Harry noticed, but something called an appraisal of magical education in Europe. I'm going to sit here and read. You can talk to me if you want, or not. I won't be offended either way. She opened the book and started reading, apparently completely sincere in her indifference. Harry glanced at Veldora. Through their sole corridor, he felt his father's amusement. I like this one, Veldora's presence seemed to say. She's got spine. She called you a thunderstorm given human shape. Accurate. Very perceptive for a child. Harry settled back and watched the countryside roll by. Hermione read, occasionally making notes in the margins of her book. Veldora continued his fake nap. The compartment filled with comfortable silence, the kind of silence that didn't need filling. An hour passed. Then 2. The door slid open again. This time it was a boy with white blonde hair and a pointed face, flanked by 2 larger boys who looked like they'd been hired specifically to stand behind him and look threatening. The blonde boy's eyes swept the compartment with aristocratic disdain before landing on Harry. So it's true. Harry Potter is on the train. He stepped inside without invitation, the 2 larger boys crowding the doorway behind him. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. These are Crabbe and Goyle. Hermione looked up from her book. Is there something you need, or are you just going around introducing yourself to everyone? Draco's lip curled. I don't recall speaking to you, Mudblood. The temperature in the compartment dropped. Harry felt Veldora's attention sharpen, felt the dragon's lazy amusement crystallize into something much colder. But his father didn't move, waiting to see how Harry would handle this. What did you call her? Harry asked quietly. Mudblood. Dirty blood. It's what we call witches and wizards with non-magical parents. Draco said it casually, like he was explaining the weather. Surely you know the term. Though I suppose 4 years with whatever kidnapped you might have left gaps in your education. Harry stood up. He didn't do anything aggressive. Didn't raise his voice or make threats. He just stood, and something in the way he moved made Crabbe and Goyle take an involuntary step backward. Let me explain something to you, Draco Malfoy. Harry's voice was pleasant, conversational. I don't care about blood status. I don't care about your family name. I don't care about whatever hierarchy you think exists in this world. What I care about is how people treat each other. And you just walked into my compartment, insulted someone who was minding her own business, and did it with a slur designed to make her feel lesser. He smiled, and there was nothing friendly in it. I don't like that. Draco's mask of superiority flickered. He'd expected something else. Anger, maybe. Or intimidation. Not this calm, cold assessment that made him feel like a bug being examined. My father is not here. And even if he were, I doubt he'd want to pick a fight with mine. On cue, Veldora opened one golden eye. Just one. The eye found Draco, and whatever the young Malfoy saw in it made his face go pale. I think you should leave, Veldora said lazily. Don't you? Draco left. Crabbe and Goyle practically trampled each other to get out first. The compartment door slid shut. Well, Hermione said after a moment. That was intense. Sorry if I overstepped. Harry sat back down, the cold energy draining from his posture. I don't like bullies. Or slurs. Don't apologize. He called me a mudblood. Apparently that's the worst insult you can level at a muggle-born witch. I read about it. Hermione's voice was steady, but Harry noticed her hands were shaking slightly. I just didn't expect to hear it quite so casually. On my first day. It won't be the last time, Veldora said, sitting up properly now. This society is obsessed with blood purity. Old families, old prejudices. The belief that magical ability is inherited and those without magical ancestry are somehow lesser. He yawned. It's stupid, but stupid beliefs are hard to kill. You're awake, Hermione observed. I was never asleep. I was observing. Through closed eyes. I'm very talented. Veldora grinned at her. Hermione Granger. You've got a good head on your shoulders. Stick with Harry, he attracts trouble, but he's also very good at surviving it. I attract trouble. Harry raised an eyebrow. That's rich, coming from you. I attract adventure. There's a difference. Hermione was looking between them with an expression of fascinated confusion. You two are very strange. Thank you, they said simultaneously. The rest of the train ride passed uneventfully. Hermione stayed in the compartment, alternating between reading and asking Harry questions. He answered some of them, where he traveled, Scotland, Ireland, France, Japan briefly, a dimension that didn't have a name, what he'd learned, magic, combat, how to cook without setting things on fire, which was harder than it sounded, why he'd decided to come to Hogwarts, curiosity, mostly, and Veldora thought it would be funny. He didn't answer others, what exactly Veldora was, how their relationship actually worked, what had really happened to make him so different from the Harry Potter the books described. Some things weren't Hermione's business. Not yet. When the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt a shift in the air. Do you feel that? He asked Veldora quietly as they filed off the train with the other students. The wards. Old magic, layered over centuries. Someone built a fortress here and wrapped it in so many protections that the magic itself has become almost sentient. Veldora's eyes gleamed in the darkness. Interesting. Very interesting. Furs years. Furs years over here. A massive man was holding a lantern at the end of the platform. He was easily twice the height of a normal person and 3 times the width, with a wild beard that looked like it might contain its own ecosystem. That's Hagrid, Hermione supplied. He's the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Half-giant, according to my reading, though that's considered sensitive information. Half-giant? Harry looked at the enormous man with new interest. There are giants in this world. Most of them were killed in the wars. The survivors live in remote mountains now, mostly. Hermione started toward Hagrid, then paused. Aren't you coming? In a minute. Harry watched the first years gather around Hagrid. Draco Malfoy was there, shooting nervous glances in Harry's direction. Other faces he didn't recognize, a round-faced boy who was probably the Neville who'd lost his toad, a cluster of red-headed kids who looked related, several students who radiated the same aristocratic energy as Draco. Veldora leaned down to speak quietly in Harry's ear. I'll meet you at the castle. The wards are interesting. I want to examine them more closely. You're not coming with me. I'll be watching. Always. The dragon squeezed Harry's shoulder. Go. Make friends. Cause chaos. I'll handle anyone who tries to cause problems. He stepped back into the shadows and was gone. Harry joined the other first years. The boat ride across the lake was beautiful. Harry had seen a lot of impressive things in his years with Veldora, mountains that scraped the sky, forests that seemed to breathe, a sunset in another dimension that had 4 suns setting simultaneously, but Hogwarts was something else entirely. The castle rose from the cliff face like it had grown there, all towers and turrets and windows that glowed with warm light. The lake reflected it perfectly, creating the illusion that there were 2 castles, one reaching up and one reaching down, meeting at the water's surface. It's beautiful, Hermione breathed. It's a statement, Harry replied. Everything about it says, we have power and we've had it for 1,000 years. That's a cynical way to look at a school. I've learned to be cynical. The boats docked at an underground harbor. Hagrid led them up a flight of stone steps to a massive wooden door, which opened into an entrance hall that could have fit the entire Dursley house inside it with room to spare. A severe-looking woman in emerald robes was waiting for them. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said, her Scottish accent clipped and precise. The start-of-term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. She launched into an explanation of the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and the point system and the house cup and various other traditions that Harry filed away for future reference. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. She left. Immediately, the hall filled with nervous chatter. How do they sort us? Harry heard someone ask. My brothers wouldn't tell me. I heard it's a test of some kind. What if I fail? Can they send us home? Harry tuned them out. He was more interested in the ghosts drifting through the walls, actual ghosts, semi-transparent and chattering among themselves, and the portraits on the walls that were moving, watching the first years with expressions ranging from curiosity to boredom. The wards are fascinating, Veldora's voice echoed through the Soul Corridor. Layered defenses, intent-based recognition, something that feels almost like artificial intelligence monitoring for threats. And there's something else, something deeper, that I can't quite identify. Old magic. Very old. Dangerous? Not to us. But definitely something worth investigating. Professor McGonagall returned. Form a line. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. The great hall was chaos contained. For long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students in black robes who turned to watch as the first years entered. Above them, the ceiling showed a perfect replica of the night sky, stars and clouds and a crescent moon, which Hermione immediately identified as bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. At the head of the hall, a raised platform held the staff table. Harry spotted Dumbledore immediately, seated in an ornate chair at the center, watching the first years approach with that grandfatherly smile that didn't reach his calculating eyes. In front of the staff table, on a wooden stool, sat a hat. A very old, very patched, very aware hat. Harry felt at the moment he entered the hall, a consciousness in that hat, ancient and strange, reaching out to brush against the minds of the incoming students. It touched his mental shields and recoiled. "That's unexpected," McGonagall murmured, watching the hat twitch. But she continued with the ceremony, pulling out a long scroll of names. The hat was placed on students' heads one by one. It shouted out house names. Students went to their tables. Standard procedure. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked to the stool with her chin up and her shoulders squared. The hat dropped onto her head, Gryffindor. She beamed and headed for the Gryffindor table, shooting Harry a quick smile as she passed. More names. More sortings. Draco Malfoy was barely touched by the hat before it screamed, "Slytherin," like it couldn't wait to get him away. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry walked to the stool. He could feel every eye in the room on him, students, teachers, ghosts, portraits. He sat down. The hat descended onto his head. "Well, well, well," a voice said in his mind. "This is unprecedented." "Hello," Harry thought back. "You have shields. Actual shields. I've sorted thousands of students and never encountered anyone with mental defenses like these." The hat's voice was curious, not hostile. "I can't read your thoughts. I can't see your memories. All I can sense is surface impressions. Is that a problem? For a normal sorting? Possibly. But you're not normal, are you, Harry Potter? I can feel something in you, something that doesn't belong in this world. Something ancient and powerful. My father's influence." "Your father?" The hat's presence seemed to shiver. "Yes. I can feel him, even now, watching through your connection. A dragon. A true dragon. I didn't know such things still existed in any dimension. They do. One of them raised me. And now you're here. In my school. In a society that has no idea what it's dealing with." A pause. "Where should I put you?" "I don't particularly care." "You should. The houses shape social dynamics. Gryffindor would make you a hero to some, a target to others. Slytherin would mark you as dark, ambitious, potentially dangerous. Ravenclaw would give you academic cover. Hufflepuff would, actually, Hufflepuff might be the safest choice. Nobody expects anything from Hufflepuff. Then why do I feel like you're not going to put me there? Because safety isn't what you need. Or what this school needs." The hat's voice turned serious. "I've been watching this institution for 1,000 years. I've seen cycles of prejudice and war repeat themselves over and over. Right now, we're building toward another war. I can feel it in the students, the tensions, the way certain families are positioning themselves. And here you are, a wild card nobody predicted. A dragon's son with no allegiance to any faction. You want me to disrupt things. I want you to be yourself. Whatever that means." The hat seemed to smile, somehow. "Let's see how brave you really are." "Gryffindor." The word echoed through the silent hall. Then the Gryffindor table exploded into cheers, the loudest cheers of the night, and Harry walked toward them while trying to ignore the weight of Dumbledore's gaze on his back. He sat down next to Hermione. That took a while, she whispered. The hat wanted to chat. About what? Politics, mostly. The rest of the sorting passed in a blur. Harry clapped politely when new Gryffindors joined the table, noted the names of students who might be interesting or problematic, and tried to ignore the constant whispers from students who kept staring at his scar. Dumbledore stood to give a speech. Something about forbidden forests and banned items and a corridor on the third floor that would kill anyone who entered it, which seemed like an odd thing to announce to a room full of curious children. Then food appeared on the tables, and Harry focused on the much more important task of eating. After the feast, the Gryffindor prefects led the first years through a maze of corridors and staircases to a portrait of a fat woman in a pink dress. Password, the portrait asked. Caput Draconis. The portrait swung open. The Gryffindor common room was warm, red and gold, filled with comfortable furniture and crackling fireplaces. The prefects gave a quick orientation: dormitories up the stairs, boys on the left, girls on the right, don't stay up too late, and then dispersed to their own conversations. Harry found his dormitory. 4 other boys were already there, unpacking trunks and claiming beds. Harry Potter. A red-headed boy bounced over, hand extended. Ron Weasley. My brothers told me loads about you, well, about the old you, the one everyone thought was dead, but you're obviously not dead, so that's good. Thanks for noticing. You're welcome. Ron seemed impervious to sarcasm. These are Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas and Neville Longbottom. Neville's the one who lost his toad. Did you ever find it, Neville? Hagrid found him for me, Neville said quietly. He was the round-faced boy from the platform, nervous and soft-spoken. Trevor likes to escape. Harry shook hands all around, claimed a bed by the window, and started unpacking. His trunk, specially modified by Veldora to hold far more than should be physically possible, contained clothes, books, and several items that would have made the Hogwarts staff very nervous if they'd known about them. Harry hid those in the false bottom and arranged his normal possessions normally. So, Ron said, flopping onto his own bed, where've you actually been? Nobody knows anything except you disappeared and now you're back. Were you really kidnapped? I was rescued, Harry said. From people who were hurting me. The Dursleys? You know about them? Everyone knows. My dad works at the ministry. He heard about the investigation. Said the Muggles were awful, but then you vanished and nobody could prove anything. Ron's expression darkened. I think Dumbledore covered it up, actually. He's the one who put you there in the first place. Harry filed that information away. What do you know about Dumbledore? He's powerful. Like, really powerful. Defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald, helped organize the resistance against you-know-who. Everyone respects him. Ron paused. But my brothers, the twins, Fred and George, they say he plays favorites and keeps secrets. That he's got his own agenda and doesn't really tell anyone what it is. Interesting. Why? You planning to do something about it? I'm planning to be ready, Harry said, for whatever he plans to do about me. The first week of classes established a pattern. Most of Harry's professors were competent but unremarkable. Professor McGonagall taught Transfiguration with strict precision. Professor Flitwick, the tiny charms teacher, was enthusiastic and encouraging. Professor Sprout in herbology was cheerful and dirt-stained. Professor Binns, who was literally a ghost, droned through history of magic with such monotone boredom that Harry suspected he'd died mid-lecture and just never noticed. 2 professors stood out. Severus Snape, who taught potions, hated Harry on sight. It was obvious from the moment Harry walked into the dungeon classroom, Snape's dark eyes fixed on him with a loathing that felt personal, almost intimate. Ah, yes, Snape said softly, during that first class. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. He proceeded to ask Harry a series of increasingly obscure questions about potion ingredients, sneering when Harry couldn't answer them. When Harry calmly replied that he hadn't read the sixth-year textbook yet but would be happy to learn, Snape deducted points for insolence. He knew your mother, Veldora's voice whispered through the soul corridor. I can feel it on him, old love turned to bitterness. He looks at you and sees someone else. That's his problem, not mine. It might become your problem if he keeps targeting you. Then I'll deal with it. The other notable professor was Quirinus Quirrell, who taught defense against the dark arts. On the surface, Quirrell was pathetic, a nervous, stuttering man with a purple turban who seemed terrified of his own subject matter. He jumped at loud noises, rambled through lectures, and couldn't seem to meet anyone's eyes for more than a second. But Harry felt something wrong about him from the first class. There's something under that turban, he told Veldora that night. Something dark. Something that knows I can sense it. The soul you felt before, Veldora confirmed. The one who created the fragment I removed from your head. What was left of him is in that room, hiding in that man. Voldemort. The very same. Parasitizing that poor fool, using him as a host while he searches for a way to restore his body. Should I do something about it? Not yet. Let him make the first move. We need to know what he's planning before we act. So Harry watched. And waited. And pretended not to notice the way Quirrell's eyes followed him with something that definitely wasn't fear. Hermione became Harry's constant companion. It happened naturally, without either of them explicitly deciding it. She sat next to him in classes, studied with him in the library, walked with him between lessons. When other students whispered about Harry or stared at his scar, Hermione would fix them with a glare that could strip paint. You don't have to defend me, Harry told her after one such incident. I can handle whispers. I'm not defending you. I'm expressing my disapproval of rudeness. She turned a page in her book with aggressive precision. There's a difference. Is there? Yes. Defending you would imply you need defending. You obviously don't. But I find rude people irritating, and expressing that irritation is my right as a person who values basic courtesy. Harry smiled. You're very logical about being angry. Emotions should be understood, not indulged. But she was smiling too, a small one that softened her usually intense expression. Besides, you're the most interesting person here. I'd prefer if idiots didn't drive you away. She likes you, Veldora observed that night. She likes having someone to talk to who keeps up with her intellectually. That too. But also you specifically. The way you stood up for her on the train, she hasn't forgotten. I just don't like bullies. I know. It's one of your better qualities. 3 weeks into the term, something changed. Harry was eating breakfast in the Great Hall when he felt it, a pulse of magic, old and deep, running through the stones beneath his feet. It was brief, barely noticeable, but it made him freeze mid-bite. What's wrong? Hermione asked. Something just woke up. What do you mean, something? The morning post arrived, owls flooding through the windows with letters and packages. But one owl, a great grey monster bigger than any of the others, flew directly to the staff table and dropped a black envelope in front of Dumbledore. The headmaster's face went pale. That's interesting, Veldora said. That letter carries old magic. Treaty magic. Someone's invoking something that hasn't been invoked in centuries. Who? I have a feeling we're about to find out. Dumbledore read the letter. His expression cycled through surprise, confusion, and something that looked almost like fear before settling into careful neutrality. He stood, tucked the letter into his robes, and swept out of the Great Hall without a word. The students erupted into confused chatter. What was that about? Did you see Dumbledore's face? I've never seen him leave breakfast before. Harry finished his meal and headed for his first class. But all morning, he felt that pulse of old magic echoing through the castle, building towards something. It happened at lunch. Harry was sitting with Hermione and Ron, who had attached himself to their group through sheer persistence, when the doors of the great hall burst open. A man walked in. He was tall, imperious, with long pale hair and cold grey eyes. His robes were expensive, his cane was silver-headed, and his entire demeanor screamed money and power and don't you dare waste my time. Behind him walked Draco Malfoy, looking smug. "That's Lucius Malfoy," Ron hissed. "Draco's father. He's on the board of governors." Lucius strode to the staff table, where Dumbledore had just returned looking shaken. "Headmaster. I trust you received the ministry's letter this morning." "I did, Lucius. Though I confess I don't understand, then let me make it clear." Lucius's voice was pitched to carry through the entire hall. "The pureblood families have convened. We've reviewed the ancient texts. And we've determined that a certain clause in our founding documents requires immediate attention." "What clause?" Lucius smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "The Dragon Covenant." A collective gasp ran through the hall. At the Slytherin table, several older students went pale. Even some of the professors looked alarmed. "The Dragon Covenant," Lucius continued, savoring every word, "is a binding magical contract signed by the founders of magical Britain over 1,000 years ago. In exchange for protection from extinction during the Dragon Wars, every magical family swore eternal debt to the Dragon Covenant and its representatives. That covenant has been dormant for centuries," Dumbledore said carefully. "The dragons are gone. There's no one to collect the debt. That's what we believed." Lucius's eyes swept the room, found Harry, and locked on. "Until 3 weeks ago, when the ministry's detection wards registered something impossible. A true dragon. Here. In Britain. Connected somehow to Harry Potter." The silence that followed was absolute. Every eye in the room turned to Harry. He stood up slowly. "Well," he said conversationally, "this is awkward." The doors at the back of the hall opened again. Veldora walked in. Not in his subdued human form, not the version of himself he'd been wearing around the castle, carefully restrained to avoid drawing attention. This was Veldora unleashed, his aura filling the hall like a physical pressure, his golden eyes blazing, his presence so overwhelming that several students physically recoiled. "You were talking about me," the Storm Dragon said cheerfully. "I heard my title mentioned. True Dragon. That's me. Veldora Tempest, the Storm Dragon, one of the 4 true dragons of existence." He walked past Lucius without acknowledging him, climbed onto the raised platform where the staff table sat, and turned to face the room. "Now then. Let's discuss what exactly you owe me." Chaos erupted. Students screamed. Professors drew wands. Lucius Malfoy stumbled backward so fast he tripped over his own robes. Dumbledore raised a hand, casting a calming charm over the room that muted the panic to a dull roar. "Mr. Tempest. If you are who you claim to be, I don't make claims. I state facts." Veldora examined his fingernails with exaggerated casualness. "Your ministry detected my presence 3 weeks ago. That's when I stopped suppressing my aura completely. I wanted to see how your government would respond to evidence of a true dragon in their territory. And their response was satisfactory. Their response was to send this pompous peacock," he gestured at Lucius, who sputtered indignantly, "to invoke the Dragon Covenant in front of a room full of children. Which tells me everything I need to know about your government's priorities and intelligence." "The Covenant is real," Lucius managed, finding his voice. "The dead is real. If you are truly a dragon, I am. Then the pureblood families owe you everything." Veldora's voice cut like a blade. "Your magic. Your property. Your lives, if I choose to demand them. That's what your ancestors agreed to. That's the price they paid for survival." He paused, letting the weight of that sink in. "But I'm not interested in collecting that debt. Not fully. I'm not a tyrant, and I have better things to do than rule over a bunch of squabbling wizards. Then what do you want? Veldora smiled. It was the smile of a dragon who had just cornered very interesting prey. My son attends this school. Harry Potter. He will not be manipulated, controlled, or used as a pawn in your political games. Anyone who attempts to harm him, contain him, or direct his life without his consent will answer to me personally. The smile widened. Additionally, I require access to this school's resources. Your library. Your historical records. Your experts on magical theory. There are things I want to understand about this world's magic, and you're going to help me understand them. And if we refuse? Lucius demanded, apparently too proud to recognize the danger he was in. Then I invoke the covenant in full and take everything you have. Your choice. Silence. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable, but Harry, watching closely, saw the wheels turning behind those half-moon spectacles. The old wizard was calculating, strategizing, trying to figure out how to turn this situation to his advantage. Your terms are reasonable, Dumbledore said finally. Protection for your son. Access to knowledge. Nothing unreasonable. A pause. But I have a question, if I may. Ask. Why did you choose Harry? Of all the children in all the worlds, why this boy? Veldora's expression softened. Just for a moment, the predatory power faded, and something almost gentle showed through. Because he needed me. And I needed him. That's enough. Harry felt warmth flood through the soul corridor. Embarrassment mixed with gratitude mixed with love, the complicated emotions of a child whose parent had just publicly declared him worth protecting against an entire society. You didn't have to do that, he thought. Yes, I did. These people needed to understand the situation. Now they do. They're going to be afraid of me. Good. Fear is a useful tool when properly applied. And any friend you make despite that fear will be a real friend. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Very well, Mr. Tempest. We accept your terms. Harry Potter will be treated as any other student, no manipulation, no special pressures, no attempts to control his choices. And you will have access to our library and staff. Excellent. Veldora hopped off the platform, his aura retracting until it was merely intimidating rather than overwhelming. See. Negotiation works. Everyone gets something they want, nobody has to die. This is progress. This is extortion, Lucius muttered. It's only extortion if you don't owe me the debt. Veldora patted Lucius on the shoulder as he passed. You do. So it's just, collection with favorable terms. Be grateful. He walked to Harry's table, sat down between Harry and Hermione, and grabbed a bread roll. Sorry for the interruption, he told the students around him. Where were you? What were we discussing? The Gryffindors stared at him in stunned silence. Quidditch tryouts, Ron managed finally. We were talking about Quidditch tryouts. Ah. The flying sport with the balls. I've read about that. Seems fun. Veldora bit into his roll. Tell me everything. After lunch, the entire school was buzzing with the news. Harry Potter's father was a dragon. An actual dragon. A creature from myth and legend, supposedly extinct for centuries, had just publicly claimed debt over the most powerful families in Britain and declared that Harry was untouchable. Your life is never boring, is it? Hermione said as they walked to their next class. It really isn't. A dragon, Harry. Your father is a dragon. I know. I was there when he adopted me. How does that even work? How do you adopt a dragon? How does a dragon adopt a human? What are the legal implications? The magical implications? Hermione. Harry stopped walking, turned to face her. I know you have questions. A lot of questions. And I'll answer them eventually, I promise. But right now, I need you to trust me that Veldora isn't a threat. Not to you, not to anyone who doesn't deserve it. He's just, protective. Hermione studied his face for a long moment. Then she nodded. Okay. I trust you. She started walking again. But I am going to research dragons extensively. I need to understand what I'm dealing with. I'd expect nothing less. They made it 3 more steps before Hermione spoke again. He really loves you, doesn't he? The dragon. I could tell from the way he talked about you. Harry thought about that night in the cupboard. About a dying boy and a ridiculous dragon who decided to save him on a whim. About 4 years of travel and training and bad cooking and worse jokes and a presence in his mind that never left him alone, even for a moment. Yeah, he said quietly. He really does. That evening, Harry found Daphne Greengrass waiting for him outside the Gryffindor common room. She was a Slytherin first year. He'd noticed her during the sorting, pale and composed and utterly unreadable. She hadn't spoken to him before, hadn't even looked at him as far as he could tell. But now she was here, standing perfectly still, watching him approach with ice-blue eyes. Harry Potter. Daphne Greengrass. You know my name. I pay attention. Something flickered in her expression, respect, maybe, or surprise that he'd bothered to learn who she was. I need to speak with you. Privately. Harry glanced at the portrait of the fat lady, who was watching them with obvious curiosity. There's a classroom down the hall. Empty at this hour. They walked in silence. The classroom was dusty, clearly unused for years. Old desks were stacked against the walls, and the blackboard still showed fragments of some long-forgotten lesson. Harry leaned against a desk and waited. The Greengrass family, Daphne said without preamble, was one of the original signatories of the Dragon Covenant. Okay. We didn't sign willingly. Our ancestors were forced, threatened with extinction like everyone else. But we've carried the debt for 1,000 years. It's shaped everything about our family. Our politics. Our alliances. Our magic. She paused. Today, your father invoked that debt publicly. He could demand anything from us, anything, and we'd be obligated to comply. But he didn't. No. He asked for protection for you and access to knowledge. Reasonable terms. Generous, even. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Why? Because he's not a tyrant. He doesn't want to rule over wizards. He just wants his son to be safe. That's it. That's his entire motivation. That's enough. Daphne was quiet for a moment, processing. Harry could see her recalculating, adjusting her mental model of the situation to account for a dragon who didn't want power. I came here to propose an alliance, she said finally. House Greengrass to House Potter. A formal agreement of mutual support and protection. What would that involve? Information sharing. Political backing. My family's connections in exchange for your father's protection. The Greengrass name isn't as powerful as it once was. We've spent centuries trying to pay down a debt that can never be paid, but we have resources. Knowledge. A network that spans magical Britain. And what do you get out of it? Safety. Legitimacy. A chance to stop living under the shadow of a debt we never chose. Daphne's composure cracked slightly, showing something vulnerable underneath. My sister is 7 years old. She'll grow up under the same burden I did, the same fear that someday, someone will invoke the covenant and take everything. Your father could remove that burden. If he chose to. Harry studied her. She was young, his age, but she carried herself like someone much older. Like someone who had been forced to grow up fast, to think in terms of strategy and survival because the alternative was unthinkable. He knew what that felt like. I can't make promises on my father's behalf, he said. But I'll talk to him. If you're sincere, If this is really about protecting your family and not some scheme to manipulate me, then I think we can work something out. I'm sincere. Good. Harry pushed off the desk and headed for the door. I'll find you tomorrow with an answer. Harry. Daphne's voice stopped him. Why did you listen? You could have dismissed me. Sent me away. The dragon's son doesn't need allies from a struggling house. Harry looked back at her. Because you came here alone, took a risk, and asked for help. That takes courage. He smiled slightly. And because I know what it's like to carry a burden you didn't choose. Maybe I can help lighten yours. He left. Behind him, Daphne Greengrass stood in the dusty classroom for a long time, thinking about dragons and debts and a boy who'd looked at her like she was a person instead of a political asset. Maybe this alliance would work after all. Harry found Veldora in the library, surrounded by stacks of books and looking extremely pleased with himself. This world's magical theory is fascinating, the dragon said without looking up. Completely wrong, of course, but fascinating. They've systematized magic so thoroughly that they've forgotten it ever worked any other way. Like building a house and then convincing yourself houses can only look like that. I need to talk to you about something. The Greengrass girl. Yes, I felt you talking to her. Veldora closed his book. She wants protection from the Covenant. An alliance between your house and hers. You were listening. I'm always listening where you're concerned. Did she seem sincere? I think so. She's scared, not of us, but of the debt. What it might mean for her family. Veldora nodded slowly. The Covenant was never meant to be a tool of oppression. When the first dragons made those agreements with your wizards, it was about mutual survival. They protected the humans from magical extinctions, the humans provided, tribute, I suppose. Entertainment. Interesting problems to solve. But somewhere along the way, the debt became a burden instead of a relationship. Can you forgive it? The Greengrass debt specifically? I can modify it. Transform it from obligation to alliance. The magic would recognize a fair exchange, their support and loyalty for my protection and goodwill. Veldora smiled. It's actually a clever solution. If I start converting debts to alliances instead of demanding payment, the other pureblood families will have a choice, work with us voluntarily, or watch their rivals gain power while they cling to their pride. Political maneuvering. Always. But the kind that benefits everyone who's smart enough to take the offer. He stood, stretching. Tell the Greengrass girl we accept. House Greengrass will be the first to exchange debt for alliance. Let's see who follows their lead. The next morning, Harry found Daphne at breakfast and delivered the news. Her face remained perfectly composed, but he saw her hands tremble slightly as she gripped her teacup. Thank you, she said quietly. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. There'll be conditions. Expectations. My father doesn't give anything for free. I understand. She hesitated, then added, would you like to sit with me? For breakfast. Harry looked at the Slytherin table, at Draco Malfoy's outraged expression, at the other students whispering and staring, and then back at Daphne. Sure, he said. Why not? He sat down across from her. The whispers intensified. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione was watching with raised eyebrows. Harry caught her eye and shrugged. Long story, the gesture said. I'll explain later. People are staring, Daphne observed. Let them. I don't care about house politics. You should. House politics is half of wizarding society. Then the other half must be more interesting. Harry grabbed a piece of toast. Tell me about your family. Not the political stuff, the real stuff. What's your sister like? Daphne blinked, clearly not expecting the question. Astoria? She's wonderful. Curious about everything. Collects pressed flowers. Wants a pet Kneasel but mother says she's too young. Sounds sweet. She is. Too sweet for this world, sometimes. Daphne's expression softened. She's why I came to you. I can handle the burden of the covenant. But watching her grow up under the same shadow. I couldn't accept that. You won't have to. Not anymore. They ate in comfortable silence. Around them, Wizarding Britain's power structures shifted, realigned, began transforming into something new. Nobody noticed. They were too busy whispering about the boy who lived eating breakfast with a Slytherin girl. 3 days later, Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office. The gargoyle guarding the entrance moved aside at a password, cockroach cluster, which was apparently a candy, and Harry climbed a spiral staircase to a circular room filled with whirring silver instruments and portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep. Dumbledore sat behind a large desk, Fawkes the Phoenix perched beside him. Harry. Please, sit. Harry sat. Lemon drop? No thank you. Very well. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. I wanted to discuss your situation. Specifically, your relationship with Mr. Tempest. What about it? I'm curious how it began. A true dragon bonding with a human child is unprecedented. The magical implications alone are staggering, to say nothing of the political ramifications we're already seeing. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes steadily. He found me when I was dying. He saved my life. He raised me. That's all there is to it. Dying? At the Dursleys? You put me there. You must have known what they were like. Dumbledore's expression flickered, guilt, maybe, or something more complicated. I placed you with your aunt because of your mother's blood protection. While you lived with Petunia's family, certain enchantments would keep you safe from Voldemort's followers. It was necessary. It almost killed me. I was not aware of the extent of their treatment. The old wizard suddenly looked his age, old and tired and burdened by choices he couldn't undo. I trusted Arabella Figg to monitor the situation. She reported that you were unhappy but safe. I never imagined that they would lock me in a cupboard and forget I existed for days at a time. That I would nearly starve to death in your safe location. Harry's voice remained calm, but something cold flickered in his eyes. Maybe you should have checked for yourself. Perhaps I should have. Dumbledore's agreement was soft, almost wounded. I have made many mistakes in my long life, Harry. Leaving you with the Dursleys may have been one of the worst. May have been. Was. It was one of the worst. The headmaster sighed. I won't ask for forgiveness. I haven't earned it. But I would like to start again, if possible. To build a relationship based on honesty rather than manipulation. Harry considered the old man in front of him. Veldora's voice whispered through the soul corridor, he's being genuine. Mostly. There's still calculation behind his words, still an agenda, but the guilt is real. The regret is real. Can I trust him? Not completely. Never completely. But he's less dangerous as a tentative ally than as an enemy. Harry made a decision. I'll give you a chance, he said. One chance. But if you try to manipulate me, use me, or make decisions about my life without consulting me, you'll leave. And take your father's protection with you. I understand. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I accept those terms. Good. Harry stood. Then we're done here. One more thing. Dumbledore's voice stopped him at the door. There's something in this castle, something I've been guarding, that Voldemort will try to steal. He's possessing one of my staff members. I believe you've sensed this. Quirrell. The thing under his turban. Yes. I've been monitoring the situation. Waiting to see what move he would make. Using the students as bait. Using the school as a controlled environment. Dumbledore's tone turned firm. Voldemort is not fully alive, but he's not dead either. He's been weakened for a decade, surviving on scraps of stolen life force. Whatever he's planning involves the object I'm protecting, the Philosopher's Stone, which can produce the elixir of life. You brought something that dangerous into a school full of children. I brought it somewhere I could watch it. Somewhere with powerful wards and loyal staff. The alternative was leaving it unguarded while Voldemort's servants searched for it. Dumbledore spread his hands. I'm not asking you to interfere. I'm informing you of the situation because you deserve to know. And because if something does go wrong, your father may be the only one capable of stopping it. Harry processed this information. A Philosopher's Stone, Veldora mused. Immortality through alchemy. Your wizards do love cheating death. Voldemort wants it. He'll make a move eventually. Then we'll be ready. A pause. Actually, this might be fun. I haven't fought a genuine threat in years. I'm getting bored. Harry sighed internally. Of course you are. I'll tell my father, he said to Dumbledore. But we're not your weapons. If we deal with Quirrell, it'll be on our terms. I wouldn't expect anything else. Harry left. Behind him, Dumbledore sat in the silence of his office, staring at the door his would-be chess piece had just walked through. This is not how I imagined this year going, he thought. But perhaps it's exactly what we needed. October arrived with rain and wind and the first whispers of Halloween. Harry had settled into a routine. Classes in the morning, independent study in the afternoon, training with Veldora in the evening. Hermione had become a constant presence, her curiosity about dragons and magic and Harry's unusual upbringing providing endless conversation topics. Ron drifted in and out of their orbit, friendly but unable to keep up with their more intense discussions. And then there was Daphne. Their alliance had become public knowledge, which meant Harry spent meals alternating between the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables. This horrified the traditionalists on both sides and delighted the people who enjoyed watching stuffy purebloods have apoplectic fits. You're doing this on purpose, Daphne accused him one morning. Breaking social conventions just to see reactions. Is it working? Malfoy's father sent 3 letters this week demanding the school separate you from proper Slytherin students. So yes. It's working spectacularly. Harry grinned. You're having too much fun, Veldora observed. Is that possible? No. But I appreciate that you're trying. Halloween approached. Harry felt the anticipation building, not in himself, but in the castle around him. Students whispered about feasts and decorations and the anniversary of Voldemort's defeat. Teachers shot him pitying looks, apparently expecting him to be traumatized by the date his parents died. He wasn't. He'd never known his parents. Their deaths were historical facts, not personal wounds. What he felt on Halloween was more complicated, gratitude that their sacrifice had given him a chance to survive, mixed with anger that their sacrifice had led to a childhood of cupboards and cruelty. Are you okay? Hermione asked on October 30th, finding him in the library staring at nothing. I'm thinking about tomorrow. The anniversary. Everyone expects me to be sad. Or grateful. Or determined to honor their memory. I just feel disconnected. Like it happened to someone else. Hermione sat down across from him. That makes sense. You were a baby. You don't remember them. Everything you know about them comes from books and stories told by people who had their own agendas. She paused. What do you actually want to know about them? Harry considered. I want to know if they were happy. Before everything went wrong. I want to know if they loved each other, really loved each other, not just political alliance or wartime desperation. I want to know, he stopped, surprised by the emotion in his own voice. What? I want to know if they would have been good parents. Better than the Dursleys. Better than. I don't know. I want to know if they would have chosen me. If they would have wanted me. Hermione reached across the table and took his hand. They died protecting you, Harry. That's a kind of choice, isn't it? The ultimate choice. Or it was instinct. Self-preservation extended to their offspring. Lots of animals do that. You don't believe that. I don't know what I believe. Harry squeezed her hand, then released it. But I have a father now. One who chose me deliberately, who had no obligation to take me in, who could have walked away at any moment and didn't. Whatever James and Lily Potter would have been. Veldora is. That's a healthy way to look at it. I've had 4 years of therapy by Dragon. Hermione laughed. Is that what you call it? Veldora calls it aggressive emotional recalibration through adventure and property damage. I prefer therapy. Halloween night. The great hall was decorated with live bats and floating pumpkins and candles that cast orange shadows on every surface. The feast was elaborate, roast beef and chicken and every kind of pie imaginable, and the students were in high spirits. Harry sat between Hermione and Daphne, eating quietly while chaos swirled around him. Everything was fine. Then Professor Quirrell burst through the doors. Troll. In the dungeons. Troll in the dungeons. He stopped, swayed, and added weakly, thought you ought to know. He collapsed. For a moment, absolute silence. Then screaming. Dumbledore stood and cast a cannon blast charm that silenced the room. Prefects will lead their houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons. Students began filing out, shepherded by prefects who were trying to look calm and mostly failing. Harry didn't move. What are you doing? Hermione hissed. Thinking. Harry's eyes were fixed on Quirrell's collapsed form. Trolls don't get into castle dungeons by accident. Someone let it in. And Quirrell just happened to be the one who found it. You think it's a distraction. I think Quirrell is making his move. Tonight, while everyone's focused on the troll. Daphne had been listening. The thing the headmaster's protecting. The philosopher's stone. Exactly. Harry stood. I'm going to check it out. You're going to, Harry, that's insane. I'm the son of a true dragon. I've been training for 4 years. I think I can handle whatever Quirrell has planned. He looked at them both. Stay safe. If I'm not back in an hour, tell Veldora. He slipped away from the crowd and disappeared down a side corridor. The 3rd floor was quiet. The corridor that Dumbledore had warned students away from stretched before Harry, dark and ominous and practically radiating stay away. There was a door at the end, massive, iron-bound, and something behind it was growling. The protections, Veldora said through the soul corridor. I can sense them. Layered traps, each requiring different skills to bypass. Your headmaster is paranoid. Are you surprised? No. But I'm impressed despite myself. Harry approached the door. The growling intensified. He pushed it open. A 3-headed dog the size of a small elephant lunged at him. Harry didn't flinch. Sit, he said, pushing dragon aura into the word. The dog sat. All 3 heads whimpered, ears flattening, bodies going submissive. Whatever instincts drove magical creatures recognized something in Harry, something ancient and predatory and very, very patient. Good dog. Harry patted the nearest head and looked at what the creature had been guarding. A trapdoor in the floor. I'm going down there. You're going to let me. And when I come back, you're going to let me out. Understood? The dog whined agreement. Harry opened the trapdoor and dropped into darkness. The first trap was a plant. Devil's Snare, according to Hermione's lectures, a magical plant that strangled anything that moved. It wrapped around Harry's legs, his arms, his chest, squeezing with surprising strength. Harry set himself on fire. Not real fire, dragon fire, spiritual fire, the flame that burned at the core of Veldora's being and now flickered within Harry as well. The plants screamed. Plants shouldn't be able to scream, but this one definitely did, and recoiled, leaving Harry standing in a circle of withered vines. He kept moving. The second trap was a room full of flying keys. One of them opened the door at the far end, a challenge that required a broomstick and excellent flying skills. Harry walked to the door, examined the lock, and pushed magic through it until the mechanism simply disintegrated. "Sorry," he told the indignant keys. "I don't have time for games." The third trap was a giant chess set. Harry looked at the massive stone pieces, at the obvious combat challenge, at the time it would take to play a full game. He walked around the edge of the board. The pieces didn't attack. They only responded to players who engaged with them. Anyone clever enough to avoid the game entirely was apparently clever enough to deserve passage. "These protections are designed for specific challenges," Veldora observed. "A plant for herbology students. Flying keys for seekers. Chess for strategists." Someone assumed attackers would have specialized skills. They didn't account for someone who just breaks everything. An oversight. A common one. The fourth trap was a troll. It was smaller than the one that had supposedly invaded the dungeons, still massive, still stinking, still clearly capable of crushing a human with one blow. It roared when Harry entered the chamber. Harry hit it with a concentrated burst of lightning. The troll collapsed, unconscious and smoking slightly. Moving on. The fifth trap was a logic puzzle. Potions in bottles, flames blocking the exits, a riddle that explained which potion would let you pass safely. Harry didn't bother reading the riddle. He extended his senses, identified which potion had active magic, the smallest bottle, obviously the right choice, drank it, and walked through the black flames. The final chamber opened before him. Professor Quirrell stood in front of an ornate mirror, his back to Harry, his turban unwound. There was a face on the back of his head. "Harry Potter," the face said, and its voice was cold and high and nothing like Quirrell's nervous stammer. "I wondered when you would arrive." "Voldemort." Harry stopped 10 feet from the possessed professor. "You look terrible. A temporary inconvenience. Once I obtain the stone, I will have a body again. A proper body, not this sniveling wretch." Quirrell whimpered at that, but couldn't, resist. "And now you're going to help me." "Am I?" "The stone is in this mirror, the mirror of Erist. It shows the deepest desire of your heart. Dumbledore enchanted it so that only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it." Voldemort's face twisted with frustration. "My host cannot fool the mirror. He desires the stone too desperately. But you might be different. And why would I help you? Because I offer you something valuable. Information." Red eyes gleamed. "I know things, Potter. About your parents. About the night they died. About prophecies and destiny and the future that awaits you. Help me get the stone, and I will share everything." Harry looked at the mirror. He saw himself in it, but different. Older. Surrounded by friends and family. Veldora stood behind him in dragon form, massive and proud. Hermione was there, and Daphne, and faces he didn't yet recognize. They looked happy. He looked happy. No stone appeared. "I don't want the stone," Harry said. "I don't want immortality or gold or whatever else it offers. I want the people I care about to be safe and happy. That's all." "Then you're useless to me." Voldemort's voice sharpened. "Kill him, Quirrell. Quickly." Quirrell turned. His hands rose, magic gathering between them. Harry moved faster. Dragon-enhanced reflexes, trained over 4 years, honed to razor sharpness, Harry closed the distance in a heartbeat and slammed his palm into Quirrell's chest. The effect was immediate. Where Harry's skin touched Quirrell's, the possessed professor burned. His flesh blistered, smoked, blackened. Quirrell screamed, Voldemort screamed, as whatever protection Harry carried tore through them like acid. "What is this?" Voldemort shrieked. "What are you?" "I'm the son of a dragon." Harry pressed harder. "And you're the creature that put a piece of your soul in my head when I was a baby." "My father removed it. But he left something in its place, something that really doesn't like dark magic." Quirrell's body was disintegrating. Flesh sloughed away, revealing bone, revealing nothing. The dark spirit of Voldemort tried to flee. Harry felt it pulling away from the dying host, and he reached for it. His hand closed around something cold and intangible. "No," Voldemort said. "No, you can't, this is impossible, you're not going anywhere." Harry's grip tightened. Dragon aura flared around him, blue-white and blazing. "You've been running for 10 years. Hiding in forests, possessing animals, clinging to existence through fragments of your broken soul. That ends tonight. I cannot be killed. I have made myself immortal. I have Horcruxes. I know." Harry smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. "My father and I have been hunting them. The diary in Lucius Malfoy's vault. The cup in Bellatrix Lestrange's. The diadem hidden in this very castle. We've been busy, Tom." For the first time, genuine fear flickered in Voldemort's eyes. "You're lying. You couldn't have, those are protected by magic that a true dragon treats like a mild inconvenience." Harry's grip on the spirit tightened further. "Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to destroy this piece of you, the main piece, the one that's been terrorizing Britain for decades. Then I'm going to hunt down the last 2 Horcruxes and destroy them too. And then, Tom Riddle, you will finally, permanently, be dead." "No." "Yes." Harry gathered his power, his magic, his dragon essence, the pure destructive force that Veldora had spent years teaching him to wield, and pushed. Voldemort's spirit shattered. It didn't explode or dissipate or fade away. It shattered, like glass struck by a hammer, fragmenting into a million pieces that dissolved into nothing. The scream that accompanied it was the worst sound Harry had ever heard, the death cry of something that had fought desperately to survive, that had twisted and broken and corrupted itself in pursuit of immortality, finally meeting its end. Then silence. Harry stood alone in the chamber, breathing hard, surrounded by the ashes of Quirinus Quirrell. The mirror of Eriste showed him still surrounded by loved ones. He smiled at the image, then turned and walked out. Dumbledore was waiting in the corridor outside the 3rd-floor door, his face grave. "It's done," Harry said. "Voldemort's gone. The main piece of him, anyway. There are 2 more Horcruxes, but my father will handle those." "I see." The headmaster looked at Harry with an expression that was hard to read. Respect? Fear? Relief? You destroyed him. A spirit that has evaded death for a decade, that defeated some of the finest wizards in Britain, and you destroyed it. It tried to possess me once. I took it personally. Clearly. Dumbledore hesitated. The Philosopher's Stone, still in the mirror. I didn't want it, so I couldn't take it. Someone else can deal with that. I'll return it to Nicholas Flamel. He's agreed to destroy it, actually. Recent events have clarified the danger of keeping it in existence. Harry nodded. He was tired, bone-deep exhausted, the kind of fatigue that came from burning through enormous amounts of power in a short time. But underneath the exhaustion was satisfaction. Voldemort is gone. The thing that killed my parents, that nearly killed me, that cast a shadow over this entire world, gone. I'm going to bed, he said. If anyone asks, I was never here. The staff already believe you were in the hospital wing, recovering from a fall on the stairs. Dumbledore's lips twitched. Madame Pomfrey is very understanding about these things. Good. Harry started walking, then paused. Professor? The Dursleys. What happens to them now? What would you like to happen? I want them to know that I survived. That I thrived. That everything they tried to beat out of me made me stronger instead of breaking me. And I want them to spend the rest of their lives knowing that they had a chance to have a family, a real family, and they threw it away because they were too small and too afraid to accept something different. That can be arranged. Good. Harry walked away. Good night, Professor. Good night, Harry. He found Hermione and Daphne waiting in the entrance hall. They'd clearly been pacing. Hermione's hair was even wilder than usual, and Daphne's usual composure had cracked around the edges, but when they saw Harry, they both rushed forward. Hermione got to him first. Her arms wrapped around him, tight and fierce, and she was shaking. You idiot. You absolute idiot. Do you know how worried we were? An hour, you said. An hour. It's been 3 hours. Time flies when you're destroying Dark Lords. That's not funny. It's a little funny. Daphne reached them, her Ice Queen mask firmly back in place. You're unharmed. Mostly. Tired. But the job's done. Harry gently extracted himself from Hermione's grip. Voldemort won't be bothering anyone anymore. Both girls stared at him. You killed him? Hermione whispered. You actually destroyed the spiritual essence that had been clinging to existence for 10 years, yes. There are still some cleanup tasks, but the main threat is gone. Harry swayed slightly. Can we talk about this tomorrow? I need to sleep for approximately a century. Daphne moved to his side, letting him lean on her. Hermione took his other arm. We'll discuss this later, Daphne said in a tone that brooked no argument. But Harry? Thank you. For ending it. You're welcome. They walked him back to the Gryffindor common room, ignoring the curious looks from students who had been waiting anxiously since the feast. Harry mumbled the password, stumbled through the portrait hole, and collapsed on the first couch he reached. He was asleep before his head hit the cushion. Hermione pulled a blanket over him. He really did it, she said quietly to Daphne. Walked into danger alone and came back victorious. He's the son of a dragon. Daphne's expression was thoughtful, calculating. I don't think we've begun to understand what that really means. No. But I want to find out. They watched Harry sleep, two girls from different houses who had somehow become united by their connection to this strange, brave, impossible boy. The future was uncertain. But for tonight, at least, they knew one thing, the boy who lived had become something more. And the wizarding world would never be the same. Chapter 3, The Weight of Names. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the Gryffindor common room windows and the sound of someone arguing. Can't just let him sleep on the couch all day, it's been 14 hours, he destroyed a Dark Lord last night. Ronald, I think he's earned some rest, everyone's talking about it, the whole school knows something happened. Harry opened his eyes. Ron and Hermione stood a few feet away, locked in a heated whisper argument. Other Gryffindors were scattered around the common room, pretending to do homework while obviously watching the boy who lived sleep on their furniture. I'm awake, Harry said. Both of them jumped. Harry. Hermione rushed over. How do you feel? Are you hurt? You were out for so long, I was starting to worry. I'm fine. He sat up, rolling his shoulders to work out the stiffness. Tired. Hungry. But fine. You missed breakfast and lunch, Ron said. The house elves saved you some food, though. Hermione threatened to research their employment contracts if they didn't. I did not threaten. I simply explained that I was conducting a comprehensive review of magical labor practices and their cooperation would be noted favorably. That's a threat with extra steps. Harry laughed, genuinely laughed, and something in his chest loosened. This was normal. Friends bickering, food waiting, sunlight through windows. After the darkness of the night before, normal felt precious. "What's the situation?" he asked, standing and stretching. "You said everyone's talking." "The official story is that a troll somehow got into the castle and was subdued by the teachers," Hermione reported. "But anyone with half a brain can tell that's not the whole truth. Professor Quirrell is missing. The third-floor corridor's protections are gone. And you slept for 14 hours on a couch after disappearing during the evacuation. People are asking questions," Ron added. "Malfoy's been telling everyone you probably did something evil and should be expelled. Malfoy would say that if I sneezed in his general direction." "True. But the other houses are curious too. Even some of the teachers keep looking at our table like they expect you to spontaneously combust or something." Harry processed this information while his stomach growled loudly. Food first, he decided. Explanations later. "Is there somewhere I can eat without being stared at by the entire school?" "The kitchens," Hermione said. "I found them last week. The house elves are very accommodating. Lead the way." The Hogwarts kitchens were located behind a painting of a fruit bowl on the lower levels. Hermione tickled the pair, the painting swung open, and Harry found himself in a massive room that mirrored the great hall above. Dozens of house elves scurried around, preparing what looked like enough food to feed a small army. Harry Potter. A tiny elf with enormous green eyes bounded toward them. "Harry Potter has come to visit. Dobby is being so honored." "Dobby?" Harry looked at the enthusiastic creature. "Do I know you?" Dobby is knowing Harry Potter. Dobby was being the Malfoy family's elf until Harry Potter's father was freeing all the elves from the old families. The elf's eyes filled with tears of joy. "The Storm Dragon is saying the Covenant debts include elf bonds, and any family not treating their elves proper is forfeiting them. Dobby is free now. Dobby is working for Hogwarts for wages." Harry blinked. He hadn't known Veldora had done that. "You freed the house elves?" he asked through the soul corridor. "Some of them. The ones being abused." Veldora's mental voice was casual. "The Covenant technically includes all magical servants bound to the signatory families. I interpreted that broadly. The Malfoys were not pleased. I imagine not. Their displeasure is my entertainment." "Thank you, Dobby," Harry said to the elf. "I'm glad you're free. Could I possibly get something to eat? I'm starving." "Of course. Dobby is getting Harry Potter the best food." "The best." The elf vanished into the kitchen chaos and returned moments later with a plate piled high with sandwiches, fruit, pastries, and what looked like an entire roast chicken. Harry ate. Ron watched with a mixture of awe and concern. "Where do you put it all?" "Dragon metabolism," Harry said between bites. "I burn through energy faster than normal humans. Especially after using a lot of magic." "And you used a lot of magic last night?" "Enough to destroy a Dark Lord spirit, yes." The kitchen went quiet. Even the house elves had paused their work. Hermione glared at Harry. "You said you'd explain later." "This is later." "Explain." So Harry explained. He told them about the soul fragment that had been in his scar. About Veldora removing it. About tracking Voldemort's presence to Quirrell and deciding to confront him during the troll distraction. About the protections, the mirror, the final confrontation. "You just grabbed his spirit and destroyed it?" Ron looked slightly green. "Is that even possible?" "For me, yes. The dragon essence in my soul is violently allergic to dark magic. When I touched Quirrell, he burned. When I grabbed Voldemort's spirit, it shattered." Harry shrugged. "My father says I'm basically poison to anything that's corrupted itself through soul magic." "The Horcruxes," Hermione said slowly. "You mentioned them. Soul containers, right? Fragments of Voldemort's soul hidden in objects. 7 total." The one in my head was accidental, a piece that broke off when he tried to kill me as a baby. 5 others were deliberate. My father and I have been tracking them down. How many are left? 2. A locket that belonged to Slytherin, and a snake that Voldemort kept as a familiar. The snake's in Albania somewhere, we'll deal with it over the summer. The locket. Harry paused. The locket's complicated. It's in a location protected by dark magic that even my father found impressive. We need more information before we can retrieve it safely. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. You've been doing this all term, Hermione said. Hunting pieces of the darkest wizard in history while also attending classes and dealing with all the political nonsense. The political nonsense is my father's department. I just show up and look intimidating occasionally. You're 11. I'm a dragon's son. Age is less relevant than capability. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. She sat back, arms crossed, expression torn between frustration and grudging admiration. You're impossible, she said finally. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment. I'm choosing to take it as one. Ron cleared his throat. So, what happens now? You know who is, mostly dead. And you're going to finish the job over summer break? That's the plan. Harry finished his chicken and started on the pastries. In the meantime, life continues. Classes, friends, annoying Malfoy. Normal school stuff. Nothing about your life is normal. Normal is overrated. The next few days were a masterclass in rumor control. Dumbledore officially announced that Professor Quirrell had taken ill and would not be returning. A new defense against the dark arts teacher would be appointed next term. The troll incident was attributed to a lapse in the castle's perimeter wards that had been corrected. Nobody believed it. The student body had developed an elaborate theory that Harry Potter had somehow fought the troll single-handedly, probably while riding a dragon and shooting lightning from his eyes. Each retelling made the story more ridiculous. I heard he turned the troll into a teacup. No, he banished it to another dimension. My cousin says he ate it. Just, ate the whole thing. Harry ignored the rumors. He went to classes, studied with Hermione, practiced magic with Veldora in the evenings. The routine was almost peaceful. Then Lucius Malfoy returned. It happened at dinner, 3 days after Halloween. The great hall doors burst open with dramatic timing that Harry suspected was rehearsed. Lucius Malfoy strode in, flanked by 2 ministry officials in formal robes and followed by a nervous-looking scribe. Harry Potter. Lucius's voice carried through the hall. You are hereby summoned to appear before the Wisengamot to answer charges of treaty violation, assault on a pure-blood head of house, and illegal practice of dragon magic. Silence. Every student in the hall turned to look at Harry. Harry calmly set down his fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and stood. Which charges specifically, he asked. Because I want to make sure I'm laughing at the right ones. Lucius's eye twitched. You find this amusing? I find it desperate. Harry stepped away from the Gryffindor table, walking toward the Malfoy patriarch with absolutely no fear in his posture. You invoked the Dragon Covenant in this hall less than a month ago. You acknowledged my father's authority over the pureblood families. And now you're trying to use the Wisengamot to regain leverage. The Wisengamot is the highest legal authority in magical Britain. The Wisengamot, Veldora's voice interrupted, is a collection of bureaucrats playing at governance while the real power structures operate above their heads. The storm dragon materialized from the shadows near the staff table. He'd been there the whole time, Harry realized, watching, waiting, possibly hoping someone would do something stupid enough to justify a response. Lucius went pale. The ministry officials stepped backward. The scribe dropped his quill. Mr. Malfoy. Veldora walked forward, each step deliberate. We discussed this already. Protection for my son. Access to knowledge. In exchange, I didn't invoke the full covenant and strip your family of everything they own. The Wisingamat has questions, the Wisingamat can submit their questions in writing. I'll answer them if I feel like it. Veldora stopped directly in front of Lucius, close enough that the wizard had to crane his neck to meet his eyes. But here's the thing, Lucius. I don't actually care about your government. Your laws don't bind me. Your courts have no jurisdiction over a true dragon. The only reason I'm cooperating at all is because it's more convenient than the alternative. The alternative being eating anyone who annoys me and ruling through fear. Veldora's smile showed far too many teeth. I chose cooperation because I want my son to have a relatively normal educational experience. But if you keep threatening him, if you keep trying to undermine his position, if you keep testing me, I might reconsider. The temperature in the hall dropped noticeably. I'm not threatening, Lucius managed, though his voice had lost its arrogant edge. You're attempting to use legal mechanisms to regain power you lost when I exposed the covenant. You're hoping that if you make enough noise, apply enough pressure, I'll back down to avoid conflict. Veldora leaned in close. I've been alive for 4,000 years. I've fought beings that would make your darkest nightmares look like children's stories. Do you really think bureaucratic harassment is going to intimidate me? No, but, good. Then we understand each other. Veldora straightened, his manner suddenly cheerful. Now then. You're welcome to stay for dinner if you like. The house elves make excellent roast beef. He turned and walked back toward the staff table, leaving Lucius Malfoy standing in the middle of the great hall looking like he'd been slapped. Father. Draco's voice, from the Slytherin table, was small and uncertain. Perhaps we should go. Lucius gathered his dignity, shot Harry a look of pure hatred, and swept out of the hall with his entourage trailing behind him. The doors slammed shut. For a moment, no one moved. Then, from the Gryffindor table, Fred Weasley started a slow clap. George joined in. Then other Gryffindors. Then Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws and even a few brave Slytherins who were quietly thrilled to see Malfoy humiliated. Harry sat back down and resumed eating. That was dramatic, Hermione observed. My father doesn't do subtle. I noticed. After dinner, Daphne intercepted Harry in the entrance hall. We need to talk. About what Lucius just tried to do. About what comes next. She glanced around, checking for eavesdroppers. My family received letters this morning. From the ministry, from the Wisingamat, from half a dozen pure-blood houses. They're organizing. Against my father. Against any change in the power structure. Malfoy's leading them, but he's got support. The Knotts, the Parkinsons, the Crabs, the Goyles, old families who've benefited from the current system and don't want to see it disrupted. And the other families? The ones who signed alliances with us. Scared. Some of them are reconsidering. They thought siding with a dragon would be straightforward, follow the stronger power, gain protection, prosper. But now there's political pressure, social consequences, threats of isolation. Daphne's expression was troubled. My parents are nervous. They believe in the alliance, but they're worried about what it's costing us. Harry considered this. The political situation was more complex than he'd initially understood. His father's dramatic entrance had established dominance, but dominance wasn't the same as acceptance. The pure-blood families had centuries of relationships, rivalries, and power dynamics that couldn't be swept away with a single display of force. What do you suggest? He asked. We need to show that the alliance isn't just about power. It's about benefit. The families who side with us need to see tangible advantages, protection, yes, but also opportunity. Trade connections, knowledge sharing, influence that they couldn't access otherwise. You're talking about building an actual faction. Not just collecting debts. Exactly. Daphne met his eyes steadily. Your father has raw power, but raw power makes enemies. Political power, the kind that comes from mutual benefit and shared interests, creates allies. And you want to help build that? I want to protect my family. If building a political coalition is what that requires, then yes. She paused. But I'll need support. Resources. Access to your father when negotiations get complicated. Harry thought about it. Veldora was brilliant at intimidation and force, but he'd admitted himself that he found political maneuvering tedious. Having someone who actually understood the system, who could navigate the complex web of pure-blood society, would be invaluable. I'll talk to my father, he said. But I think he'll agree. He'd rather let someone competent handle the politics while he focuses on more interesting problems. More interesting problems like hunting Horcruxes. Among other things. Daphne nodded slowly. Then we have an arrangement. I'll start reaching out to the wavering families tonight. By Christmas, we'll know who's with us and who's against us. She turned to leave, then paused. Harry. Thank you. For taking this seriously. For treating me like a partner rather than a subordinate. You're not a subordinate. You're an ally. There's a difference. Most people don't make that distinction. I'm not most people. She smiled, a real smile, not the polished political expression she usually wore. No. You're really not. November passed in a blur of classes, political maneuvering, and occasional dragon-related incidents. Veldora took up residence in an unused tower on the castle's east side, transforming it into something between a library and a laboratory. Books from around the magical world arrived daily, summoned through means that made the Hogwarts librarian deeply uncomfortable. The storm dragon spent hours studying this world's magical theory, occasionally emerging to pronounce something ridiculous or inefficient or how have you people survived this long. Harry split his time between normal student activities and more esoteric training. His control over dragon magic was improving rapidly. Veldora attributed this to the soul corridor maturing, the connection between them strengthening with use. You're not just drawing on my power anymore, Veldora explained during one evening session. You're developing your own. The magicules I gave you have multiplied, adapted, become native to your soul. Eventually, you'll be able to use dragon magic without any connection to me at all. Will that affect the soul corridor? No. We'll still be connected, that bond is permanent. But you won't be dependent on me for power. You'll have your own. Good. Harry concentrated, forming a sphere of crackling blue energy between his palms. I don't want to rely on anyone else's strength. That's very dragon of you. I had a good teacher. The political situation evolved according to Daphne's predictions. Some families committed fully to the alliance, the Greengrasses, the Devises, the Bones, while others pulled back, aligning with the Malfoy faction. A few tried to play both sides, which Veldora found amusing and Daphne found useful. Fence-sitters can be turned, she explained to Harry during one of their strategy sessions. They're not committed to either side, which means they're looking for the winning option. We just have to prove we're it. How do we do that? By being visibly successful. By solving problems that the traditional power structure can't. By showing that alliance with a dragon isn't just about not being eaten, it's about thriving. The first opportunity came unexpectedly. 3 weeks before Christmas, a notice appeared on the Gryffindor bulletin board. Attention all students, due to unusual magical activity in the Forbidden Forest, all outdoor activities are suspended until further notice. Any student found attempting to enter the forest will be immediately expelled. Professor Dumbledore, that's concerning, Hermione said, reading the notice over breakfast. The Forbidden Forest is always dangerous, but unusual magical activity sounds more specific. Should we investigate? Ron asked, looking half terrified and half excited. No, Harry said. Then, well, not without preparation. Let me talk to my father first. He found Veldora in his tower, surrounded by floating books and scribbling notes on 3 different parchments simultaneously. The forest situation, the dragon said before Harry could speak. I've been monitoring it. Something's waking up in there, something old, something that shouldn't exist in this dimension. What do you mean? This world's magic is constrained. Domesticated, like I said before. But the forest is, less constrained. Older. It remembers a time before wizards forced magic into neat categories. Veldora's expression was unusually serious. Something in that memory is stirring. I can't tell what yet, but it's connected to my presence here. The wards that held it dormant are reacting to true dragon energy. So it's our fault. Partially. But it would have happened eventually anyway, the bindings were deteriorating. I just accelerated the timeline. Harry absorbed this. Can you stop it? Probably. But I'd rather understand it first. Whatever's waking up isn't necessarily hostile. It might just be confused, or scared, or responding to changes it doesn't understand. Veldora set down his quill. I want to investigate the forest directly. Care to join me? Is that a good idea? It's a terrible idea. That's what makes it interesting. Harry grinned despite himself. When do we leave? Tonight. After curfew. We don't need an audience for this. The forbidden forest at midnight was a different world. Darkness pressed in from all sides, broken only by the occasional shaft of moonlight piercing the canopy. Strange sounds echoed between the trees, not animal sounds, exactly, but something older, something that predated the concept of animals. Harry moved silently beside his father, both of them suppressing their auras to avoid attracting attention. The goal was reconnaissance, not confrontation. There, Veldora said through the soul corridor, pointing with his chin toward a clearing ahead. Harry looked. In the center of the clearing stood a monument. Ancient, weathered, covered in moss and vines, but still standing, still radiating a presence that made Harry's dragon senses tingle. It was a statue of a dragon. Not Veldora, not any dragon Harry recognized. This one was different, serpentine, elegant, with features that suggested great age and greater wisdom. The stone was cracked in places, and from those cracks, light pulsed faintly. What is this? Harry whispered. A seal. Veldora's voice was hushed, almost reverent. Or part of one. There are others, I think, scattered through the forest, through Britain, maybe through the world. Someone, a very long time ago, locked something away. And whatever they locked away is waking up. Locked what away? I don't know yet. But look, he pointed at the base of the statue, where words had been carved in a language Harry didn't recognize. That's not any human tongue. That's dragon script. The written form of the original dragon language, used before humans existed. Can you read it? Veldora stepped closer, studying the inscription. His expression grew increasingly troubled. It says. Here lies the first betrayal. Here sleeps the storm's shadow. Wake not what willingly died, lest the sky remember its fury. Storm's shadow. What does that mean? I'm not sure. But the reference to the storm is concerning. Veldora touched the statue, and the light within pulsed brighter. In dragon mythology, there are stories of beings who came before, proto-dragons, primordial forces that existed when the multiverse was young. Most of them faded away or were destroyed, but some were sealed. Hidden away because they couldn't be killed. And one of them is here. In this forest. Something is here. Whether it's a primordial or just an echo of one, I can't tell. Veldora withdrew his hand. But whatever it is, it's reacting to my presence. The seal is weakening because it recognizes kin. The implications hit Harry like a physical blow. You being here is going to release something dangerous. Possibly. Or possibly whatever's sealed has been suffering for millennia and deserves to be freed. Or possibly it's just residual energy that will dissipate harmlessly once exposed to fresh air. Veldora shrugged. This is why investigation is important. We can't make decisions without information. And if the information says we should leave? Stop resonating with the seals and hope they restabilize. Then we leave. I'm not going to unleash an apocalypse just to satisfy curiosity. A pause. Probably not, anyway. It would depend on how interesting the apocalypse was. That's not reassuring. I'm not reassuring. I'm honest. A sound interrupted them, something moving through the trees, approaching fast. Harry's combat instincts snapped to alert. He dropped into a ready stance, power gathering in his palms. From the shadows, a figure emerged. It was a centaur. Tall, noble, with a human torso atop a horse's body. His coat was dark, almost black, and his eyes held an ancient, knowing quality. Storm Dragon. The centaur's voice was deep and resonant. We have been watching for your kind. The stars foretold your coming. The stars? Veldora raised an eyebrow. You're one of those centaurs who read the future in celestial patterns. All centaurs read the stars. It is our purpose, our burden. The centaur stepped fully into the clearing, his hooves silent on the soft earth. I am Bane. I speak for the herd in matters concerning outsiders. And what do the stars say about me? They say you are a catalyst. Your presence in this world has set events in motion that cannot be stopped. The seals will break. The sleeper will wake. What happens after depends on choices not yet made. Helpful. Vague, but helpful. Veldora's tone was sarcastic, but Harry could feel his father's genuine interest through the soul corridor. What is the sleeper? The stars do not name it. They only show us shadows, a great form in darkness, a power that predates the wizards, that was old when this forest was young. Bane's eyes fixed on Harry. They also show us this one. The dragon's child. He will face the sleeper when it wakes. He will make a choice that determines whether the world burns or endures. No pressure, Harry muttered. The stars do not speak of pressure. They speak of truth. Bane turned to leave, then paused. The seals were placed by beings who are gone now. The covenant you invoked was part of their work, a binding between dragons and wizards meant to maintain balance. You have disrupted that balance. Now you must deal with the consequences. He vanished into the trees. Harry and Veldora stood in silence. Well, Veldora said finally. That was ominous. You think he's right? About the seals, the sleeper, me having to face some ancient horror? Centaur divination is notoriously accurate and notoriously useless. They see the broad strokes but not the details. He might be completely right about the facts but completely wrong about what they mean. Veldora sighed. Still, we should take precautions. If something is waking up, we need to be ready for it. How do we prepare for something we don't understand? The same way we prepare for everything: get stronger, gather information, make alliances with people who might help. Veldora grinned, his usual confidence returning. Also, have fun. Life's too short for constant anxiety, even when ancient horrors are stirring in local forests. Life's not short for you. You're 4,000 years old. Details, details. He clapped Harry on the shoulder. Come on. We should get back before someone notices you're missing. They made their way out of the forest, leaving the statue and its ominous inscription behind. But Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something had noticed them. Something old. Something patient. Something that was very, very interested in the storm dragon's son. The Christmas holidays arrived with snow and a noticeable thinning of the student population. Most students went home to their families, leaving Hogwarts quiet and almost peaceful. Harry had the option to leave. Veldora had offers of hospitality from several allied families, but he chose to stay. I want to explore the castle properly, he explained to Hermione, who was also staying. Her parents were on a dental conference in Switzerland and wouldn't be back until after New Year's. There are parts of this place I haven't seen. Secret passages, abandoned classrooms, whatever's on the 7th floor that the older students keep hinting about. The room of requirement, Hermione said immediately. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. A legendary room that appears only when someone truly needs it and provides whatever they require. No one's found it in decades. Then let's find it. They spent the first week of the holidays systematically exploring Hogwarts. Harry had inherited, or developed, it was unclear which, his father's love of discovery, and Hermione matched his enthusiasm with her own scholarly curiosity. They found hidden staircases, talking suits of armor, a room full of broken vanishing cabinets, and a bathroom haunted by a ghost who wouldn't stop crying. On Christmas Eve, they found the room of requirement. It was on the 7th floor, just as the rumors said, across from a tapestry of trolls in tutus. Hermione had read that you had to walk past the blank wall 3 times while concentrating on what you needed. What should we ask for, she wondered. Let's start simple. A place to practice magic. Harry walked past the wall 3 times, focusing on the concept of a training room. On the 3rd pass, a door materialized, ornate, wooden, with a bronze handle shaped like a dragon's head. That's specific, Hermione observed. The castle knows who I am. Harry pushed the door open. The room beyond was perfect. It was vast, easily the size of the Great Hall, with high ceilings, reinforced walls, and a floor that seemed designed to absorb impacts. Training dummies lined one wall, weapons lined another, and in the center of the room was a clear space perfect for sparring. This is incredible, Hermione breathed. The magic required to create a room that reshapes itself based on user need, the theoretical implications alone. You can study the theory later. Right now, I want to practice. They spent the next several hours in the room. Harry worked on combat techniques, moving through the forms Veldora had taught him while Hermione watched and asked questions and occasionally tried to replicate what she saw. She was terrible at it, which she found frustrating. I don't understand. I'm following the same movements you are, you're following the physical movements. But combat magic isn't just physical. It's intentional. Harry demonstrated a simple strike, his fist trailing blue-white energy. Feel the flow of power through your core, then direct it with purpose. The movement is just a focus. That's very abstract. Magic is abstract. Wizards who rely too heavily on wands and words forget that. The spell isn't in the incantation is just training wheels. Hermione's expression shifted. Harry recognized it, her "I'm going to master this if it kills me" face. Show me again. Slower. By the time they left the room of requirement, Hermione still couldn't produce the blue energy Harry used, but she'd managed to make her basic spell significantly more powerful by focusing on intent rather than words. This is going to change everything, she said, half to herself. If I can learn to cast without verbal components, if I can power spells through pure will. You'll be terrifying. I was going to say, formidable, but yes. Terrifying works. Christmas morning brought surprises. Harry woke to find a pile of presents at the foot of his bed, something that had never happened before. For a moment, he just stared at them, emotions he couldn't name swirling in his chest. You okay? Veldora's voice, through the soul corridor. I've never had Christmas presents before. The Dursleys didn't, it wasn't. I know. A mental embrace, warm and fierce. Open them. You deserve every single one. Harry opened them. From Hermione, a book on advanced magical theory, with annotations in her neat handwriting highlighting sections she thought he'd find interesting. From Ron, a box of homemade fudge and a hand-knitted sweater with an H on it, apparently from his mother, who had decided Harry needed feeding and clothing despite never having met him. From Daphne, an elegant silver ring with the greengrass crest, symbolizing their alliance. From Veldora, a small crystal that pulsed with contained energy. What is this? Harry examined the crystal. A piece of my power, crystallized and stabilized. Keep it with you always. If you're ever in true danger, danger beyond what you can handle alone, crush it. I'll be there instantly, no matter where you are. An emergency beacon. A promise. I will always come for you, Harry. Always. Harry slipped the crystal into a pocket over his heart and went to find Hermione. They spent Christmas together, eating an absurd amount of food, playing wizard chess, which Harry was terrible at and Hermione was mediocre at, and just being kids. It was strange. Nice. The kind of holiday Harry had always imagined other children had while he sat in his cupboard listening to Dudley unwrap presents. Thank you, he told Hermione that evening, as they sat by the fire in the empty common room. For what? For being here. For staying. For. He struggled for words. I don't have a lot of experience with friendship. I didn't have any, really, before Hogwarts. And now I have you, and Daphne, and even Ron in his own way. It's more than I ever expected. Hermione was quiet for a moment. You know what I thought, the first time I saw you? On the train. That I was mysterious and intimidating. That you were lonely. She met his eyes. You had this presence, this power, this confidence, but underneath it, you looked like someone who had forgotten how to be around people. Like you'd spent so long being self-sufficient that you'd forgotten other people existed. That's uncomfortably accurate. And then you stood up for me. Against Malfoy. Without hesitation, without calculation, just because he'd insulted me. She smiled softly. That's when I decided you were worth knowing. Not because of who you are or what you can do, because of how you treat people. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. So instead, he reached out and took her hand. Hermione's breath caught. Her fingers intertwined with his. They sat like that for a long time, watching the fire burn, not speaking. The moment didn't need words. It was enough. New Year's Eve brought a development Harry hadn't expected. A letter arrived by Owl, not a Hogwarts owl, something sleeker and more official, bearing the seal of the Ministry of Magic. He opened it warily. Dear Mr. Potter, in light of recent events, the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, requests the honor of your presence at the Ministry's New Year's celebration. This event will be attended by prominent members of Magical Society and will provide an opportunity for formal introduction. Your guardian, Mr. Veldora Tempest, is of course welcome to attend as well. Formal dress is required. The celebration begins at 8 p.m. on December 31st, respectfully, Dolores Umbridge Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Harry showed the letter to Veldora. It's a trap, the dragon said immediately. Or at least, an attempt at manipulation. Fudge wants to be seen with you publicly, it legitimizes his government in the eyes of anyone who doubts his authority. So we don't go. Oh, we definitely go. Veldora's grin was predatory. Political events are opportunities. Fudge wants to use you. Fine. We'll use him right back. And we'll make sure everyone present understands who holds the real power. The Ministry of Magic's New Year's celebration was exactly as pompous as Harry had expected. The Ministry's atrium had been decorated with magical lights, floating ice sculptures, and a frankly excessive amount of gold bunting. Witches and wizards in formal robes circulated, drinking champagne and pretending to enjoy each other's company while quietly calculating political angles. Harry arrived in robes that Veldora had acquired from somewhere, black silk with silver embroidery, cut perfectly, radiating understated wealth and power. His scar was visible, his posture was confident, and at his side walked the storm dragon in his most intimidating human form. Heads turned. Mr. Potter. A portly man in a lime green bowler hat approached, hand extended. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Such a pleasure to finally meet you. Minister. Harry shook the offered hand, squeezing just hard enough to remind Fudge that he wasn't a normal 11-year-old. "Thank you for the invitation." "Not at all, not at all. The boy who lived, returning to society, it's a wonderful thing." "Wonderful." Fudge's smile was fixed and slightly manic. "And this must be your guardian?" "Veldora Tempest." The dragon didn't offer his hand. "I've heard so much about your government, Minister. Fascinating operation you have here." Fudge's smile wavered at the implicit sarcasm. "Yes, well, we do our best. Difficult times, you know." "Difficult times. Are they?" "I hadn't noticed." They were interrupted by the arrival of more guests, Lucius Malfoy, looking like he'd swallowed something unpleasant, accompanied by his wife and son. Draco shot Harry a look of pure hatred, which Harry ignored entirely. The evening devolved into a parade of introductions. Harry met heads of ancient families who smiled with their mouths but not their eyes. He met ministry officials who tried to extract information through casual conversation. He met reporters who asked leading questions while quick quotes Quill scribbled sensationalized versions of his answers. Through it all, he maintained perfect composure. "You're doing well," Veldora observed through the soul corridor. "These people are sharks, and you're swimming among them without bleeding. I learned from the best." "I don't know anything about politics. I meant about not showing weakness." "That's what this is, really. Everyone here is looking for weakness to exploit. As long as I don't show any, they can't touch me." The highlight of the evening came just before midnight. A woman approached Harry, middle-aged, pink cardigan, toad-like face, smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Mr. Potter. I'm Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. I wrote your invitation. I received it. Thank you. Such a polite young man. So different from what one might expect, given your unusual upbringing." Her voice was sweet like poison. "Tell me, are you enjoying Hogwarts? I understand there have been some disturbances." "Nothing significant." "Really?" "Because I've heard reports of students being threatened, of political alliances being formed, of a certain creature." She glanced at Veldora with barely concealed disgust, taking up residence in a school meant for young witches and wizards. "My father is a guest of the headmaster. As am I. Neither of us has broken any rules." "Not yet, perhaps." Umbridge's smile widened. "But the ministry has concerns, Mr. Potter. Serious concerns about the influence a non-human entity might have on impressionable children. We may need to take steps. Protective steps." "What kind of steps?" "Oh, nothing dramatic. Perhaps an educational decree or two. Perhaps some oversight of Hogwarts operations. The ministry has a responsibility to ensure that our students are receiving proper guidance." She leaned in, conspiratorial. "Between you and me, Dumbledore is getting old. Senile, some would say. A bit of fresh perspective might do the school good." Harry felt Veldora's attention sharpen through the soul corridor. "This one is dangerous," the dragon said. "Not powerful, but politically connected and malicious. She's testing you. I noticed." Harry smiled at Umbridge. It was not a nice smile. "I appreciate your concern for my education, Undersecretary. But I should warn you, any steps the ministry takes regarding Hogwarts or my father will be viewed as a violation of the Dragon Covenant. You remember the Covenant, don't you? The agreement that gives my father authority over the ancient families?" Umbridge's face flickered. "The Covenant is a matter of historical interest, nothing more. It has no legal standing in modern, the Covenant is magically binding. It doesn't care about your laws." Harry let a hint of dragon aura leak into his presence, just enough to make Umbridge step backward involuntarily. "I suggest you remember that before you make any protective moves." He turned and walked away before she could respond. The clock struck midnight. Fireworks exploded over the ministry atrium, magical lights and sounds celebrating the new year, the crowd cheering and clapping and completely unaware of the confrontation that had just taken place. Harry found Veldora by the champagne fountain. Made a new friend? The dragon asked innocently. Made a new enemy. That Umbridge woman is going to be a problem. Then we'll deal with her when the time comes. For now. Veldora raised a glass. Happy New Year, Harry. May this one be even more chaotic than the last. Harry clinked his glass against his father's. To chaos. To chaos. The new term brought new challenges. Students returned from the holidays buzzing with gossip. The ministry celebration had been covered extensively in the Daily Prophet, and photos of Harry standing beside Veldora while powerful wizards looked uncomfortable had circulated widely. You're famous again, Hermione observed, reading one of the articles. The Dragon Prince, they're calling you. Heir to the Storm Throne. There is no Storm Throne. Try telling them that. She folded the paper. The political angle is interesting, though. Half the articles praise you for bringing stability to the ancient families, while the other half condemn you as a puppet of a dangerous magical creature. Public opinion is completely split. Good. Split opinions mean no consensus, and no consensus means no unified action against us. You've been spending too much time with Daphne. Probably. Speaking of Daphne, she arrived at Hogwarts with news. My family's position has solidified, she reported during their first strategy meeting of the term. The holiday period gave wavering families time to decide, and most of them have chosen sides. We now have firm alliances with 12 of the 28 sacred families. The Malfoy faction controls 10. The remaining 6 are officially neutral. 12 to 10. That's close. Close, but advantage us. Our 12 include some of the wealthiest and most influential families, the Bones, the Longbottoms, the Abbotts. Malfoy's faction has numbers but less collective resources. She consulted her notes. More importantly, we've established connections outside the Sacred 28. Half-blood families, Muggle-born entrepreneurs, even some foreign contacts. Our coalition isn't just pure blood anymore. That's what Umbridge is worried about, Harry realized. She doesn't care about my father specifically. She cares about the power structure changing. She's ministry through and through. Any disruption to the established order threatens her position. Daphne's expression darkened. I've been researching her. She's been at the ministry for 20 years, slowly accumulating influence. She has no particular talent for magic, but she has a genius for bureaucratic manipulation. She's the one who drafts most of the restrictive laws regarding magical creatures, werewolf registration, centaur relocation, vampire travel bans. She's a bigot. She's a bigot with power. That makes her dangerous. Harry filed this information away for later. Umbridge would make a move eventually, she was too ambitious and too threatened not to. When she did, he'd be ready. February brought Valentine's Day and an unexpected complication. Harry had been receiving an increasing number of letters from admirers, mostly young witches who'd read the Dragon Prince articles and developed romantic fantasies. He'd been ignoring them, which Hermione found amusing and Daphne found politically wasteful. Some of these are from allied families, Daphne pointed out, sorting through the latest pile. The Patil twins, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott. Responding politely would strengthen those connections. I'm 11. I'm not interested in political marriages. No one's asking you to marry anyone. But acknowledgement costs nothing and earns goodwill. Harry sighed and let Daphne draft polite responses on his behalf. But on Valentine's Day itself, something different happened. Hermione was quiet at breakfast. Quieter than usual, picking at her food, glancing at Harry and then quickly looking away. You okay? He asked. Fine. Just thinking. About? Nothing important. She stood abruptly. I have to go to the library. Research. I'll see you later. She practically fled the great hall. Harry watched her go, confused. That was odd, Veldora observed. Very odd. I don't know what, it's Valentine's Day, Potter. Daphne's voice was dry. She has feelings for you. She's struggling with them. Harry blinked. What? Granger. Feelings. For you. Daphne spoke slowly, as if explaining to a small child. It's been obvious for months. Today is a holiday about romance. She's aware of her feelings and embarrassed by them. Hence the awkward exit. But we're just. I mean, we're friends. Friends can become more. Especially when they spend every waking moment together, save each other's lives, and have that level of emotional intimacy. Harry's brain was struggling to process this information. Hermione had feelings for him. He thought about their interactions, the hand-holding at Christmas, the long conversations, the way her face lit up when she solved a puzzle or when he said something that surprised her. Oh, he thought. Finally figured it out. Veldora sounded amused. Shut up. I've been watching you two dance around each other for months. It's been entertaining. Not helping. Harry found Hermione in the library, predictably. She was surrounded by books, but she wasn't reading, just staring at the pages, her expression troubled. Hey. She jumped. Harry. There was research, I needed to, Hermione. He sat down across from her. We should talk. There's nothing to talk about. Daphne says you have feelings for me. Hermione went bright red. I'm going to kill her. Please don't. She's useful. Harry paused, gathering his thoughts. I'm not good at this. Emotions, relationships, normal human interaction, that wasn't part of my education. Veldora tried, but he's a dragon. His idea of courtship involves fighting to establish dominance and then sharing treasure. That's, actually sort of sweet, in a violent way. The point is, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I know that I like spending time with you. I know that you make me happy in a way that nothing else does. I know that when you were hurt, he thought of the future Dumbledore had mentioned, battles still to come, the idea of losing you made me feel something I'd never felt before. Hermione's blush deepened. Harry. So if having feelings means all of that, then yes. I have them. For you. He met her eyes. What do we do about it? For a long moment, Hermione just stared at him. Then she laughed, a slightly hysterical sound, relief mixed with joy mixed with disbelief. You just said it. Just like that. No dramatic confession, no romantic gesture, just honesty. Is that wrong? No, it's. She reached across the table and took his hands. It's perfect. It's exactly what I should have expected from you. So what happens now? Now we figure it out together, I suppose. Take things slow. See where this goes. She smiled, her earlier nervousness replaced by something warmer. We're 11, Harry. We have time. Time. Harry smiled back. I like the sound of that. The weeks that followed were different. Not dramatically different, Harry and Hermione didn't suddenly start acting like characters in a romance novel. They still studied together, argued about magical theory, worked on training in the room of requirement. But there was something new underneath it all. Awareness. A warmth that hadn't been there before. They held hands sometimes. They sat closer together at meals. Once, during a late-night study session, Hermione had fallen asleep on Harry's shoulder, and he'd let her stay there until the fire burned low. It was nice. But normalcy couldn't last. In mid-March, the seals in the Forbidden Forest broke. Harry felt it happen, a pulse of energy that made every magical sensor in the castle scream, that woke him from a dead sleep with his dragon aura flaring defensively. Something's wrong, he thought, already moving. I feel it, Veldora replied. Get to the forest. Now. Harry didn't bother with stealth. He burst out of Gryffindor Tower, ran through corridors that seemed to bend around him, and emerged into a castle in chaos. Students were waking, professors were running, and in the distance, visible through every window, the forbidden forest was glowing. He found Veldora at the edge of the forest, already in his full dragon form, massive, blue-scaled, lightning crackling around him. The sleeper is awake, Veldora said, and for once, there was no humor in his voice. And it's coming this way. The trees at the forest's edge began to bend. Twist. Part. Something emerged. It was huge, not as large as Veldora, but close. It was draconic in shape, but wrong somehow, too thin, too angular, shadows clinging to it like a second skin. Where Veldora was storm and lightning, this creature was darkness and whispers. Storm Dragon. Its voice was like 1,000 voices speaking at once. You should not have come to this world. And yet here I am. Veldora's response was steady. What are you? I am what was sealed. What was forgotten. What your kind once called the hollow, the space between existence, given form and purpose. The creature's eyes, if they could be called eyes, fixed on Harry. And that one carries your essence. Your soul bonded to a human child. How interesting. Leave him alone. I intend to. For now. I am not your enemy, Storm Dragon. I am merely awake. The hollow shifted, darkness rippling. The seals held me for millennia. They were made by your ancestors, true dragons who feared what I represented. But they are broken now. Your presence shattered them. And so I am free. Free to do what? To exist. To remember. To watch. A sound that might have been laughter. This world is small and constrained, magic trapped in boxes, power diluted through ritual and restriction. I find it amusing. I think I will stay a while. Observe. Perhaps collect a few interesting specimens. If you threaten the humans under my protection, I threaten nothing. For now. The hollow began to retreat, darkness flowing back into the forest. But you should know, Storm Dragon, I am not the only thing that was sealed. There are others. Older. Hungrier. Your arrival is waking them all. Where? Everywhere. The voice faded as the creature disappeared. Enjoy your time in this world, Veldora Tempest. It will not last as long as you think. Then it was gone. The forest fell silent. Harry and Veldora stood at the tree lean for a long time, neither speaking. Finally, Harry broke the silence. What do we do? We prepare. Veldora's form shrank, returning to his human shape. He looked tired, actually tired, something Harry had never seen before. The hollow spoke the truth. If my presence is breaking seals across the world, other things will wake. Things that might not be content to just observe. Can you leave? Go back to your original dimension. Maybe. But I won't. Veldora met his eyes. You're here. This world is your home now. I'm not abandoning you because of some ancient horrors that might become problems. Even if staying makes things worse. Even then. Veldora put a hand on Harry's shoulder. We're family, Harry. Family doesn't run. Family fights. He grinned, some of his usual energy returning. Besides, ancient horrors sound entertaining. I haven't had a real challenge in centuries. Behind them, the castle was still in turmoil, lights blazing, people shouting, professors trying to restore order. But Harry felt strangely calm. Challenges were coming. Ancient things were waking. The world was changing in ways nobody could predict. And he was ready. Because he was the storm dragon's son. And storm dragons didn't run from anything. Chapter 4, What Hunts Dragons? The aftermath of the Hollow's emergence stretched through the rest of March. Dumbledore called an emergency meeting of the Hogwarts staff and somehow convinced the Ministry to keep the incident quiet. Mass panic serves no one, he explained to Harry during a private conversation. The public learns that an ancient horror awakened in a forbidden forest, and will have parents pulling students from school, politicians demanding investigations, and opportunists trying to exploit the chaos. So you're lying to them. I'm managing information. There's a difference. Dumbledore's eyes were tired behind his spectacles. The Hollow has retreated deep into the forest. Our centaur allies report it seems content to simply exist. For now, containment is the wisest strategy. And when containment fails, then we'll adapt. That's what we do, Harry. We adapt. Harry wasn't satisfied with that answer, but he recognized the political reality. The wizarding world wasn't ready to face the truth about what was waking up. They could barely handle the existence of a single true dragon, multiple primordial entities would shatter whatever fragile stability remained. So he trained harder. The room of requirement became his second home. Hours every day, pushing his limits, exploring the boundaries of what dragon magic could do when properly focused. Veldora joined him when possible, but the storm dragon had his own work, reaching out through dimensional barriers, trying to contact allies who might help if things got worse. The problem, Veldora explained during one such session, is that most beings powerful enough to matter are either sealed themselves, dead, or deeply uninterested in mortal affairs. My friend Remura might help, but he's dealing with his own problems back home. The other true dragons. He trailed off. What about them? They're complicated. My sister Velzard would probably enjoy the chaos, but she's unpredictable. Veldonava is gone. And Velgrind follows her own agenda. Veldora shrugged. We might be on our own for this one. We've been on our own before. True. And we survived. We'll survive this too. April brought rain, exams, and a possession attempt. Harry was walking back from the library when he felt it, a foreign presence brushing against his mental shields, testing for weaknesses. It was subtle, almost gentle, nothing like the brutal assault Voldemort had attempted the previous Halloween. He stopped in the middle of the corridor and closed his eyes. Found you, he thought, and pushed. The presence recoiled. Harry followed it, tracing the connection back through the castle's magical pathways, through wards and protections and ancient stone walls, until he found the source. A first-year Slytherin girl stood frozen in an empty classroom, her eyes blank, her body rigid. Something was inside her, something dark and old and hungry, using her as a vessel to reach Harry. Get out, Harry said calmly. The girl's mouth moved, but the voice that emerged wasn't hers. Storm child. You taste like lightning and old power. I want more. You can't have it. Harry advanced, dragon aura building around him. Whatever you are, whoever sent you, this ends now. Release her. Make me. Harry grabbed the girl's face with both hands and burned. Not fire, not physical heat, but the same corrosive energy that had destroyed Voldemort's spirit. The possessing entity screamed through the girl's throat, trying to flee, but Harry held it in place through sheer will. You wanted to taste my power, he said coldly. Here it is. The entity shattered. The girl collapsed. Harry caught her before she hit the ground, checking for injuries. She was unconscious but breathing, her heartbeat steady. The possession hadn't harmed her physically, just used her as a conduit. He carried her to the hospital wing and made up a story about finding her passed out in a corridor. Madame Pomfrey accepted it without question, though her expression suggested she didn't entirely believe him. That night, Harry reported to Veldora. Something tried to possess a student to get to me. It felt old, not hollow old, but definitely pre-modern. Hungry, too. Like it was testing the waters. Did you identify it? No. I destroyed it before I could get a good sense of what it was. But it knew about me. Called me Storm Child. Knew what I tasted like. Veldora's expression darkened. The seals are failing faster than I thought. Whatever that was, it was probably trapped somewhere nearby, maybe under the castle, maybe in the surrounding area, and broke free when the hollow emerged. There could be more. Almost certainly. Hogwarts is built on a confluence of magical energies. It's probably been acting as a prison for various things over the centuries. Now that the primary seals are destabilized. He spread his hands. Anything could be loose. Great. Ancient horrors and school exams. Just what I needed. Look at it as multitasking practice. The student Harry had rescued, a girl named Tracy Davis, sought him out 2 days later. I remember, she said without preamble, cornering him in the library. Not everything, but enough. Something was inside me. Something that wanted to use me to reach you. That's right. And you destroyed it. Saved me. Her eyes were too old for an 11-year-old face. Why? Because it was the right thing to do. That's it. No political calculation. No alliance maneuvering. You just helped me. Is that so hard to believe? Tracy was quiet for a moment. She was a Slytherin, Harry remembered, one of Daphne's yearmates, though they weren't particularly close. Her family was minor nobility, not part of any major faction. My family owes the Malfoys, she said finally. Debts from the war. My parents have been pushing me to align with Draco, build connections, secure our position. She met Harry's eyes. But Draco's never saved my life. He's never even looked at me like I'm a person. And you want to change alliances? I want to matter. To someone. For something other than political convenience. Her voice cracked slightly. Is that possible? In your coalition? Harry considered her. She was young, scared, carrying burdens that no child should have to bear. She reminded him of himself, in a way, trapped by circumstances, desperate for agency. Talk to Daphne Greengrass, he said. She handles political integrations. If your family's debts are the obstacle, we can probably find a solution. Just like that. Just like that. Harry smiled slightly. We're not Malfoy, Tracy. We don't demand submission. We build partnerships. If you want in, demonstrate your value. That's all. Tracy stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Okay. I'll talk to Greengrass. She turned to leave, then paused. Potter? Thank you. For saving me. You're welcome. May arrived with sunshine and a sense of impending catastrophe. Harry could feel it, a pressure building somewhere in the magical infrastructure of Britain, like a storm gathering just over the horizon. The possession attempt had been the first warning. Others followed, reports of unusual magical activity across the country, ancient artifacts awakening from dormancy, creatures thought extinct reappearing in remote locations. The ministry was overwhelmed. Their explanations grew increasingly desperate, fluctuations in the ley lines, residual effects of the war, coincidental timing. Nobody believed them, but nobody had a better answer. Dumbledore convened a secret meeting in his office, himself, McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, and, at Harry's insistence, Veldora. The situation is deteriorating, Dumbledore said bluntly. 17 incidents in the past month alone. The unspeakables are working around the clock trying to identify the pattern, but so far they've found nothing conclusive. The pattern is obvious, Veldora said. Seals are breaking. Things that were imprisoned are getting free. The only common factor is my presence. You believe you're responsible. I believe my energy is resonating with ancient containment magic and destabilizing it. Whether that makes me responsible depends on your philosophical framework. Veldora leaned back in his chair, looking entirely too casual for the gravity of the discussion. The seals weren't going to hold forever anyway. I just accelerated the timeline. By how much? Decades. Maybe centuries. Hard to say without knowing when they were originally created. McGonagall's face was pale. Centuries of stability, lost in months. And we have no way to restore it. Restoration would require true dragon energy of the opposite polarity to mine. Essentially, you'd need another dragon to counterbalance my influence. Veldora shrugged. I don't have any siblings available for loan. Then what do we do? Prepare. Train. Build alliances with whatever's waking up that isn't immediately hostile. He grinned, showing too many teeth. And when the hostile ones come, we fight. Simple. Simple, Snape repeated, his voice dripping with contempt. We're facing potentially dozens of ancient horrors, and your solution is to fight. Do you have a better one? Snape didn't respond. I thought not. Veldora stood. I'll handle the big threats. You handle the political management. Harry, he looked at his son, you're the bridge. You understand both worlds. Use that. What exactly do you expect me to do? Whatever needs doing. You're clever, you're powerful, and you're stubborn enough to survive anything short of a direct hit from a primordial. Figure it out. He walked out. The office was silent. Your father, Dumbledore said carefully, is not what I expected. He's exactly what you should have expected, Harry replied. A force of nature that doesn't follow human rules. He stood as well. I'll do what I can to help. But Veldora's right, preparation is key. Whatever's coming, we need to be ready. And if we're not, then we adapt. That's what you said, isn't it? We adapt. 2 weeks before the end of term, Voldemort made his move. Not Voldemort himself, the main spirit had been destroyed in November, but something connected to him. One of the remaining Horcruxes, apparently, had developed enough consciousness to act independently. Harry felt it during dinner, a pulse of familiar darkness, distant but distinct. The same signature he'd felt in his scar all those years ago, the same corruption that had lived in his head until Veldora removed it. He stood abruptly. Harry. Hermione looked up from her meal. What's wrong? Horcrux. One of the remaining ones. It's active. Her face went pale. Where? I don't know yet. But it's reaching out, trying to find something. Or someone. He concentrated, following the magical thread. It's moving. Through the castle. Like it's searching. Searching for what? The answer hit Harry like a physical blow. Me. It's searching for me. He ran. The trail led down, deep into the castle's lower levels, past corridors Harry had never explored, through passages that felt older than the rest of Hogwarts. The Horcrux's presence grew stronger as he descended, a toxic sweetness that made his dragon instincts scream warnings. He found it in a chamber that shouldn't have existed. The room was circular, carved from living rock, with runes covering every surface. In the center sat a pedestal, and on the pedestal lay a locket, gold, ornate, marked with a serpentine S, Slytherin's locket. The Horcrux Veldora hadn't been able to retrieve. How did you get here? Harry asked aloud. The locket pulsed. A voice emerged, not physical sound, but something that resonated directly in his mind. I called it to me. Through the old paths. Through the blood. Voldemort. What remains of him? A fragment. A memory. Enough to act, when the vessel is close enough to power. Harry felt the malevolence radiating from the locket, the sheer wrongness of a soul shattered and scattered and clinging to existence through sheer spite. You know I'm going to destroy you. Perhaps. But not before I show you something. The voice turned silky, persuasive. You carry dragon essence, storm child. But do you know what that means? Do you understand what your father really is? I know everything I need to know. Do you? The locket's presence pressed against Harry's mind, not attacking, just offering. Let me show you. Let me show you the truth of true dragons. What they've done. What they are. What they will do again if given the chance. I'm not interested in your lies. Not lies. Truth. The painful kind. An image formed in Harry's mind, not forced, just presented, waiting for him to accept or reject it. He rejected it. Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying. Harry gathered his power, dragon essence flaring bright. You're a piece of a broken man who was too afraid to die. You don't have truths. You only have desperation. Then destroy me, the Horcrux said. If you can. Harry reached for the locket. The trap sprung. Chains of dark magic erupted from the runes on the floor, wrapping around Harry's arms, his legs, his torso. They burned where they touched, cold fire that tried to devour his energy, to drain his essence into the locket. Did you think it would be that easy? The Horcrux's voice was triumphant. This chamber was built for moments like this. A cage for the powerful. A trap for the arrogant. Harry struggled against the chains. His dragon aura flared, trying to burn through them, but the magic was old and resilient. It adapted to his attacks, shifted to counter his efforts. Your father's presence is destabilizing reality, the Horcrux continued. But it's also destabilizing the barriers between things. Between worlds. Between states of existence. I used that instability to pull my vessel here, to prepare this trap. When you're drained, when your power feeds my restoration, I will have a body again. Not Tom Riddle's body, something better. Something new. You're going to possess me. I'm going to become you. Your flesh, your power, your connections. The storm dragon's son, corrupted from within. Imagine what I could accomplish with your resources. The chains tightened. Harry felt his strength draining, felt the cold darkness of the Horcrux seeping into his being. He thought of Hermione. Of Daphne. Of Veldora. He thought of everyone who was counting on him. And he got angry. Dragon rage was not like human anger. Human anger was hot, fast, burning bright and fading quick. Dragon rage was cold. Deliberate. Patient as a glacier and twice as crushing. Harry stopped struggling. He let the chains drain him. And while they did, he followed the flow of energy backward, tracing the connection between himself and the Horcrux, finding the cracks in its defenses. What are you doing? The Horcrux's voice turned uncertain. You wanted my power, Harry said quietly. Take it. He pushed. Not fighting the drain, accelerating it. Flooding the connection with dragon essence, with storm energy, with every ounce of corrosive power that made him poison to dark magic. The locket screamed. The chains shattered. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, wreathed in blue-white lightning, his eyes blazing with inner fire. The Horcrux's presence was fragmenting, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of energy Harry had forced into it. No, this isn't, you can't, you tried to possess me, Harry said. Bad idea. He grabbed the locket and crushed. Metal crumpled. Dark magic shrieked. The soul fragment inside tried to flee, but Harry held it in place, remembering how he destroyed the main spirit, remembering the technique that had ended Voldemort. The Horcrux shattered. Silence fell. Harry stood alone in the chamber, the twisted remains of Slytherin's locket in his hand, his body trembling with exhaustion. 2 down. 1 to go. He made it back to the common room before collapsing. Hermione found him on the floor, unconscious, the destroyed locket clutched in his fist. She screamed for help. Veldora arrived within seconds, followed by half the Gryffindor house and eventually Madame Pomfrey. Harry woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. "You're an idiot," Hermione said. She was sitting beside his bed, eyes red from crying, expression torn between relief and fury. "An absolute, complete, total idiot. The Horcrux is destroyed." "I know." Veldora examined the remains. She grabbed his hand, squeezing hard. "But you almost died, Harry. The amount of energy you channeled, Madame Pomfrey said your magical core nearly burned out. If you'd pushed even a little harder. I didn't have a choice. It was trying to possess me. Then you should have called for help. Your father was right here in the castle." She stopped, took a breath. "I was so scared. When I found you, you weren't breathing. For almost a minute, you weren't breathing." Harry squeezed her hand back. "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry. Be smarter." She leaned forward, resting her forehead against his. "I can't lose you. Not now. Not after everything." "You won't. Promise me." "I promise." They stayed like that for a long time. Recovery took a week. Harry's magical core had been severely strained, and even with Veldora's help, healing took time. He spent the days reading, talking to visitors, and trying not to go stir-crazy from enforced bed rest. Daphne visited with political updates. The destruction of another Horcrux had somehow leaked to the press. Harry suspected Rita Skeeter and her illegal animagus form, and the news had sent shockwaves through magical Britain. The boy who lived was actively hunting pieces of you-know-whose soul. That changed everything. "The Malfoy faction is fracturing," Daphne reported. 3 families have withdrawn their support since the news broke. "They're seeing which way the wind is blowing, and it's blowing toward you. Opportunists. Politics." She shrugged. "Take the wins where you can get them. Lucius is scrambling to maintain control, but his credibility is damaged. His son is increasingly isolated at school, and several of his business partnerships are being quietly terminated." Good. Harry wasn't usually petty, but Malfoy had earned his fate. "What about the Ministry?" "Fudge is terrified. He's caught between acknowledging your accomplishments and admitting that Voldemort was never truly gone. Umbridge is pushing for more restrictive measures. She wants to paint you as a dangerous vigilante who's operating outside proper channels. Let her try. She will. But her position is weaker than it was. The Bones family has been pushing back against her creature management agenda, and Susan tells me her aunt is building a coalition to reform the more discriminatory laws." Harry felt something ease in his chest. Change was happening. Slowly, unevenly, but happening. "One more Horcrux," he said. "The snake. Once that's dealt with, Voldemort is finished for good. And then? Then we deal with everything else. The seals, the ancient horrors, whatever the Hollow is planning." He smiled grimly. No rest for the wicked. The end of term arrived with little fanfare. Harry's final exams were waived due to extraordinary circumstances, which he suspected was Dumbledore's way of acknowledging that fighting Dark Lords was more educational than written tests. His classmates took their exams normally, and Hermione's complaints about not having enough time to study became a running joke. "You scored highest in every subject," Harry pointed out. "That's not the point. I could have done better if I hadn't been distracted by your near-death experience. I'll try to schedule my next brush with mortality more conveniently." "See that you do." The leaving feast was subdued. The events of the year had left their mark. Students were quieter, more uncertain, aware that the world outside Hogwarts was changing in ways they didn't fully understand. Dumbledore's speech acknowledged the challenges ahead without providing false comfort. "Dark times are coming," the headmaster said. "But dark times have come before, and we have survived them. We will survive these as well, if we remember what makes us strong, not power alone, but the connections we forge with each other. Hold on to those connections in the months ahead. They will light your way through whatever darkness awaits. Harry caught Veldora's eye across the hall. The dragon inclined his head slightly, acknowledgement, approval, affection. Whatever came next, they'd face it together. The Hogwarts Express carried students back to London the next morning. Harry shared a compartment with Hermione, Ron, Daphne, and, somewhat surprisingly, Tracy Davis, who had formally aligned with their coalition 2 weeks prior. The conversation ranged from light, summer plans, favorite subjects, to heavy, what the hell were they going to do about the Hollow? My family's leaving Britain for the summer, Daphne said. Switzerland. My father wants to be away from the political chaos while things settle. That's probably smart, Hermione agreed. My parents want to do something similar, but they don't really understand the magical situation. Come stay with us, Harry offered without thinking. Veldora and I aren't doing anything formal, just traveling, training, hunting down that last Horcrux. But there's always room. Hermione blinked. You want me to spend the summer with you? Hunting soul fragments and dealing with ancient dragons? When you put it like that, it sounds irresponsible. It sounds exciting. Her eyes were bright. I'll ask my parents. Ron cleared his throat. I'd offer to come, but Mum would have a fit. She's already worried about that Potter boy and his dangerous dragon father. Your mother is a wise woman. She is. Also terrifying. Don't tell her I said that. The train rolled on through the English countryside, carrying them toward an uncertain future. Harry watched the landscape pass, thinking about everything that had happened, the triumphs, the losses, the relationships that had formed in the crucible of shared danger. 1 year at Hogwarts. Voldemort's main spirit destroyed. 2 Horcruxes eliminated. An ancient horror awakened. Political alliances formed. And somehow, in the middle of all that chaos, he'd found something he'd never expected. Friends. Purpose. Love. Not bad for an 11-year-old, Veldora commented through the Soul Corridor. Not bad at all, Harry agreed. The train pulled into King's Cross Station. Summer awaited. And somewhere in Albania, a snake named Nagini waited to die. The hunt took 3 weeks. Veldora had been tracking the snake's magical signature since November, narrowing down the location to a remote region of the Albanian wilderness. But Nagini was clever, supernaturally clever, enhanced by the Horcrux she carried, and she'd evaded capture several times. She knows we're coming, Veldora observed, crouched beside a dry riverbed that showed signs of recent serpent passage. She can feel the threat. It's making her cautious. Can we flush her out? Maybe. But that risks her going to ground somewhere we can't follow. Better to corner her properly. Hermione had indeed convinced her parents to let her join them, through a combination of persuasive argument, magical demonstration, and Veldora's personal assurance that no harm would come to their daughter. She was proving surprisingly useful in the hunt, her analytical mind finding patterns in Nagini's movements that neither Harry nor Veldora had noticed. She's circling, Hermione said, studying a map covered in marked locations. Every few days, she comes back to this area. She tapped a dense forest region, like she's guarding something. Or meeting someone. The Wraith. Veldora's expression darkened. Voldemort's spirit. What's left of it after Harry destroyed the main piece? It must have retreated here, bonded to its familiar. I thought I destroyed him completely. You destroyed the piece that was in Quirrell. But Horcruxes work both ways, they anchor the Creator's soul, but they can also serve as refuges. Whatever remnant survived might have fled to Nagini. So we're not just hunting a snake, Hermione said slowly. We're hunting the last piece of Voldemort. Seems like it. Harry felt the weight of that settle on his shoulders. The final confrontation. The end of a threat that had hung over his life since before he was born. Then let's finish it. They found Nagini 3 days later. She was coiled in a clearing, surrounded by dark magic so thick but it doesn't matter. You can destroy me, probably will destroy me. But you'll never destroy what I represent. Fear. Hatred. The desperate desire for power and immortality. These things exist in every human heart. You've killed Tom Riddle, but you'll never kill what made him. Maybe not. But I can make sure you don't come back. Then do it. Finish your hero's quest. Become the legend they want you to be. Harry paused. Something was wrong. The Wraith was too calm. Too accepting. After fighting so hard to survive, clinging to existence through Horcruxes and possession in sheer spite, why surrender now? Trap, Veldora's voice warned through the soul corridor. He's stalling. Something else is coming. Harry expanded his senses. Felt for threats beyond the clearing. And found them. Dozens of magical signatures, converging on their position. Not human, not entirely, but not animal either. Creatures twisted by dark magic, drawn by the Horcrux's power, coming to defend their master. You've been building an army, Harry realized. I've been surviving. The Wraith's voice held grim satisfaction. Gathering servants in my weakness. Preparing for this moment. Did you think I'd simply wait to die? The first creatures burst from the tree-line. Inferi, corpses animated by dark magic, dozens of them, shambling forward with mindless determination. Behind them, larger shapes, trolls, corrupted by Voldemort's influence, their eyes glowing with malevolent red light. Hermione, stay back. Harry shouted, already moving. Like hell I will. She was beside him, wand raised, casting spells with precision and fury. Fire for the Inferi, she'd studied their weaknesses, and blasting curses for the trolls. Veldora roared and became lightning itself. The battle was chaos. Harry fought through the horde, dragon magic blazing, cutting down Inferi by the dozen while the storm dragon tore through the larger creatures like they were made of paper. But there were so many, wave after wave, an army of darkness assembled over months of desperate preparation. And all the while, the Wraith waited with its snake, conserving strength, watching for an opportunity. It came when Harry got too close. Nagini struck. She was faster than any natural snake, enhanced by the Horcrux and her master's desperation. Her fangs sank into Harry's arm before he could react, venom pumping into his bloodstream. Harry screamed. The world went white. He was floating. Somewhere between life and death, consciousness and void. The venom was burning through him, Nagini's poison mixed with Voldemort's malevolence, trying to destroy him from within. Harry. Veldora's voice, distant but clear. Harry, stay with me. You have to fight this. He tried. Drew on his dragon essence, tried to burn the poison out. But it was everywhere now, spreading faster than he could counter, and the Wraith's power was mixed with it, trying to possess him the way the locket had tried. You're strong, the Wraith's voice whispered in his mind. Stronger than I expected. But you're still human, underneath all that dragon magic. And humans break. Harry felt himself fragmenting. Pieces of his identity slipping away, making room for something else. No. The voice was familiar. Not Veldora. Someone else. My son. You will not take my son. Green light exploded through Harry's consciousness. He saw a woman. Red hair, green eyes, his eyes, he realized. Her expression was fierce, protective, burning with the same kind of love that Veldora showed him. Mom. Harry. Lily Potter's voice was warm, sad, proud. I've been waiting to meet you properly. I don't understand. You're dead. Yes. But when I gave my life for you, I left something behind. A protection. A piece of my love, embedded in your soul. She smiled. It's been there all along. Sleeping. Waiting for the moment you needed it most. And now? Now it wakes. Now it fights. Her expression hardened. That thing will not have you, Harry. I didn't die for you to become his vessel. Green light surged through Harry's being. Lily's love, Lily's sacrifice, made manifest as raw magical power. It crashed against Voldemort's presence like waves against rock, forcing the darkness back, burning away the poison that was trying to consume him. The wraith screamed. You can't, this isn't possible, the mother magic should have faded, love doesn't fade. Lily's voice echoed through dimensions. Not when it's true. Not when it's strong enough to die for. Harry felt his consciousness re-solidifying. His identity, his sense of self, returning piece by piece. The dragon essence in his soul sang in harmony with his mother's protection, two sources of power that had always been meant to work together. He opened his eyes. He was on his knees in the clearing. The battle had stopped, or rather, paused. Veldora stood protectively over him, lightning crackling, keeping the remaining creatures at bay. Hermione was beside him, face pale, wand shaking, tears streaming down her cheeks. Harry. Harry, can you hear me? I hear you. His voice was rough, weak, but his. I'm okay. He looked at his arm, where Nagini had bitten him. The wound was closing. Green light flickered at its edges, Lily's protection burning away the last of the venom. How? Hermione breathed. The poison should have, you were dying, my mother. Harry stood, unsteady but determined. She left more behind than anyone knew. He looked at the wraith, which had retreated to hover behind Nagini. The remnant of Voldemort looked afraid now, its form flickering and unstable. It's over, Tom. Nothing is over. I will find another way. I always find another way. No. You won't. Harry raised his hand. Green and blue light intertwined, mother's love and father's storm, human magic and dragon magic, merged into something that had never existed before. Goodbye. He struck. The wraith shattered like glass. Nagini tried to flee, but Veldora was faster. Lightning engulfed the snake, destroying the Horcrux instantly, ending the last piece of Voldemort's fractured soul. The creatures Voldemort had gathered collapsed. Without their master's will to animate them, the inferi crumbled to dust. The corrupted trolls fled into the forest, their dark enhancement fading. Silence fell. Harry stood in the center of the clearing, trembling with exhaustion, feeling the echo of his mother's presence slowly fade back into dormancy. Is it done? Hermione asked quietly. It's done. Harry turned to face her. He's gone. Completely. Forever. She threw herself into his arms. He held her tight. Veldora returned to his human form and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Well fought, son. I had help. You always do. That's what makes you strong. They returned to Britain as heroes. The news couldn't be contained this time, the final destruction of Voldemort was too significant, too witnessed. Hermione had sent a Patronus to Dumbledore during the battle, and the headmaster had arrived with ministry officials just in time to see the aftermath. The Daily Prophet ran headlines for a week. Boy who lived destroys WHO permanently storm dragon's son ends decade of fear. The truth about Horcruxes. Inside the Dark Lord's immortality scheme. Harry gave exactly one interview, to a reporter named Xenophilius Lovegood who seemed more interested in asking about Veldora's opinion on Crumplehorn Snorkax than about the battle itself. The resulting article was incomprehensible to most readers but made Luna Lovegood, Xenophilius's daughter, decide that Harry Potter was the most interesting person in Britain. She wants to meet you, Hermione reported, reading a letter that had arrived by Owl. She says the raxperts around your head in the newspaper photos are the most beautiful shade of purple she's ever seen. I have no idea what that means. Neither do I. But she seems nice, in an unusual way. Unusual is my specialty. The ministry threw a celebration, more for political purposes than genuine gratitude, and Harry attended because refusing would have created more problems than accepting. He shook hands, made small talk, and generally tried not to set anyone on fire when they asked invasive questions about his personal life. The most interesting conversation of the evening was with Minister Fudge himself. Remarkable, Fudge kept saying, pumping Harry's hand with sweaty enthusiasm. Absolutely remarkable. The boy who lived, fulfilling his destiny. A true hero. I just did what needed doing. Modest too. Wonderful. Fudge leaned in conspiratorially. You know, there's been talk about your future. Great things ahead for you, Potter. Great things. The ministry would be honored to have someone of your talents. I'm 12, Minister. I think career discussions can wait. Of course, of course. But keep us in mind, won't you? The doors of the ministry are always open for heroes. Harry extracted himself as quickly as politely possible. He wants to use you, Veldora observed from across the room, where he was terrifying a group of junior officials with tales of battles from other dimensions. Everyone wants to use me. At least Fudge is obvious about it. True. The obvious ones are easier to manage. Summer wound down. Harry spent the remaining weeks training, reading, and spending time with Hermione before she had to return to her parents. Their relationship had deepened through the Albanian adventure, shared danger had a way of accelerating intimacy, and parting felt harder than it should have. Write to me, Hermione demanded as they stood on her parents' doorstep. Every week. I want to know what's happening. I'll write. And don't get killed fighting ancient horrors without me. No promises. She kissed him. It was quick, almost shy, her lips barely brushing his before she pulled back with a fierce blush. That's for luck, she said, and disappeared inside before he could respond. Harry stood on the doorstep for a long moment, touching his lips, feeling something warm and fragile unfold in his chest. Young love, Veldora commented dryly. Shut up. I'm happy for you, you know. She's good for you. I know. That's what scares me. The last week of summer brought an unexpected visitor. Harry and Veldora were staying in a cottage in the Scottish Highlands, they'd bought it legitimately this time, using gold from the Potter vaults, when someone knocked on the door. Harry opened it to find a girl standing on the threshold. She was about his age, with long blonde hair and large, dreamy eyes. She wore an outfit that seemed to be made entirely of mismatched clothing, and around her neck hung a necklace made of butterbeer caps. Hello, Harry Potter, she said. I'm Luna Lovegood. I've come to meet your uncle. Harry blinked. My uncle? The dragon. Uncle Veldora. She said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. We met in a dream once. He told me to come visit when I was ready to see properly. I think I'm ready now. Behind Harry, Veldora made a sound that might have been laughter or might have been choking. Let her in, the dragon said. This is going to be interesting. Luna Lovegood was strange. Not strange in the way people usually meant it, not weird or off-putting or damaged. She was strange in a deeper sense, like she was seeing a different world than everyone else and had simply accepted that as normal. She sat in the cottage's living room, drinking tea and chatting with Veldora like they were old friends. The dream was very vivid, she explained. You were in your true form, the big blue one with all the lightning, and we had a lovely conversation about the nature of existence. You said that reality is like a story that keeps getting rewritten, and I thought that was a beautiful way to put it. I don't remember this dream, Veldora said slowly. You wouldn't. It hasn't happened yet. Time is funny like that. Luna sipped her tea. But it will happen, eventually. That's why I came now, to establish the connection so the dream can exist later. Harry and Veldora exchanged glances. Is she actually seeing through time? Harry asked through the soul corridor. Possibly. There are beings who exist outside linear causality. If she's connected to one of them somehow. Veldora studied Luna with new interest. Or she might just be exceptionally intuitive. Hard to tell without more information. Can you see other things? Harry asked aloud. Things that haven't happened yet? Sometimes. In flashes. It's not very reliable. Luna set down her teacup. But I can always see underneath things. The truth beneath the surface. Like with you, Harry Potter, you look like a boy, but underneath you're a storm wrapped in human skin. It's very impressive. That's accurate. I know. I don't lie about what I see. People think I'm crazy for it, but I think lying would be worse. She smiled, and there was something ancient in her eyes despite her young face. We're going to be friends, Harry. Good friends. I've seen that much clearly. Whatever's coming, we'll face it together. What's coming? Darkness. Old things waking up. Powers that have slept since before humans walked the earth. Her voice was matter-of-fact, describing apocalypse like discussing weather. But also light. Connections. Love that burns brighter than any shadow. She looked at him directly. You're at the center of it all. Not because you chose to be, because you were born to be. The storm dragon's son, the child of prophecy, the bridge between worlds. It's a lot to carry. I'm used to carrying things. I know. That's why you'll succeed. Luna stood, smoothing her mismatched skirt. I should go. Daddy's expecting me back for dinner, we're having pudding that tastes like memories. But I'll see you at Hogwarts, Harry Potter. And you, Uncle Veldora. Try not to break too many seals before term starts. She walked out the door and disappeared down the path, humming a tune that Harry didn't recognize but somehow felt he should. Silence filled the cottage. Well, Veldora said finally. That happened. She called you uncle. She did. I'm choosing to be flattered rather than confused. The dragon shook his head slowly. That girl is connected to something. Something I can't quite identify. She might be the most dangerous person we've met since arriving in this world. Dangerous? She seemed harmless. The most dangerous ones always do. Veldora grinned, a hint of his usual humor returning. But she's right about one thing, whatever's coming, connections will matter. The more allies we have, the better our chances. Even strange ones. Especially strange ones. Normal people are boring anyway. Harry laughed despite himself. Summer was ending. Second year awaited. And somewhere in the depths of Britain's magical infrastructure, ancient things stirred in their prisms, sensing that the time of their awakening was drawing near. Chapter 5, Alliances and Debt. September 1st arrived with grey skies and a sense of foreboding that Harry couldn't quite shake. Platform 9 3/4 was more crowded than the previous year. Word of Voldemort's final destruction had spread, and families who'd kept their children home out of fear were now flooding back to Hogwarts. The atmosphere was celebratory, almost manic, parents laughing too loudly and students chattering with forced cheer. Harry moved through the crowd like a shark through minnows. People parted for him instinctively, conversations dying as he passed, eyes following his every step. The boy who lived had become the boy who killed, and nobody was quite sure how to feel about it. They're staring again, Ron observed, falling into step beside Harry. The Weasley family had arrived en masse, all 7 children plus parents, and Ron had broken away from the chaos to find his friend. They always stare. Yeah, but this is different staring. Like they're not sure if you're going to save them or eat them. I don't eat people. I know that. They don't. Ron glanced around nervously. Mum wanted me to give you something, by the way. She knitted it over Summer. He pressed a small package into Harry's hands. Inside was a hand-knitted scarf in Gryffindor colors, with tiny dragons embroidered along the edges. Harry felt something warm in his chest. "Tell her thank you. Tell her yourself. She's coming this way." Molly Weasley descended on Harry like a force of nature. "Harry, dear. Look at you, too thin, as always. Are you eating properly?" "Of course you're not, living with that dragon. I doubt he knows the first thing about proper nutrition. He's actually an excellent cook," Harry said mildly. "Is he? Well, that's something, I suppose. But still, a growing boy needs home cooking, needs care, and I've been telling Arthur we should have you over for Christmas this year, a proper family holiday, Mum." Ron's face was crimson. "You're embarrassing him." "Nonsense. Harry knows I'm just worried about him." Mrs. Weasley pulled Harry into a hug that was surprisingly strong for a woman her size. "You be careful this year, you hear me? No more fighting Dark Lords or hunting soul fragments or whatever else you've been doing. Let the adults handle things for once." "I'll try, Mrs. Weasley." "See that you do." She released him, dabbing at her eyes. "Such a brave boy. Your parents would be so proud." Harry didn't know what to say to that. Fortunately, he was saved by the train whistle. The Hogwarts Express felt different this year. Maybe it was the increased security, Auror stationed at each end of the train, their eyes constantly scanning for threats. Maybe it was the nervous energy crackling through the student body, relief at Voldemort's destruction mixed with anxiety about what might come next. Or maybe it was just Harry, changed by everything he'd experienced, seeing the world with older eyes. He found a compartment with Hermione already inside, nose buried in a book that looked like it weighed more than she did. Advanced Theoretical Applications of Magical Resonance, he read off the spine. Light reading. Research. She set the book aside, her face breaking into a smile. How was the rest of summer? Strange. Luna Lovegood showed up at our cottage. Called Veldora uncle and talked about dreams that haven't happened yet. Luna? The Quibbler girl? Hermione's brow furrowed. I've heard about her. The other students say she's unusual. That's one word for it. What's another? Prophetic. Maybe. Veldora thinks she's connected to something outside normal reality. Hermione absorbed this information with the focus she usually reserved for exam preparation. We should study her. Not invasively, just observation. If she really can see future events. She said we'd be friends. Good friends. Did she say anything else? Darkness coming. Old things waking. The usual apocalyptic warnings. Harry sat down across from her. Also that love burns brighter than shadow, which sounds like something out of a greeting card but was probably meaningful somehow. Love burning brighter than, Hermione stopped, her cheeks flushing slightly. That's specific. Is it? Harry. She set her book aside entirely, giving him her full attention. When we were in Albania, when you almost died, I felt something. Through the connection between us. Like your pain was my pain. That's not possible. We don't have a soul corridor. No, but we have something. Some kind of bond that formed when we, she struggled for words. When we started being, whatever we are. Harry considered this. He'd noticed something similar during his near-death experience. A thread of awareness connecting him to Hermione, separate from his link to Veldora but equally real. He'd assumed it was just emotional proximity, two people who cared deeply for each other sensing each other's distress. But what if it was more than that? We should research it, he said. I've already started. Of course she had. There are references in some of the older texts to spontaneous magical bonds forming between people with strong emotional connections. It's rare, and the mechanics aren't well understood, but it's documented. What does it mean for us? I don't know yet. But I want to find out. She met his eyes steadily. Whatever we have, Harry, it's real. It's important. And I'm not going to let it be something that just happened to us. I want to understand it. Control it. Make it ours. Harry smiled. This was why he loved her. Not just for her brilliance or her loyalty, but for this, her absolute refusal to accept mysteries without investigation, her determination to understand and master every aspect of her life. Then let's figure it out together. The train ride passed quickly. Daphne joined them midway through, bringing Tracy Davis and a boy Harry didn't recognize, tall, dark-haired, with the aristocratic bearing of old money. Blaise Zabini, Daphne introduced. His family recently joined our coalition. He's cautiously optimistic about the arrangement. More cautious than optimistic, Blaise corrected smoothly. The Zabini family has survived for centuries by not committing to losing causes. I'm here to evaluate whether your side qualifies. Fair enough. Harry shook his hand. What would convince you? Results. Stability. Evidence that the Dragon Prince isn't just a flash in the pan who'll burn out before he accomplishes anything lasting. Blaise's dark eyes were calculating but not hostile. Your defeat of the Dark Lord was impressive. But defeating an enemy is easier than building something sustainable. You're not wrong. I rarely am. A ghost of a smile. Prove me right about you, Potter, and House Zabini will be a valuable ally. Prove me wrong, and we'll fade into neutrality before you can blink. I can work with that. They spent the rest of the journey discussing politics, the shifting power dynamics in magical Britain, the Ministry's attempts to claim CR for Voldemort's destruction, the growing resentment among old families who felt their influence slipping away. Malfoy's desperate, Daphne reported. Lucius has been making increasingly erratic moves, trying to call in old debts, threatening families who've switched sides, even reaching out to foreign allies. He knows his position is weakening. Desperate people are dangerous, Harry observed. Yes. But they also make mistakes. Her ice-blue eyes were sharp. I've been documenting his actions. When the time is right, we'll have enough evidence to destroy him politically. Maybe legally, if we're lucky. And Draco? Increasingly isolated. His father's failures reflect on him, and his yearmates are starting to distance themselves. Daphne's expression softened slightly. He's not a bad person, underneath all the posturing. Just a boy raised wrong, trying to live up to expectations he doesn't really understand. You feel sorry for him? I feel realistic about him. He could be redeemed, with the right influence. Or he could double down on his father's path and become a genuine threat. The question is which direction he'll choose. Harry filed this away for future consideration. Hogwarts emerged from the evening mist like an old friend. The castle looked the same as always, towers reaching toward the sky, windows glowing with warm light, ancient magic thrumming through every stone. But Harry could sense differences now that he hadn't noticed before. Subtle vibrations in the wards. Fluctuations in the magical currents. The seals beneath the castle, weakened by the hollow's emergence, no longer quite stable. The school is wounded, Veldora observed through the soul corridor. He'd arrived ahead of the train, taking up residence in his tower before the students appeared. Not critically, but noticeably. The protections that held this place together for a millennium are fraying. Can you fix them? Not without understanding them completely first. And that understanding is proving elusive. A pause. The founders built something remarkable here, Harry. Magic I've never seen before, woven together in patterns that shouldn't work but somehow do. It's like they invented an entirely new magical language just for this castle. That sounds like something worth preserving. It is. Which is why I'm spending most of my time studying rather than doing anything useful. Mental laughter. Your headmaster keeps giving me worried looks, like he thinks I'm planning to steal his secrets. I'm actually trying to learn how to fix his broken house. Have you told him that? Where's the fun in that? The sorting ceremony brought a familiar face. When McGonagall called Lovegood Luna, the blonde girl Harry had met over summer walked to the stool with the same dreamy calm she'd displayed at his cottage. The hat dropped onto her head, and nothing happened. For a long moment, the hat was silent. No deliberation, no announcement, just silence. Luna sat perfectly still, her expression peaceful, apparently having a private conversation with the ancient artifact. Students began to whisper. What's happening? Is the hat broken? She's been up there for 5 minutes. Finally, the hat spoke. But its voice was different, deeper, older, tinged with something that might have been awe. This one sees too much. This one knows too little. This one belongs everywhere and nowhere. A pause. Ravenclaw. Luna removed the hat and skipped toward the Ravenclaw table, apparently unbothered by the strange proclamation. Harry caught her eye as she passed. She smiled and waved, mouthing something that looked like, "Told you so." What did the hat mean? Harry asked Veldora. I have no idea. But I intend to find out. The first week of term established a new normal. Classes were harder now, second-year material built on foundations that Harry had largely skipped, requiring him to catch up on theoretical knowledge while simultaneously staying ahead in practical applications. Hermione helped, but even she admitted that his education had significant gaps. You can cast spells that 7th years struggle with, but you don't understand the basic principles behind them, she complained during one study session. It's like you learn to fly before learning how wings work. Dragons don't have wings the way birds do. Our flight is magical, not mechanical. That's, actually a good metaphor for the problem. You understand magic as a dragon would, instinctive, willpower-based, raw. But wizarding magic is systematic. If you can learn to combine both approaches, I become even more dangerous. You become complete. She shoved a textbook at him. Read chapter 3. We're not leaving until you can explain the 12 principles of elemental transmutation. He read chapter 3. The political situation evolved in parallel with academics. Families continued to align with Harry's coalition, drawn by demonstrated success, repelled by Malfoy's increasingly desperate tactics. By mid-September, the count stood at 17 allied families to 8 opposing, with 3 remaining neutral. We're approaching critical mass, Daphne explained during a strategy meeting in the Room of Requirement. Once we hit 20 families, we'll have enough collective influence to push through significant reforms in the Wizengamot. Creature rights, education policy, economic regulation, everything that's been blocked by the old guard becomes possible. What about the opposition? Will they accept reforms peacefully? Some will. The pragmatists who've been opposing us for political advantage rather than ideological commitment. They'll flip when they realize we've won. Her expression hardened. The true believers are another matter. Malfoy, not, a few others, they'll fight until they can't fight anymore. We need to be prepared for that. Prepared how? Documentation. Evidence of their illegal activities, and there's plenty of it, if you know where to look. When the time comes, we won't just defeat them politically. We'll expose them. Make an example. Harry considered this. It was ruthless. Calculated. Exactly the kind of political maneuvering he'd always found distasteful. But it was also necessary. Do it, he said. Build the cases. Just make sure we're ready to handle the fallout when everything comes out. October brought the first sign of the Hollow's renewed activity. Harry felt it during a charms lesson, a pulse of wrongness from the direction of the Forbidden Forest, like reality itself had hiccuped. Professor Flitwick continued lecturing about levitation theory, oblivious, but Harry's dragon senses were screaming warnings. Something's happening, he told Veldora. I feel it. Stay in class. I'll investigate. Harry forced himself to focus on the lesson, but his attention was split, tracking his father's progress through the soul corridor. Veldora moved through the castle's wards, out across the grounds, toward the forest's edge, and stopped. Interesting, the dragon murmured. What is it? The hollow isn't just existing anymore. It's building something. I can see structures in the darkness between the trees. Constructs of shadow and twisted space. Like it's creating a settlement. Should we be worried? Possibly. Or possibly it's just nesting, preparing a permanent residence. Creatures of the void need anchors to maintain coherence in normal reality. A pause. I'll continue monitoring. If it starts expanding toward the castle, we'll take action. Harry finished the charms lesson in a state of heightened awareness. Something was changing in the forest. He needed to understand what before it became a crisis. The opportunity came 2 weeks later. Hagrid had been complaining about disturbances in the forest, animals behaving strangely, plants growing in impossible patterns, sections of woodland that felt wrong when he walked through them. Dumbledore had increased patrols but found nothing concrete. Harry volunteered to investigate. Absolutely not, McGonagall said when he requested permission. The forest is dangerous enough without adding whatever's affecting it now. A second-year student has no business, Professor, with respect, I'm the only one who can actually communicate with what's in there. The hollow spoke to my father. It might speak to me. And if it attacks instead of speaking? Then I defend myself and retreat. I'm not asking to go alone, Hagrid can accompany me. But someone needs to make contact, and I'm the best qualified. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. I'll speak with the headmaster. Dumbledore approved the expian. The forest at twilight was a different world. Harry walked beside Hagrid, who carried his crossbow and a lantern that seemed too small to push back the gathering darkness. The half-giant had been nervous since they entered the tree-line, his eyes constantly scanning for threats. You feel it too, Harry observed. Course I feel it. The forest's my home, been tending it for decades. I know when something's wrong. Hagrid's voice was gruff with worry. The creatures are scared, Harry. The centaurs have gone deep, the unicorns won't come near the south side, even Aragog's brood is keeping to their hollow. Aragog? Friend of mine. Giant spider. Nice enough if you don't startle him. Hagrid shook his head. Point is, everything that lives here knows something bad's moved in. They're waiting to see what it does. So are we. They walked deeper. The wrongness intensified. Harry's dragon senses detected twisted space ahead, regions where the normal rules of reality had been bent, folded, compressed into shapes that shouldn't exist. The hollow's constructs, he realized. Reaching out from its central location, spreading through the forest like roots. Then they found the boundary. One moment they were walking through normal woodland, dark and ominous, but recognizable. The next, they stood at the edge of nothing. It wasn't darkness. Darkness was just absence of light. This was absence of everything, a wall of pure void, stretching as far as they could see in either direction, marking the boundary of the hollow's domain. Bloody hell, Hagrid whispered. Storm child. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. You've come to visit. Harry stepped forward, stopping just short of the void wall. I came to talk. Talk. The word seemed to amuse the hollow. Your kind uses words so much. Such a limited form of communication. But very well, I will talk. A shape coalesced from the void. Not the dragon-like form Harry had seen before, but something smaller, more contained, a humanoid outline made of concentrated darkness, roughly Harry's height. Is this form more comfortable? I find that beings prefer to address things shaped like themselves. It's fine. What are you doing in this forest? Existing. Expanding. Making a place for myself in a reality that never had room for my kind. The shadow form tilted what might have been its head. Your father's arrival destabilized the seals that held me. His presence continues to erode them. In time, the barriers between your reality and the spaces between will thin enough that I can exist fully here. And when that happens, then I will have a home. A territory. A place to simply be, without constant struggle against the fabric of existence that rejects my presence. Harry considered this. It didn't sound like an invasion. It sounded like immigration. A creature from an incompatible reality, trying to carve out a space where it could live. You're not planning to attack. To consume. To destroy. Why would I? Destruction is boring. I've spent millennia in the void with nothing but my own thoughts for company. Now I have access to a world full of interesting things, creatures, conflicts, stories. I want to observe. To experience. To finally have something other than emptiness to occupy my attention. The centaurs said you'd threaten this world. The centaurs read patterns in stars and call it prophecy. They see darkness coming and assume it means destruction. But darkness is just the absence of light, it doesn't have inherent intention. The shadow form made a gesture that might have been a shrug. I won't pretend to be harmless. My nature is antithetical to normal life. Prolonged exposure to my presence causes instabilities. But I have no desire to deliberately harm the beings of this world. Then why are the forest creatures afraid? Because they sense what I am and don't understand it. Fear of the unknown is rational, it's kept their species alive. Given time, they'll adapt. Or avoid me. Either works. Harry felt Veldora listening through the soul corridor, analyzing every word. It's telling the truth, the dragon said. Or at least, what it believes is the truth. Creatures of the void don't lie the way humans do, they lack the conceptual framework for deception. So we can trust it. We can trust that it's not planning active hostility. Whether its passive presence will cause problems is another question. Harry made a decision. I'm going to propose something, he told the Hollow. A formal agreement. You stay within defined boundaries, this section of the forest, no further. You don't deliberately harm any creature under human protection. In exchange, we don't try to reseal you or drive you out. A treaty. Something like it. The shadow form was silent for a long moment. The storm dragon's son offers me legitimacy. Recognition. A place in this world's order rather than outside it. Something that might have been laughter rippled through the void. This is unexpected. But acceptable. I agree to your terms, Harry Potter. The Hollow will respect the boundaries you set. And if other things wake up, other sealed entities, will you help us deal with them? That depends on what they are. Some I might ally with. Some I might oppose. Some I might simply observe. A pause. But if they threaten the territory I've claimed, this forest, these lands, then yes. I will defend what is mine. Harry nodded slowly. Then we have an agreement. He extended his hand. The shadow form stared at it for a moment, apparently confused by the gesture. Then a tendril of darkness reached out and brushed his palm, cold, alien, but not hostile. Agreement, the Hollow said. How fascinating. I've never made an agreement before. Harry reported the results to Dumbledore that night. The headmaster listened in silence, his expression unreadable. When Harry finished, he sat back in his chair and sighed. You've done something remarkable, Harry. And something deeply concerning. Concerning how? You've legitimized a creature that shouldn't exist in our reality. Given it rights, boundaries, a place in our world. Some will see this as wisdom, making peace with an enemy that couldn't be defeated. Others will see it as capitulation to darkness. Would they prefer I tried to destroy it? Lost? Some would, yes. The fight is often more important than the outcome, to certain minds. Dumbledore's eyes were tired behind his spectacles. But you made the practical choice. The choice that minimizes immediate harm while preserving future options. It's the choice I would have made, at your age. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. The headmaster leaned forward. You're growing into a leader, Harry. Not just a fighter, a leader. Someone who weighs costs and benefits, who makes deals instead of war, who builds alliances instead of body counts. That's rare and valuable. It's what my father taught me. Your father is a remarkable being. But this, Dumbledore gestured vaguely at Harry, this is you. Your judgment. Your wisdom. Don't see our Veldora for everything you've become. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to that. There's something else, he said, changing the subject. The Hollow mentioned that other sealed entities might wake. It seemed to expect it. How many things are locked away in Britain? Honestly? We don't know. The Department of Mysteries has records of some containments, ancient evils bound during the founding of magical Britain, creatures too powerful to destroy but too dangerous to leave free. But those records are incomplete. Many seals were created by individuals or organizations that no longer exist. Their secrets died with them. So we could be facing an unknown number of unknown threats. We could be facing nothing. Not all seals will fail just because some have. The destabilization might be localized to this region. A pause. But yes. We should prepare for the possibility that more things will emerge. I'll talk to my father. See if he can sense other seals weakening. Please do. And Harry, Dumbledore's voice softened. Thank you. For handling this so well. For being the kind of person who makes agreements instead of starting wars. You're welcome, Professor. November brought new complications. Luna Lovegood had become a fixture in Harry's social circle, showing up at meals, appearing during study sessions, wandering into their training room in ways that shouldn't have been possible given the room's protections. She just knows where we are, Hermione complained after one such intrusion. It's not tracking magic, I've checked. She just knows. I see the connections, Luna explained dreamily. The threads between people. You and Harry have a beautiful one, all gold and silver, wrapped around each other. When I want to find you, I just follow the thread. That's impossible. Lots of things are impossible until they happen. Luna settled into a chair, apparently planning to stay. What are we studying today? We were practicing combat magic, Harry said. It's not really I'd like to learn. Her voice was suddenly serious. The darkness is getting closer, Harry. Not the Hollow, something else. I can feel it pressing against the edges of everything. When it arrives, I want to be ready. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. What darkness? Hermione asked carefully. I don't know yet. It's too far away to see clearly. But it's old, and it's angry, and it's connected to the seals your father keeps breaking. Luna's eyes focused with unusual intensity. The centaur was right about one thing, you're a catalyst, Harry. Your presence is changing everything. Some changes are good. Some are dangerous. And some. She trailed off. Somewhat. Some are necessary. Even if they hurt. She smiled, the dreaminess returning. But that's for later. Right now, I want to learn how to throw lightning. Harry taught her how to throw lightning. She was terrible at it, her magic was strange, operating on principles that didn't quite match either wizarding or dragon paradigms. But she was also determined, practicing with a focus that belied her scattered demeanor. She's going to be important, Hermione observed later, watching Luna attempt another spell. I don't know how or why, but she's going to matter. Is that your analytical assessment? It's my intuition. Which is almost as reliable. She leaned against Harry's shoulder. Our lives are very strange. Would you want them any other way? Absolutely not. The situation with Draco Malfoy came to a head 2 weeks before Christmas. Harry was walking back from the library when he heard shouting from a side corridor. He followed the sound and found Draco surrounded by 3 older Slytherin students, backed against a wall, his wand raised but clearly outmatched. Think you're still important, Malfoy? Your father's a joke. Your family's a laughingstock. The only reason anyone tolerated you was because we thought you'd be useful. Back off, Harry said. The older students turned. One of them, a 6th-year Harry vaguely recognized, sneered. Potter. This isn't your business. 3-on-1 makes it my business. Harry stepped forward, letting a flicker of dragon aura leak into his presence. Walk away. The 6th-year hesitated. His companions exchanged nervous glances. This isn't over, Malfoy, the leader said finally. Potter won't always be around to protect you. They left. Draco slumped against the wall, his face a mixture of relief and humiliation. I didn't need your help. You were about to get hexed into next week. I would have handled it. Sure. Harry didn't argue the point. What was that about? Politics. My father's losing power, so I'm losing protection. The same people who used to fawn over me are now looking for ways to hurt me. Draco's voice was bitter. It's all a game to them. Loyalty means nothing. Welcome to reality. Spare me the lecture, Potter. I know you're enjoying this. Actually, I'm not. Harry leaned against the opposite wall. I know what it's like to be alone. To have everyone against you. It's not fun, no matter what you've done to deserve it. Draco stared at him. Why did you help me? Because those idiots were bullies, and I hate bullies. Because 3-on-1 is cowardly. Because. Harry paused, considering. Because you're not actually a bad person, Draco. You're just someone who was raised wrong, trying to figure out who you are without your father's shadow. You don't know anything about me. I know you've never actually hurt anyone who couldn't defend themselves. I know you've never used the curses your father taught you, even when you had the chance. I know that underneath all the posturing, you're scared and confused and angry at a world that keeps changing around you. Harry met Draco's eyes. Sound about right? Silence stretched between them. What do you want? Draco asked finally. I want you to make a choice. Your father's path leads nowhere, he's already lost, he just hasn't admitted it yet. You can follow him down and lose everything, or you can choose differently. Choose to join you. Become another one of your followers. Choose to be your own person. Define yourself by something other than your family's failures. Harry pushed off the wall. Think about it. The offer stands. He walked away, leaving Draco alone with his thoughts. Christmas at Hogwarts was subdued but pleasant. Harry stayed at the castle again, partially because he had work to do, partially because Hermione had also stayed and he wanted to spend the holiday with her. Veldora joined them for dinner, somehow managing to make the house elves simultaneously terrified and delighted by his presence in the kitchens. Your dragon ate 3 entire turkeys, Hermione reported after the feast. And then asked for dessert. Dragon metabolism. I keep telling you. That's not metabolism. That's a dimensional storage stomach. They exchanged gifts in the common room. Hermione gave Harry a journal she'd enchanted herself. It would record his thoughts when he touched it, creating a private log that only he could read. Harry gave her a pendant that Veldora had helped him create, a small crystal that would warm when she was in danger and could be used to summon help. It's beautiful, she said, holding it up to the firelight. It's practical. Which I know you prefer. I prefer both. She fastened it around her neck. Thank you, Harry. They sat together by the fire, her head on his shoulder, watching the flames dance. Next year will be harder, she said quietly. What makes you say that? Pattern recognition. First year was about establishing yourself, defeating Voldemort, building alliances, proving you're more than a symbol. This year has been about consolidation, strengthening positions, making deals, preparing for what's coming. She turned to look at him. Next year will be about the things that are coming arriving. The darkness Luna keeps sensing. The entities that might wake up. The political opposition making desperate moves. You think it'll get worse before it gets better. I think it'll get different. And different is always harder than familiar. She squeezed his hand. But we'll handle it. We always do. Together. Always together. New Year's Eve brought unexpected visitors. Harry was in Veldora's tower, helping his father analyze some particularly complex ward structures, when the fireplace flared green. 3 people stepped out. Augusta Longbottom, matriarch of House Longbottom, stood ramrod straight despite her advanced age. Beside her was her grandson Neville, looking nervous but determined. And behind them both, Amelia Bones, Veldora said, rising to greet them. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. To what do we owe the pleasure? We need to talk, Amelia said bluntly. About the future of magical Britain. They talked. The conversation lasted 3 hours. Augusta and Amelia had been building their own coalition, it turned out, a block of moderate families and ministry reformers who wanted change but weren't sure how to achieve it. They'd watched Harry's rise with mixed feelings, hope that he represented real change, fear that his methods were too aggressive, uncertainty about what a true dragon's involvement meant for their world. We've decided to stop watching, Amelia said. The old system is broken. Fudge is incompetent, Malfoy's faction is corrupt, and the ministry has been failing its people for decades. Something has to change. And you want to ally with us, Harry said. We want to work with you. There's a difference. Amelia's eyes were sharp. You have power we lack, magical power, political momentum, resources we can't match. But we have legitimacy you need. Institutional connections. The ability to make changes through proper channels rather than just forcing them through. What are you proposing? A formal coalition. Your faction and ours, working together toward common goals. Reform of discriminatory laws. Accountability for corruption. A ministry that actually serves the people instead of the powerful. Harry looked at Veldora. The dragon's expression was thoughtful. What do you think? Harry asked. I think it's a good offer, Veldora said. Better than I expected, honestly. The Bones and Longbottom families are old, respected, and genuinely committed to positive change. Their support would accelerate everything we're trying to accomplish. And the cost? Compromise. You won't be able to do things exactly the way you want anymore. You'll have to consider other perspectives, make concessions, move slower than you'd prefer. Veldora shrugged. But that's what building something sustainable looks like. If you want change that lasts beyond your lifetime, you need more than just power. You need buy-in. Harry turned back to Amelia and Augusta. We accept, he said. Under conditions. Name them. First, no betrayal. If either side acts against the other's interests, the alliance ends immediately and all cooperation ceases. We're partners or we're nothing. Agreed. Second, transparency. No hidden agendas, no secret deals, no manipulation. If there's a conflict between our goals, we discuss it openly and find a solution. Agreed. Third, Harry paused, considering. The reforms we push for must include creature rights. Full rights, not just protections. Werewolves, vampires, centaurs, house elves, every magical being currently classified as less than human. That's non-negotiable. Amelia and Augusta exchanged glances. That will face significant opposition, Augusta said carefully. I know. That's why it's a condition. Harry met her eyes steadily. My father is a dragon. My coalition includes people who've been classified as creatures their whole lives. If we're building a better Britain, it has to be better for everyone, not just the people who look human. A long pause. Agreed, Amelia said finally. It won't be easy. It might take years. But yes, creature rights will be part of our platform. Harry smiled. Then we have a deal. They shook hands. Behind them, Neville let out a breath he'd apparently been holding for several minutes. That was intense, he said. That was politics, Harry replied. Welcome to the game. The rest of the year passed in a blur of activity. The new coalition, informally dubbed the Reform Alliance by the press, began making moves almost immediately. Amelia pushed through new oversight measures in the ministry, making it harder for corrupt officials to operate unchecked. Augusta leveraged her Wisingamot seat to block several discriminatory proposals from the Malfoy faction. And Harry continued building support among younger families, offering a vision of the future that was more compelling than the old guard's fear-mongering. Hermione threw herself into the cause with characteristic intensity, researching legal precedents and drafting policy proposals that even Amelia admitted were impressive for a 12-year-old. You could have a career in magical law, the head Auror told her after one particularly detailed presentation. If you wanted it. I want to change the world, Hermione replied. Law is just one tool for doing that. Daphne managed the political relationships, her Ice Queen exterior hiding a razor-sharp strategic mind. She identified wavering families, exploited rivalries, and generally made the opposition's life miserable through perfectly legal means. Luna continued being Luna, showing up unexpectedly, making cryptic observations, occasionally providing insights that proved eerily accurate. She'd developed a small following among students who found her perspective refreshing, though most still thought she was simply eccentric. Ron, somewhat to everyone's surprise, proved valuable as a voice of ordinary perspective. When the others got too lost in strategy and theory, he'd point out how things looked to regular people, the students who weren't politically connected, the families who just wanted stable lives, the wizards and witches who'd be affected by their reforms. You lot forget sometimes that most people don't care about power games, he said during one meeting. They care about their jobs, their families, whether their kids will have better lives than they did. If you can show them that your reforms help with that, they'll support you. If it all seems like rich people fighting other rich people, they'll tune out. He's right, Harry admitted. We need to make this about real improvements, not just political victories. They adjusted their messaging accordingly. June arrived with sunshine and final exams. Harry's academic performance had improved dramatically. Hermione's tutoring combined with his natural abilities had filled most of the gaps in his education. He wasn't top of the class, that honor still belonged to Hermione, but he was solidly in the upper tier. More importantly, the political situation had stabilized. The Reform Alliance controlled enough of the Wisingamot to block hostile legislation and occasionally push through positive changes. The Malfoy faction had been reduced to obstruction and complaint, their influence fading with each passing month. We're winning, Daphne reported during their final strategy meeting of the term. Slowly, but definitively. Another 2 years at this pace and we'll have effective control of magical Britain's government. What about Malfoy? Weakened but not destroyed. He still has money, still has some allies, still has his family's name. He could cause problems if he gets desperate enough. Keep watching him. The leaving feast was celebratory. Gryffindor had won the House Cup again. Harry's contributions to inter-house cooperation had earned significant points, and the general mood was optimistic. Students were going home to families in a Britain that seemed, for the first time in years, to be getting better rather than worse. Dumbledore's speech reflected this hope. Another year ends, the headmaster said, and another year of growth begins. You have all faced challenges this term, some academic, some personal, some that tested the very fabric of what you believed possible. And you have risen to meet them. His eyes found Harry in the crowd. Change is coming to our world. It has already begun, in this school, in our government, in the way we think about magic and those who wield it. Some of this change is frightening. Some is exhilarating. All of it is necessary. Remember what you've learned here. Not just the spells and theories, but the more important lessons, that courage matters more than talent, that friendship transcends house boundaries, that the future is not written in stone but shaped by the choices we make. Go now, into the summer. Rest. Recover. Spend time with those you love. And when you return in September, be ready to continue the work of building a better world. The hall erupted in applause. The Hogwarts Express carried them toward London and summer and whatever came next. Harry sat with his usual group, Hermione pressed against his side, Ron across from them, Daphne and Tracy and Blaise filling the remaining seats. Luna had wandered off somewhere, probably following a thread of connection that only she could see. So, Ron said, breaking a comfortable silence. What's the plan for summer? Training, Harry said. Research. Monitoring the seals. The usual. You're actually planning to do useful things during break. That sounds exhausting. We don't all have the luxury of being normal. Hey, normal is underrated. Ron grinned. But yeah, I get it. Just try to have some fun too, okay? Fight some Dark Lords, overthrow some governments, but also maybe go to a Quidditch match or something. Balance is important. I'll keep that in mind. The train rolled on. Through the window, Harry watched the British countryside slide past, green fields and small towns and all the ordinary people living ordinary lives, unaware of the forces gathering beneath the surface of their world. Something was coming. Luna had sensed it. Veldora had sensed it. Even the Hollow, in its void-born way, had hinted at dangers yet to manifest. But Harry was ready. He had power, growing stronger every day. He had allies, more than he'd ever imagined possible. He had friends who challenged him, a father who loved him, and a girl beside him who made everything feel possible. Whatever came next, he would face it. Not alone. Never alone again. The last week of summer brought a warning. Harry was in Veldora's tower, studying ward theory, when his father suddenly went rigid. Something's wrong. What kind of wrong? Seal-breaking wrong. Multiple locations. Happening simultaneously. Veldora's eyes blazed gold. Someone's actively destabilizing the containment network. Someone. Not just your presence eroding them naturally. This is deliberate. Coordinated. Someone who understands how the seals work is systematically weakening them. The dragon rose, power crackling around him. We need to go. Now. They apparat to the nearest breach, a location in Wales, deep in the mountains. An ancient stone circle, glowing with wrongness, cracks spreading across its surface. And standing before it, hands raised in ritual casting, was a figure Harry didn't recognize. Tall. Gaunt. Wrapped in robes that seemed woven from shadow itself. Power radiated from him, old power, dark power, the kind that came from sacrifices and forbidden knowledge. Storm Dragon, the figure said without turning. I've been expecting you. Who are you? My name wouldn't mean anything to you. But my title might. The figure turned, revealing a face that was almost handsome despite its deathly pallor. I am Malachar the Unbound. I am the last of the Covenant Breakers. And I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Chapter 6, The Old Laws Break. Malachar moved before Veldora could respond. His hands completed the ritual gesture, and the stone circle exploded with dark energy. The seal beneath it, ancient, nearly invisible, holding back something that had been imprisoned since before humans built cities, shattered like glass. No. Veldora lunged forward, but he was too late. Something rose from the broken seal. Not a creature, exactly, more like a presence, a weight in the air that made reality itself groan under the pressure. It hung in the sky above them for a moment, formless and terrible, before streaking away toward the horizon. "One of 12, Malachar said calmly. "The others are being freed as we speak. By the time you stop me here, my associates will have completed their work elsewhere." "What have you done?" Harry's voice was steady despite the fear crawling up his spine. Whatever had just been released felt wrong in ways he couldn't articulate. "I've accelerated the inevitable." Malachar's pale eyes fixed on Harry. "Your father's presence began this process. I'm simply finishing it. The seals were always going to fail, I'm just ensuring they fail on my schedule, not his." "Why?" "Because the beings held by those seals owe me. Debts older than your covenant, Storm Dragon. Debts I've been waiting millennia to collect." Malachar smiled, and there was nothing human in it. "Your ancestors sealed these entities away to prevent them from consuming your reality. I helped them do it. And now I'm undoing that work, because the beings we imprisoned promised me something in return for their freedom." "What could they possibly offer you?" "Everything." The word hung in the air. "Power beyond what even true dragons possess. The ability to reshape existence according to my will. Immortality, true immortality, not the fragile kind that depends on anchors and vessels." Malachar's form flickered, revealing something beneath the human facade that Harry's mind refused to process. "I was human once. A wizard of exceptional talent, thousands of years ago. I helped create the covenant that bound your ancestors to the magical families of Britain. And I've spent every moment since working toward this day." Veldora's power surged. Lightning crackled around him, the air pressure dropping as storm energy gathered. "You're the architect. The one who designed the seals. One of them. The others are long dead, victims of the very beings we imprisoned, eliminated so they couldn't undo our work. I alone survived, because I planned from the beginning to eventually free what we'd bound." Malachar raised a hand, and shadows gathered around it. "I didn't expect a true dragon to arrive and make my work easier. But I'm not one to refuse gifts. I'm going to destroy you," Veldora said. "You're welcome to try." The battle erupted. Harry had seen Veldora fight before, training exercises, brief skirmishes, the confrontation with the Hollow. None of it prepared him for this. The Storm Dragon unleashed his full power for the first time since arriving in this world. Lightning tore the sky apart, strikes powerful enough to level mountains converging on Malachar's position. The ground shook. The air screamed. Reality itself seemed to buckle under the assault. Malachar didn't move. Dark energy swirled around him, absorbing the lightning, redirecting it, converting Veldora's power into something else, something that fed the growing rift where the seal had been. "Magnificent," the Covenant Breaker said, his voice somehow audible over the chaos. "Absolutely magnificent. Do you know how long I've waited to face a true dragon in open combat? How many centuries I spent preparing for this moment?" He gestured, and the shadows struck back. Not lightning, something worse. Concentrated void, weaponized absence, the same fundamental wrongness that defined the Hollow but refined into an attack. It hit Veldora's defenses and ate them, dissolving magical barriers like acid through paper. "Your power is impressive," Malachar continued, advancing despite the storm raging around him. "But it's limited by what you are. Storm Dragon, a being of energy and fury and destruction. My power has no such limits. I've spent 3,000 years studying every form of magic this world has to offer, and I've spent another 1,000 learning the magic of the void itself." Another gesture. The void strikes intensified. Veldora roared, the true voice of a true dragon, a sound that shattered stone and made the laws of physics tremble. He shifted into his dragon form, massive and terrible, lightning wreathing his entire body. For a moment, it seemed like that would be enough. Then Malachar laughed. "Yes. Show me what you really are." The Covenant Breaker's form expanded, the human disguise falling away entirely. What emerged was something that might have been human once but had been rebuilt from the ground up, a construct of shadow and stolen power, shaped vaguely like a man but comprised of something far more dangerous. "I am what waits at the end of all things," Malachar said, his voice now a chorus of overlapping tones. "I am what the seals were truly meant to contain, not the beings imprisoned within them, but the one who could free them." The Covenant Breakers were a myth, a cover story. There was only ever me. He raised both hands. The void struck. Harry watched his father stagger. Veldora Tempest, the storm dragon, one of the 4 true dragons of existence, was being pushed back by a single enemy. The void attacks were draining him, not just his energy but his essence, the fundamental nature of what he was. "Harry." Veldora's voice through the soul corridor was strained. "You need to run." "Like hell I do. This isn't, I can't protect you and fight him at the same time. You need to get clear." "No." Harry stepped forward, dragon aura blazing. "We fight together or not at all." He attacked. It wasn't strategic. It wasn't planned. It was pure instinct, the dragon inside him refusing to watch his father die while he stood by helplessly. Blue-white fire erupted from his hands, mixing with the storm energy Veldora was generating, combining into something new. Their power merged through the soul corridor, the connection they'd forged years ago becoming a conduit for something neither could have achieved alone. Malachar's expression flickered. "Interesting. The bond between you is stronger than I realized." He redirected some of his attack toward Harry. "But still not strong enough." Void struck. Harry's shields held, barely. The green light of his mother's protection flared, mixing with his dragon essence, creating a barrier that the void couldn't immediately penetrate. "Ah!" Malachar's voice carried genuine surprise. "The mother's sacrifice. I'd forgotten that was part of you." He pressed harder. "Let's see how long it lasts." The pressure was immense. Harry felt his defenses cracking, felt the void seeping through, cold and hungry and absolute. His mother's protection was burning out, it wasn't infinite, couldn't be maintained forever, and Malachar was specifically targeting it. "Harry," Veldora's voice was desperate now. "Harry, you have to, the crystal." The emergency beacon Veldora had given him for Christmas. Harry's hand closed around it through his robes. "This won't help," he thought. "You're already here." "I know. But crush it anyway." Harry didn't understand, but he trusted his father. He crushed the crystal. The effect was immediate. Power flooded through the soul corridor, not Veldora's normal power, but something deeper, something that had been held in reserve, compressed and stored over 4,000 years of existence. The crystal had been a key, unlocking capabilities the storm dragon had never used in this world. Veldora's form shifted again. He wasn't just a dragon anymore. He was a storm, a living embodiment of nature's fury, lightning and wind and rain merged into a single entity that filled the sky. His physical body was somewhere in that chaos, but it had become almost irrelevant. He was the weather itself. Covenant Breaker. The voice came from everywhere, thunder given meaning. "You have made a mistake." Malachar's confident expression finally showed cracks. "What is this? This level of manifestation shouldn't be possible, true dragons are not bound by your understanding of possibility." Lightning converged, not just striking at Malachar but surrounding him, trapping him in a cage of pure electrical fury. "You have threatened my son. You have threatened my territory. You have released things that will cause untold suffering." The cage contracted. Malachar screamed. For the first time, real pain showed on his face, on what passed for his face. The void energy that comprised his being was being disrupted, scattered, burned away by concentrated storm power. "You can't," he gasped. "I am eternal, I have survived for millennia, you have survived by hiding. By planning. By avoiding direct confrontation with anything that could truly harm you. The storm intensified. You thought a true dragon would be like the sealed ones, powerful but predictable. Limited. I will return. Even if you destroy this form, no. You will not. Veldora's consciousness focused, narrowed, became a single point of absolute destruction. Harry felt it through the soul corridor, the totality of his father's being condensed into one purpose. And then, light. Sound. Pressure. The world went white. Harry woke to silence. He was lying on grass, scorched grass, still warm from the energy release. The stone circle was gone, along with a significant portion of the surrounding hillside. In its place was a crater, perfectly smooth, still glowing faintly at the edges. Father? I'm here. Veldora's voice was weak, exhausted. That took more out of me than I expected. Is he dead? Destroyed. Completely. I annihilated his essence down to the fundamental level. A pause. But the seals he broke are still broken. Whatever he released is loose. Harry pushed himself up. In the distance, he could see the sky churning, multiple locations, multiple directions, storm clouds and dark energy and things that shouldn't exist pushing their way into reality. How many? 12, if his claim was accurate. 12 entities, sealed millennia ago, now free. Veldora materialized beside Harry, back in his human form but looking haggard. I may have won this battle, but the war just got significantly worse. What do we do? What we always do. Veldora put a hand on Harry's shoulder. We survive. We adapt. We fight. And if we can't win, then we make sure they remember us. A ghost of the dragon's usual grin. Come on. We need to get back to Hogwarts, report what happened. The magical world needs to know what's coming. They apparat away. Behind them, the crater continued to glow, marking the spot where an ancient evil had finally met its end. But 12 more were now loose. And the worst was yet to come. Dumbledore aged 10 years in the hour it took Harry and Veldora to explain what had happened. They were in his office, Harry, Veldora, McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick, the core leadership of Hogwarts facing the reality of what had been unleashed. The headmaster sat behind his desk, his usual vitality drained, looking genuinely old for perhaps the first time in Harry's memory. 12 entities, he repeated. Sealed since before the founding of magical Britain. At minimum, Veldora said. Malachar might have been lying about the exact number. Could be more. And you destroyed him. Permanently. His essence was annihilated. Even if he had backup bodies or anchors, they'd be useless without a soul to inhabit them. Small comfort. Dumbledore's voice was hollow. The architect of the seals is dead, but his work is complete. We have no idea what these entities are, what they want, or how to stop them. I might, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. Malachar said they owed him debts. Promised him power in exchange for freedom. That suggests they can make deals, that they're not just mindless destruction. He paused, organizing his thoughts. The Hollow is one example. It's dangerous, but it's also rational. It can negotiate. Maybe these 12 are similar. You want to negotiate with beings so terrible our ancestors sealed them away rather than attempt communication? I want to understand them first. Figure out which ones can be reasoned with and which ones need to be fought. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. We don't have the strength to defeat all 12. My father just exhausted himself killing their liberator, and that was one enemy, not 12. We need alternatives. The boy makes sense, Snape said reluctantly. Unpleasant as it is to admit. Direct confrontation with multiple entities of this magnitude would be suicide. Then what do you propose? McGonagall asked. Information gathering, Harry said. We find out what was released and where. We assess each entity individually. Some might settle into territories like the Hollow did, dangerous but containable. Some might have specific goals that can be redirected or satisfied. Some might even be potential allies, if their enemies are our enemies. And those that can't be reasoned with? We deal with them as we can. Coordinate with allies. Pool resources. Harry looked at Veldora. My father is powerful, but he's not infinite. We need to be smart about when and where we commit to direct fights. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You've grown, he said finally. The boy who walked into this school 2 years ago would have suggested charging in and destroying everything. Now you're talking about strategy, negotiation, resource management. I learn from experience. The best teacher there is. Dumbledore straightened, some of his usual energy returning. Very well. We begin gathering information immediately. Severus, contact our allies in the intelligence community, see what unusual events have been reported in the past hours. Minerva, reach out to the centaurs, their star reading may have insights we lack. Phileas, I need you to begin research on pre-founding magical history, anything that mentions sealed entities or the covenant breakers. The professors nodded and departed. Dumbledore's gaze returned to Harry. There's something else, the headmaster said. Something you haven't mentioned. Harry hesitated. Then, when Malachar attacked me directly, my mother's protection activated. The same magic that saved me as a baby. It still exists. It was dormant. Waiting for a moment of true need. Harry touched his scar reflexively. It burned out most of its remaining power, holding off the void strikes. But before it faded, I felt her. Lily Potter. Like she was actually there, fighting alongside me. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. Your mother was remarkable, Harry. What she did for you, the protection she created, it's unlike anything I've encountered in all my years. Not just a shield, but a piece of her love made manifest. It's mostly gone now. I could feel it fading. But not entirely gone. A trace. Enough to recognize. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. She's still with me, somehow. Still protecting me, even after all this time. Love doesn't fade, Dumbledore said softly. Not when it's true. The next weeks were chaos. Reports flooded in from across magical Britain, and beyond. Whatever had been sealed hadn't confined itself to a single country. 12 releases, scattered across Europe, each one triggering cascades of supernatural disturbance. Italy reported an ancient volcano becoming active after centuries of dormancy, its eruptions carrying something in the ash that drove animals mad. Germany discovered a lake that had turned perfectly black overnight, things moving beneath its surface that defied description. Romania's dragon reserves were in an uproar, the dragons screaming at something they sensed approaching but couldn't identify. France's magical community found an entire forest had been replaced with something that looked like trees but moved when you weren't watching. And in Britain itself, the forbidden forest was expanding. Not physically, the tree line remained where it always had been, but the space within the forest was growing, becoming deeper, more complex, more other. The Hollow claimed to have nothing to do with it. The forest is responding to what's been released, Luna explained during one of their emergency meetings. She'd been pulled into Harry's inner circle over the summer, her strange insights proving increasingly valuable. It remembers a time before the seals, when things like this walked openly. It's preparing for their return. Preparing how? Making space for them. Places where they can exist without tearing reality apart. Luna's dreamy expression was more focused than usual. The forest knows that direct confrontation isn't always possible. Sometimes the best defense is accommodation. You're saying we should let them have territory. I'm saying that's what the forest is doing, and the forest has been here a lot longer than we have. She tilted her head. Plants are very patient, Harry. They play the long game. the political situation complicated matters further. Word of Malakar's attack, and Veldora's dramatic response, had reached the wider wizarding world. The ministry was in an uproar, demands for explanations competing with panic about the released entities. The Malfoy faction was trying to blame Harry for everything that had gone wrong, claiming his father's presence had caused the crisis. "They're not entirely wrong," Daphne admitted during a coalition strategy session. "Veldora's presence did accelerate the seal degradation. Malakar might not have acted when he did if the opportunity hadn't presented itself." "That doesn't make it our fault," Hermione argued. "Malakar was planning this for millennia. He would have found another way eventually." "True and irrelevant. Politics isn't about truth, it's about perception. And right now, a significant portion of the population perceives Harry as the center of the storm." Daphne's expression was troubled. "We need to control the narrative before our enemies do." "How?" "By being visibly proactive. Showing that we're working to fix the problem, not just causing it. The entity tracking, the information gathering, the coordination with international allies, all of that needs to be public. People need to see Harry Potter fighting the darkness, not just associated with it." "You want to turn my life into a propaganda campaign?" "I want to turn your actions into a propaganda campaign. There's a difference." Daphne leaned forward. "You're already doing heroic things, Harry. You just need to let people see them." Harry started letting people see them. In early August, reports emerged of something attacking a wizarding village in northern Scotland, a creature that didn't match any known magical beast, killing livestock and terrifying residents. The ministry's response was slow, tangled in bureaucracy and jurisdictional disputes. Harry and Veldora were there within hours. The creature turned out to be a fragment of something larger, a piece of one of the released entities that had broken off and gained independent existence. It was vicious but not intelligent, acting on instinct rather than strategy. They destroyed it in a battle that lasted 7 minutes. Witnesses spread word of the Dragon Prince and his father defending ordinary wizards while the ministry dithered. The story made the Prophet's front page, with photographs of Harry standing over the creature's remains, his robes singed but his expression determined. In September, they intervened in a situation in Wales, magical contamination spreading from the site where Malakar had died, threatening to consume a small town. Veldora purified the area while Harry organized the evacuation and managed the frightened residents. More coverage. More positive perception. In October, Harry personally negotiated with one of the released entities, a creature that called itself the Keeper of Silent Hours, which had taken up residence in an abandoned church and was causing localized time distortions. The Keeper turned out to be relatively peaceful, interested primarily in contemplating its own existence. Harry offered it formal recognition and a defined territory in exchange for ceasing the time effects. It accepted. The story of the Dragon Prince making peace with an ancient horror, treating it with respect rather than just attacking, spread even faster than the battle stories. People began talking about Harry Potter as something more than a fighter. A diplomat. A leader. "This is working," Daphne reported in late October. "Public opinion has shifted dramatically. You're not seen as the problem anymore, you're seen as the solution." "I'm not sure I want to be seen as anything. Too late for that. You're the boy who lived, the Dragon Prince, the Covenant heir. Whether you want it or not, you're a symbol." She smiled slightly. "At least now you're a symbol of hope rather than chaos." November brought Hermione's injury. They were investigating disturbances in the Forbidden Forest, a section that had become particularly unstable, reality flickering in and out like a bad radio signal. Harry, Hermione, and Veldora had entered together, following traces of something that might be one of the 12. They found it. Or rather, it found them. The entity had no name that Harry could pronounce, it was less a creature than a condition, a state of wrongness that infected everything it touched. Reality warped around it, physical laws becoming suggestions rather than rules. Veldora engaged it directly. Harry provided support, his combined wizard-dragon magic creating barriers and counterattacks. Hermione was supposed to stay back. She was supposed to observe, record, provide analytical support from safety. She saved Harry's life. The entity had flanked them, extended a tendril of warped reality toward Harry's blind spot. Hermione saw it. She moved without thinking, interposing herself, casting the strongest shield charm she could manage. The tendril went through it like it wasn't there. Harry heard her scream before he understood what had happened. He turned to see Hermione crumpling, her body convulsing, reality distortions playing across her skin. The tendril had only grazed her, but it was enough. Whatever the entity was made of was toxic to normal matter. Something broke inside Harry. He didn't remember the next few minutes clearly. Later, Veldora would describe it, how Harry's power exploded outward in a wave of raw fury, how the dragon essence in his soul merged with his wizard magic in a way it never had before, how he tore through the entity's defenses like they didn't exist. Harry only remembered rage. Pure, absolute, devastating rage that burned away everything else: strategy, caution, self-preservation. Hermione was hurt. The thing that had hurt her needed to die. There was no room for any other consideration. The entity was ancient, powerful, experienced in combat against magical beings. None of it mattered. Harry hit it with everything he had, every technique Veldora had taught him, every spell Hermione had helped him learn, every ounce of dragon power flowing through his soul. It wasn't enough. But Harry kept attacking anyway. He was dimly aware of Veldora pulling Hermione to safety, of his father doing something to stabilize her condition. But most of his attention was on the enemy, on the thing that had dared to touch someone he loved. The entity retreated. Not defeated, Harry could feel that it was still functional, still dangerous, but apparently deciding that this fight wasn't worth the cost. It faded into the warped section of the forest, leaving a trail of damaged reality behind it. Harry collapsed. He woke in the hospital wing. "You've been unconscious for 3 days," Madame Pomfrey's voice was sharp with concern. "Magical exhaustion, core strain, multiple minor injuries. If your father hadn't intervened, Hermione." Harry sat up despite his body's protests. "Where's Hermione?" "2 beds down. Alive, thanks to you. Though her condition is complicated." Harry looked. Hermione lay in the next bed, pale and still, magical monitoring devices floating around her. Her breathing was steady, but something was wrong, he could feel it, even without the bond they shared. She was damaged in ways that went beyond physical injury. The entity's touch disrupted her magical core, Pomfrey explained, following his gaze. Her ability to cast magic is uncertain. We won't know the full extent until she wakes. When will that be? Unknown. The healers from St. Mungo's have examined her, they've never seen anything quite like this. All we can do is wait. Harry got out of bed over Pomfrey's objections and moved to Hermione's side. Her face was peaceful in sleep, showing none of the pain she must have experienced. He took her hand. "I should have protected you," he thought. "I should have been faster, stronger, more aware. You shouldn't have had to save me." Through their bond, fainter now, damaged by whatever had happened, he felt a whisper of response. Not words, just awareness. She knew he was there. "I'm not leaving," he said quietly. "When you wake up, I'll be here." He sat down beside her bed. And waited. Hermione woke on the 5th day. Her eyes opened slowly, confusion giving way to recognition as she saw Harry beside her. "Harry? What, you got hurt? Saving me?" His voice was rough. "How do you feel?" "Strange. Empty." She tried to sit up, failed, tried again with Harry's help. "What happened to my magic?" "It's damaged. The healers don't know if it'll recover fully." The words hit her like physical blows. Harry watched her process them, the quick intelligence in her eyes working through the implications, the future she'd imagined suddenly uncertain. "Show me," she said. "What?" "Show me what happened. I need to see." Harry hesitated, then reached out through their bond. He shared his memories, the battle, her interposition, his explosion of rage, the aftermath. Everything. When it was done, she was silent for a long moment. "You could have died," she finally said. "Attacking that thing the way you did, you could have died. You could have died. You almost did. I made a choice." Her eyes met his. "The same choice I'd make again. Your life matters more than my safety." "Don't say that. It's true. You're the one who's going to save this world, Harry. You're the one who can stand against these entities, who can unite the magical community, who can. I don't care about any of that if you're not there." The words came out before he could stop them. Raw. Honest. Everything he'd been feeling compressed into a single statement. Hermione stared at him. "Harry. I'm serious. Saving the world means nothing if I lose the people I love in the process." He gripped her hand tighter. "You're not expendable. You're not a sacrifice I'm willing to make. If protecting me costs your life, then I don't want that protection. That's not a rational position. I don't care. Rationality can take a flying leap." He laughed, slightly hysterical. "God, Hermione. When you went down, when I saw you hurt, I've never felt anything like that. Pure rage. Complete loss of control. I almost got myself killed chasing that thing. But you didn't. Only because it retreated. If it had pressed the attack, but it didn't." She reached up, touched his face. "We're both still here. Battered, exhausted, uncertain of the future. But here. Your magic will recover or it won't. Either way, I'm still me." She smiled weakly. "I'll still be brilliant. I'll still love books and research and arguing with you about magical theory. I'll just be doing it differently. How can you be so calm about this? Because panicking won't help. And because," she pulled him closer, her forehead resting against his, "because you're here. As long as I have you, I can face anything." Harry kissed her. It wasn't their first kiss, but it was different, deeper, more desperate, two people who'd almost lost each other holding on with everything they had. When they finally pulled apart, both of them were crying. "Don't ever do that again," Harry whispered. "Don't make promises I can't keep." But she was smiling through her tears. "We'll figure this out, Harry. Together. Whatever comes next. Together." Recovery took weeks. Hermione's magical core slowly stabilized, though the damage was permanent. She would never cast with the same raw power she'd had before. But her control improved dramatically, necessity forcing her to become more precise, more efficient, more creative with limited resources. "It's actually fascinating," she told Harry during one of their sessions in the Room of Requirement. "I can feel every bit of magic I use now, every inefficiency, every wasted motion. Before, I had power to spare. Now I have to be perfect. And you're using that to become even more dangerous." "Obviously." She demonstrated a spell, the same levitation charm they'd learned in first year, but executed with such precision that it used maybe a tenth of the normal power while producing identical results. "I've been documenting everything. When I'm done, I'll have written the most comprehensive guide to efficient spellcasting ever produced." "That's very you. Thank you. I thought so too." The political situation continued to evolve. Harry's dramatic destruction of the entity, coupled with his devoted vigil at Hermione's bedside, had been covered extensively by the press. The image of the Dragon Prince, unwilling to leave his injured companion, resonated with people in ways pure combat victories hadn't. He was humanized, made relatable, shown to be capable of love as well as war. "You've become a romantic figure," Daphne reported dryly. Congratulations. I didn't do it for the publicity. I know. That's what makes it so effective. The coalition continued to grow. Families that had been hesitant, waiting to see which way the wind blew, finally committed. The Reform Alliance now controlled a clear majority of the Waisengemot, enough to push through significant legislation. In December, they did. The Magical Creatures Rights Act of 1993 passed by a margin of 3-1. It granted full legal personhood to werewolves, vampires, and other beings previously classified as dangerous creatures. It established pathways to citizenship for centaurs, mere-people, and other intelligent non-humans who wanted to participate in wizarding society. It mandated fair treatment for house elves and created enforcement mechanisms to ensure compliance. Harry watched from the gallery as the votes were counted. Beside him, Remus Lupin, a werewolf who'd been one of his parents' closest friends, wept openly. "We've been fighting for this for decades," Lupin said when he could speak. "Decades of incremental progress, of setbacks, of hope and disappointment. And now it's law. Because of you. Because you decided creature rights weren't negotiable. Because it was right." Harry looked at the celebrating lawmakers, the frustrated opposition, the historical moment unfolding before him. This is just the beginning. There's so much more work to do. There always is. But Lupin was smiling. "Thank you, Harry. Your parents would be proud." "I hope so." Christmas at Hogwarts was bittersweet. The world outside was dangerous. 7 of the 12 entities remained uncontained, causing ongoing problems across Europe. But the school itself was a sanctuary, the strengthened wards keeping the darkness at bay. Harry and Hermione exchanged gifts in the room of requirement, away from the crowds and celebrations. Her present to him was a photograph album, pictures of their time together, magical images that moved and smiled and captured moments he'd almost forgotten. "Where did you get all these?" "I've been collecting them since first year." Colin Creevey helped with some of the photography. She smiled at his expression. "You always forget that you're living a remarkable life. I wanted to make sure you had proof." His present to her was simpler but more significant, a ring. Not an engagement ring, exactly. They were still too young for that, and neither of them was ready for that level of commitment. But it was a promise ring, dragon-forged with Veldora's help, infused with protective magic and the essence of their bond. "If we get separated," Harry explained as he slid it onto her finger, "this will help you find me. And if you're in danger, real danger, it will let me know. I never want to almost lose you again without knowing." Hermione examined the ring, her enhanced magical sensitivity reading the complex enchantments woven through it. "This is..." "Harry, this must have taken weeks to create." 3 months, actually. Veldora helped with the dragon aspects, but I did most of the wizard magic myself. It's beautiful. It's practical. Which I know you prefer." She laughed and kissed him. "I love you, Harry Potter." "I love you too, Hermione Granger." They sat together, watching the fire, not needing words. The world was dangerous. Ancient horrors walked the earth. The future was uncertain. But they had each other. For now, that was enough. The new year brought Voldemort's final resurrection. Not the Voldemort Harry had destroyed, that soul was gone forever. But something that had once been part of him, some fragment that had escaped the general destruction, had found a way back. Harry felt it on New Year's Eve, a familiar darkness, impossibly familiar, touching the edge of his consciousness. "That's not possible," he thought. "I destroyed him." Veldora confirmed it. "You destroyed what was there," Veldora replied through the soul corridor. His voice was grim. But apparently something wasn't there. Something that had separated from the main soul before our hunt even began. How? I don't know. But I intend to find out. The attack came a week later. Voldemort, or what called itself Voldemort, led an assault on Hogsmeade. Not a massive army, not overwhelming force. Just targeted violence, strategic destruction, a message rather than a genuine attempt at conquest. And an invitation. Harry Potter. The voice echoed through the burning village, carried by magic to ensure the target heard. We have unfinished business, you and I. Come to me. Face me properly. Let us end this at last. Harry went. The confrontation took place in the village square, buildings burning around them, villagers having fled to safety. The thing that called itself Voldemort didn't look like Tom Riddle. It was smaller, more serpentine, a construct of dark magic held together by sheer will rather than proper resurrection ritual. You're not him, Harry said. Not really. I am enough of him. A fragment that was hidden before your hunt began, protected by magic you couldn't detect, waiting for the right moment to emerge. The creature's voice was Voldemort's, but distorted, hollow. I watched you destroy my other selves. I watched you grow powerful. I waited. Waited for what? For the seals to break. For chaos to spread. For an opportunity. The Voldemort fragment gestured at the destruction around them. This world is ending, Harry Potter. The things that have been released cannot be contained, not all of them. Within a decade, magical Britain will be overrun. Within a century, the entire world will follow. You're wrong. Am I? You've been fighting for 2 years, and you've only contained a handful of the 12. The rest grow stronger every day. The barriers between realities grow weaker. And your father, a cold smile, your father is not infinite. His power is vast, but the challenges facing him are vaster. Eventually, even the storm dragon will fall. What's your point? My point is that we have a common enemy. These entities, these primordial forces, they care nothing for the distinction between light and dark, good and evil, wizarding and muggle. They will consume everything equally. The creature spread its malformed hands. I propose an alliance. Harry stared at it. You want to ally with me? Tom Riddle, the man who killed my parents, who tried to destroy everything I love, wants to ally with me. I am not Tom Riddle. Not entirely. I am a fragment, a piece that has had time to think, to observe, to reconsider priorities. Something that might have been genuine emotion flickered in its eyes. I do not want to die, Harry Potter. I do not want to be consumed by some thoughtless cosmic horror while chasing petty revenge. If survival requires working with my former enemy, so be it. I don't believe you. Then kill me. You have the power. Finish what you started. Destroy the last piece of Lord Voldemort and accept whatever consequences follow. A pause. Or consider that I might be useful. That my knowledge of dark magic, my centuries of research, my understanding of the forces we face might be valuable in the battles ahead. Harry's wand was raised. One curse and it would be over. The last trace of Voldemort, eliminated forever. But he hesitated. Harry, Veldora's voice was urgent. What are you doing? Thinking. There's nothing to think about. That thing is evil. It murdered your parents. It threatened the entire wizarding world. It's also offering something we need. Harry's mind raced through the implications. We're losing, Father. Slowly, but losing. We can't contain all 12 entities, not without help we don't have. If this fragment has knowledge that could change that. You can't trust it. I'm not planning to trust it. I'm planning to use it. Harry took a breath. The same way it's planning to use me. A long pause. You've grown more than I realized, Veldora said finally. Very well. But if this creature betrays you, then I'll destroy it myself. But I have to try. Harry lowered his wand. One chance, he told the Voldemort fragment. You work with us, genuinely work with us, and you get to survive. But the first sign of betrayal, the first innocent person you harm, the first hint that you're playing some deeper game. I understand. The creature inclined its head. I accept your terms. Good. Harry turned to leave, then paused. And we're going to need to call you something else. I refuse to say Voldemort every time I address you. What would you suggest? I don't care. Figure it out. Harry walked away, leaving the fragment of his greatest enemy standing in the ruins of Hogsmeade, wondering what it had just gotten itself into. The alliance was as uncomfortable as expected. The Voldemort fragment, which eventually chose the name Marvolo for its dealings, proved genuinely useful. Its knowledge of dark magic and ancient sealing techniques was extensive, and it had no interest in seeing the world consumed by entities that would destroy it as easily as any other. But working alongside something that had once tried to kill you, that carried the memories of murdering your parents, was never going to be easy. I don't understand how you can stand being in the same room as it, Ron said one evening. He'd learned about the Alliance and had very strong opinions. That thing is evil, Harry. Pure evil. That thing is also the reason we figured out how to contain the Keeper of Broken Promises last month. Harry rubbed his eyes, exhausted. It's not about standing it, Ron. It's about survival. We're facing extinction-level threats with limited resources. I can't afford to turn away potential assets because they make me uncomfortable. This goes beyond uncomfortable, I know. Harry's voice was sharp. You think I don't feel sick every time I have to coordinate with it? Every time I see that face, hear that voice, know what it represents. But feeling sick doesn't help anyone. Results do. Ron was silent. I'm sorry, Harry said after a moment. I shouldn't snap at you. This whole situation is horrible. That's one word for it. He managed a weak smile. But we're making progress. 4 of the 12 are contained now. 3 more are being managed, not imprisoned, but neutralized, convinced to stay in their territories. That leaves 5 active threats instead of 12. And your new ally helped with that? Significantly. Marvolo's understanding of how the seals originally worked has been invaluable. Harry paused. I don't trust it, Ron. I never will. But I'm using it. And if using it saves lives, then I'll keep using it until it stops being useful. And then? Then we'll see. Spring brought the Battle of Hogsmeade. Not the small raid that Marvolo had led in January, but a genuine confrontation, 5 of the released entities, coordinating for the first time, launching a combined assault on Magical Britain's most visible target. Harry never learned what prompted them to work together. Maybe they'd been allies before being sealed. Maybe they'd formed a pact in response to the containment efforts. Maybe they just independently decided that destroying the Storm Dragon's son would make their existence easier. Whatever the reason, they came. Veldora met them at the edge of the village, his full power unleashed, storm energy filling the sky. Harry fought beside him, no longer a child supporting his father but a warrior in his own right. Dragon magic and wizard magic merged into something uniquely devastating. And they weren't alone. The Reform Alliance had been building more than political power. They'd been building a fighting force, Aurors loyal to the cause, magical creatures who'd gained rights and wanted to defend them, ordinary wizards trained and equipped to stand against existential threats. They all came to Hogsmeade. Hermione led a squad of precision casters, her reduced power offset by techniques she'd developed that made every spell count. Daphne coordinated the political forces, turning what could have been chaos into organized resistance. Ron commanded a group of Gryffindor volunteers, his strategic mind finally finding proper application. Even Marvolo fought. The entity that had once been part of Voldemort stood against the primordial horrors with dark magic that made observers uncomfortable to watch, but it was undeniably effective, its understanding of ancient evils giving it advantages that pure power couldn't match. The battle lasted 6 hours. When it was over, 2 of the attacking entities were destroyed. 2 more were forced to retreat, badly damaged. The fifth, the largest, the most powerful, was negotiated with. You fight well, it said to Harry, its form fluctuating between states of matter. Better than the last dragons to oppose my kind. Better than the sealing ones. I've had practice. So I see. Something that might have been respect colored its voice. I will withdraw. This conflict serves neither of us. But know this, Storm Child, the breaking has only begun. More seals will fail. More of my kind will emerge. You have won this battle, but the war stretches across centuries. Then we'll fight for centuries. Yes. I believe you will. The entity faded away. Until we meet again, Harry Potter. The aftermath was bittersweet. Victory, but at cost. Hogsmeade had sustained significant damage. A dozen defenders had died, including 3 Aurors and a centaur who'd chosen to fight alongside the humans he'd previously distrusted. More were injured, some, like Hermione had been months ago, in ways that might never fully heal. But they'd won. They'd faced 5 primordial entities in open combat and forced them to retreat. They'd proven that the darkness wasn't invincible, that coordinated resistance could make a difference. Word spread quickly. The Battle of Hogsmeade became a rallying point, evidence that the world wasn't helpless, that the horrors unleashed could be fought. Magical communities across Europe took heart, organizing their own defensive forces, reaching out to the Reform Alliance for guidance and coordination. Harry stood at the edge of the damaged village, watching reconstruction begin. You did something remarkable today, Dumbledore said, appearing beside him. The headmaster looked tired. He'd fought in the battle himself, his powers still formidable despite his age. Something that will be remembered for generations. I did what needed doing. Yes. And you did it brilliantly. Dumbledore's eyes were warm. Your parents would be proud, Harry. Everything you've become, everything you've accomplished, they would be so incredibly proud. I hope so. No so. The old wizard smiled. I'm proud too, for what it's worth. I've watched you grow from a damaged child into a leader, a fighter, a symbol of hope. It's been a privilege. You sound like you're saying goodbye. No. Just, acknowledging how far we've come. Dumbledore's gaze turned to the horizon. The war isn't over. We both know that. But today we proved something important. That we can win. That survival is possible. That the future isn't written yet. No. It isn't. Harry looked at the reconstruction crews, the injured being treated, the community coming together to rebuild. We write it ourselves. Indeed we do. They stood together, watching the work continue. The world was still dangerous. Ancient horrors still threatened everything they'd built. The future remained uncertain. But Harry Potter, the Storm Dragon's son, had proven something essential. Hope was not naive. Victory was possible. And the darkness, no matter how ancient, could be pushed back.